sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel, they march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tao's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing Vaccinos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tao's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tao's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th
Infantry, sir.
rifles.
Good for
And
you.
of the
Mobile infantry
wars
made me the man I am today.
they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a beef stream, a stream hostile to something as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for Fun Day Monday, and it is time for a bit of a beef stream because, I mean, you know, this is the best kind of beef. Because often, when we beef on this channel, you know, we look at something like, oh, look at GW's like latest chicanery. Oh, you know, they've raised the prices again. They've fucked one of the products over, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and that's beef, don't get me wrong. But it's also kind of depressing. But the best kind of beef is the beef that you can eat and you can just enjoy it. You can enjoy every morsel of it. And it doesn't make you feel bad. And in many ways, the most enjoyable beef is the community beef. You know, the beef, the drama at the tournaments. Oh, so-and-so's cheated. So-and-so brought loaded dice. Someone brought a pocket hellbrute. So on and so forth. And today, I don't mean to alarm you, but we've got one that I don't think we've had this before. Not like actually happened, but there was a genuine fight in a car park at a Warhammer tournament. And not a local tournament. A fucking super major. A fucking super major. So, yeah. We're going to talk about it because it'll be fun. Do you know what I mean? It'll be funny. You, me, car park now. Exactly. So it'll be funny and we can all have a good laugh and we can all obviously just chow down on this delicious beef. There we go. So we'll get into all of it. The state of Warhammer fights in the car park. I will say, and by the way, I'm just saying this is a bit of a joke, so I don't want all the people that ball wash for GW to get upset. But it was hilarious. I was on the same day that the car park fight happened. I was at a Conflict 47 tournament, right? And it just reminded me of the bit in, what was it, 41, what was it, something Jump Street? 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street, do you know what I mean? The bit when they have the two main characters go on a trip and one of them has a bad trip and one of them has a good trip. And like the bad trip guy, I was just imagining like the people fighting the camera, like, hey, why is my tournament like so all dark and scary? And it's like, hey, my tournament's great, man. It's just super chill, you know. Yeah, there you go. yeah, during the hazing in the movie. Yeah, exactly, right? So, yeah, I just thought that was very funny. But, of course, it's not a K47 versus 40k thing because there were also dozens of other tournaments that happened, 40k tournaments that happened, and nobody threw fists over it, threw hands over it. So, yeah, but I just thought it was just funny. But yeah, there you go. So what we're going to do is we're going to it's the Monday stream. So there's going to be a lot to catch up on. Every time we do one of the Monday streams, everyone's been doing stuff the weekends. Like I've been at tournaments. You guys have probably been at tournaments. Everyone's been doing some hobbying and shit. So we'll take a little time. We'll catch up. We'll just get into the flow of things. And then, part way, maybe an hour or two, how long it takes, we'll get to the fisticuff beefs and all that kind of stuff. Also, we've got some more metadata. Yep. Guard is still at the bottom. But, we'll still cover it. All right. And then also, apparently we've had some Orc Codex leaks as well, which could be potentially beefy. Apparently there's some very powerful looking things happening with the Orc Codex leaks. I've only seen like one or two, so I'll have to wait to see if we can. I'll have to have a look later on the stream to see if we can dig out what all the leaks might be and everything. Have a look at them, and then if we've got some time at the end, we'll talk about. Is it just one page? Is it okay? That's not too bad then. But if there's only one page, it might not be that. I mean, we might cover it, but it might not be worth worrying about. But if it means there's one page coming out, we can expect more pages to come soon, right? And then if we've got some time at the end, I'll tell you about the Conflict 47 tournament that I went to. Yeah, there you go. But it's a Morning Glory stream, so these are the topics that I've brought for discussion, but we could talk about anything and everything. We could talk about Warhammer 40k, we could talk about Old World, we could talk about Bolt Action, we could talk about Conflict 47, we could talk about the follies of mankind, wherever the wherever the conversation takes us. There you go. By the way, if I look a bit out of it today, it's because I went to Blackpool Pleasure Beach, which it's not like a sex beach before the Americans are like, yes. No, it's basically like a theme park. Mrs. Mordian is very much into like theme park rides and stuff. So they had a new one there, but I've caught a bit of sun. Okay. I've caught a bit of sun. So you can see, like, I don't know if you can see it on the camera very well, but I have a bit of sunburn. And so I'm definitely a little like, woo! I've caught a bit of sun. So, yeah. Yeah. So if I seem a little bit out of it, it's just because my head's overheated slightly. But, I said the classic thing of, I don't need a sun cream. It's the fucking UK. I've caught more sun in the UK than I did in 1 day than in 2 weeks of Florida. So there you go. Just that big red boiling ball in the sky, man. I've never seen that before. Didn't know how to handle it. Yeah. All right. So, with all of that, MG's Fridays, very nice. It didn't take much. It's not much to fry. Only took a minute. What was it? Quick sizzle on each side. There you are. You haven't missed roll call. Don't worry, Obelisk. We'll get to that. Let's have a look. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to roll call now. We've done all of the briefing. So let's get into the stream proper, and that means our traditions. And traditions are very important to the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to have a big fucking fight in the car park? We've got Questing Miniatures, Biscuit Tin, Duncan P, Actung Nate, Pastor Blaster, Matthew Edwards, Stuart Foot, Noctiloon, Godlike Poets, Briggs, and we've got Macon, Fool's Fate, Say Wilson, Commander HHL, Chicken Detonator, Castellan O'Donnell, Airborne 342, The Last Guardsman, Glenn Lee, Grimdork Future, Note Maybe, Adam LaRue, Sergeant Sharp, Wolf Guard, Lower Decks, Aldeus, Survive, Kevin 57. We've also got... Ooh, it's a busy one tonight. 1 second, I've lost my place. We've got Vladimir, Cavasius, Raygun 9000, Jarvo, Last Guardsman, Quadrigel, Jaeger Scott, Ed Scar, Silent Warrior, Tiki. We've got Trojanal, Odin, Bob the Cheese Stealer, Kelzo, Wolf 58, Gaver G3A3, Obelisk, Vazeri, Phobia the Third, Mark Coyle, Scout the Commissar, Cruise 76, So Newbie, Lucky Cass, Pigeon Tony, Fox Knight, Joe Aquila, Squid Fist, Samuel Phoenix, Tank Charmer, Patch 7533, Russell W, Mike McGuffin, Valhalla Melter, That Rat Bastard, That Halfling Bastard, Pedro Gonzalez, Garzano 5, 458, Gaming Stuka, Macon, Dan 804, Javo, Oh My Puppy, Cool German Dude, The Rosemary Monk, Leslie Mitchell, Sabin Wilson, Noble Means, Florida Eccentric, Yuli, Nostalgia Vivek, and 1 second. And we've also got Navy Kess, Joshua Blaw, Brown Bread, Joe Hamhawk, Jay Bond, and Face, and Grey Cat, and Dragonetti, and Full Metal Owl, and Aidan Berg. Fucking lost me fucking place. I just completely lost it. I was bang on. Where's it going? It's all gone horribly wrong. There we go. Mr. Sinner, and Leslie Mitchell, and Emperor Zayden, and Prep Cook Survive, and Brown Bread, and Farakaza, and Reva, and Squawk, and Still Unsure, and Derpits, and J Bond, and Armsy, and Mr. Flying Cow, and Sansu. Hey! There we are. Welcome. Thank you to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Join Timothy as well. Hey, there we are. Thank you so much to all of you guys for joining. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and like the stream if you haven't done so already. And if you don't do it, then I'm going to take you down to the fucking car park and give you a damn good thrashing. All right? And if you don't believe me, see what happens when you dislike the stream. Go on, I dare you. I dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. I dare you to click that dislike button. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't, you fucking pussy. You fool! You clicked the dislike button, didn't you? I know you did. Well, guess what? YouTube can't tell the differences between likes and dislikes. It's all just engagement. So you've now fed the beast. You've supported the channel. Reddit's going to come after you. Ha! There you go. Also, whilst you're at it, you know, subscribe and all that good shit. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to all of you bastards who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation to those who have already started supporting the stream. Give me 1 second here. That's cool. All right. So, starting off, we have got Russell W. Russell W. Thank you so much for coming in here with not 1, not 2, but 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, and thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with you conscripts. Oh my God, I raised my glass to you, sir. Thank you, man, as always. There you are. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone's favourite exploding chicken. It is Chicken Detonator, who has started the stream off with 1 gifted membership, sir. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got our spiritual liege, the Whispering Monk, coming in here. Here's the man that guides us through these tumultuous times. Here's the man that keeps our souls pure and our ears clean. And I've got a blocked here at the moment, mate, so I could do with you fucking cleaning it out. 4 years on, still making the same joke. Thank you so much, Whispering Monk, for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Grimdor Future. Grimdor Future, thank you for the 21-month member flex. Xbox, baby! Ugh. Thank you so much, bro. Petition to bring back the old style intro song. You want the old one? Do you want the fast one? I mean, you can have it if you want. Doesn't bother me. That's the slow version, which people seem to like. Do you want the fast version? Here you go. You can enjoy the fast version for a minute. I can't even really remember the fast version anymore. I'm going to put it on now. Oh, it's pretty good. Okay, which one do you want? Do you want that one? Or do you want this one? One's a bit slower. Do a poll? Okay. There you go. There you go. That's your choice. You got about a minute of each one. There you are. You guys can vote on the poll whilst we're catching up on the super chats. I mean, I like both versions, so I'm happy to have either one. Yeah. There you go. All right, what have we got here? Squawk, I don't know what you mean by the AI Full House version. Don't think we've ever. I don't remember what you're talking about. If you send me a link in stream discussion, I'll be able to look at it. But I think we've always just done either one of those two songs. I think. But yeah, occasionally I used to do like Clendathu Drop. But yeah. All right, what do we got next? What have we got here? Lodex, thank you for super chat. How much is human life worth? Well, there's a big difference between human life and your human life, but there we go. I do need to. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's have a look here. Community made intro. You were running. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that. I mean, we could bring that one back. Yeah, Morty and Glory days. Yeah, I tell you what. I see if I can find it. I don't know if I've got it anymore though. I'd have to look for it. But yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I mean, people really complained the fuck out of that one, Squawk. So yeah. There we are. All right, what have we got here? Lower decks, where are you? Okay. Sir, into the crucible we step. Onto the auction block we go. I put -1 turnip down, as in I'm paying them not to sell you. I want you to stay exactly where you are. I like underhive rays begun to fall. Slicking up the streets and alleys of Big Hole. Every nook and cranny takes on a chromatic sheen for whatever liquid falls onto us. A crowd, possibly the whole town, has gathered to watch the spectacle. Is human suffering such a sight to these jade jackals? They sicken me. Picking out the key players, I think I can see the shape of the buyers. Jenkins and his pimp-like pomp, the Delac lurking like pale summer spiders, noble house members slumming it, and assorted house agents. As the first slaves are moved to the stage, sir, I realise the reason for the crowds. The slave master points to 2 black cars with crude drawings. It would seem, sir, to advertise our worth, we have to fight in front of the buyers. Or dance. Fight. Well, you try dancing and see how far you get. Let's have a look. What the fuck is this?
The book I read is called 1980. It's about a guy who thinks the government is lying to him. Spoiler, he's right. There are cameras everywhere. People
Okay, that was pretty good. Spoiler, he's right. That's actually brilliant. I love that. Oh my god. Right, what have we got here? Okay. We've got Macan, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I appreciate the gifted membership and for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. What's his crime? Reading a book? A succulent book? Yeah. Get your hands off my penis! All right. What do we got here? Clovac, are you going to react to that LFC video about you or not? No, obviously not. Obviously not. I don't need to react to that video. It's so nice that all of these people rent out their headspace to me for free. Anyway, there you are. What do we got next? We've got Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you for the Banzai. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us fresh up with new Ghost Warriors. Yes. Thank you very much, man. We've also got Castellan Odol. Thank you, 28 months. X-Force, baby. Thanks for all you do for the IGC stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look here. Finally got some of my Imperial Guard commissioned. I love building, but I'm picky when it comes to painting, and it takes too long to make something I like. Hey, you know what, man? I like to paint models, so I do, but I never begrudge anyone who uses a commissioned painter. At the end of the day, like, it's kind of like in like a video game. Like, if you just want to pay to get the cool DLC skin, you know what I mean? It's not like you're paying for any sort of advantage in game. You're just paying for like the cool skin, right? And I think everyone agrees, like, no one really has an issue with that. So yeah, that's cool as fuck, man. I commission painting, no dramas. And like you said, if you've got something you like, if you've got a vision but you can't execute it yourself, then fuck it, yeah. I got to the point where I was not painting, was blocking. Got to the point where not painting was blocking, actually enjoying playing the game. Yeah, I get that, man. Thank you, MG, for your content and get me excited about the Guard after hiatus. Even though they aren't the best right now, they are in my heart and the Emperor's true finest. Yes, the Emperor's true finest. And dude, I mean, you've got a beautiful looking army here, man. Really, really cool. The commission paint has obviously done an excellent job. And yeah, I love it. You've got Demolisher, you've got those track guards on there. You've got an Eradicator. Nice. Loving all this, man. Absolutely loving it. Very, very, very cool. And dude, it is genuine. I love the army. I love the you know, how it's looking, man. I love the purple, right? And dude, it is absolutely my pleasure. I'm glad that in some small way, whether it's tactically or just through motivation or whatever it might be, I'm glad in some small way I have got you excited for the Guard. Because the Guard is the best. Even when we're bad, even when we're really bad, like, we're still, you know, still the Guard, right? It's still fun. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, man, that's awesome. And I'm glad to have you standing in the trenches with us. There you go. All right. What do we got next? Fox Knight, my boy! Fox Knight, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! Can you compare the M2A1 Mud Skipper Jump Walker and the M2A5 Linebacker Jump Walker for K47? I'm having trouble deciding between the two. Well, I'll tell you what. I need a video for this Wednesday anyway, so maybe I should do a tactics video on it. Let me get my notepad. I knew I had it around here somewhere. And I'll give you a quick comparison now, but I might do I'll see how I feel, but I might do a video on American jump walkers. Yeah, something like that, you know. What day are we on? The 10th. Okay. US jump walkers K47 review. Okay, but let me put this somewhere useful. There you go. So I can give you the thoughts on the two sort of right away. I can give you my high level thoughts, right? Well, and I can give you my complete thoughts. I'll just be a little bit more, you know, off the cuff than in a proper tactics video, but hopefully that'll still be okay. So basically, Fox Knight, the Mud Skipper it's a really, really good mech. And one of the things is it's very capable and it brings really good firepower. I truly think the only reason why we don't see more people using them is because I think people, A, just aesthetically like the look of the linebacker more, and B, because the linebacker is a plastic mech, whereas the Mud Skipper is a resin metal one, right? So that, but when you actually look at the stats of them, I think that the Mud Skipper, it's very, very capable. It comes with 2 autocannons, and it can come with 2 HMGs, and they're arm-mounted HMGs, so it's getting the full firepower of them, which is excellent. Or it can have the bazookas. Now, what I think is really good about this is if you want to go for like and the bazookas are really cheap, right? Now the way you sort of build, and they're like 5 points to upgrade to regular bazookas, which is just phenomenal, frankly. And so my thinking with this is that the Mud Skipper with bazookas is actually really good for dropping down 1 inch behind an enemy vehicle and just being like, and just smashing it. Yeah. With the bazookas, because you're getting 2 bazooka shots. You'd be hitting on 3s because of dropping down, but then point blank, right? And then those bazookas, I think they're pen 5 on a bazooka, but then you're hitting rear armor. If you get on the rear armor, then that's gonna be pen 7, which is amazing. And then you've got the autocannons, which are going to be, I believe, pen 5 on rear armor, because they're pen 2 naturally. Then hitting rear armor makes them pen 4. Then being a conventional weapon with pen in point blank gives you another +1. So that's pen 5 in total. So that's 6 really good shots that are probably, especially with the 4 autocannon shots, are going to have 1 Arse of Democracy reroll in there. That's really good, right? So I do think that the Mud Skipper is fantastic. And even if you don't want to, if you think, okay, I'm not sure about the Super Zoo because there's not a lot of volume there. Even if you went for the HMGs, you'd still be looking at something which would be pen like 4. Because it'd be pen 1, then rear armor pen 2, then point blank equals pen 4, right? So you'd have, that's for a lot of vehicles, that's the potential to penetrate them anyway. Looking for 5, against a lot of medium vehicles, looking at 5s and 6s to penetrate. 5s to glance, 6s to pen. So it's with 12 HMG shots, right? So it's a very flexible walker. But the Mud Skipper does have one really big disadvantage, and over the linebacker, because you might think, okay, well, this all sounds great. Why wouldn't I take the Mud Skipper instead of the linebacker, right? Well, the thing, and many people actually, one of the reasons they love the Mud Skipper is because they feel it gets the loadout that they want on the linebacker. Because a lot of people will tell you, if they didn't have to take the light Tesla cannon, they probably wouldn't do. All right? They'd be like, hey, if I could just take HMGs and autocannons, this would be sick, right? Yes and no. The linebacker has a number of advantages over the Mud Skipper. So firstly, the Mud Skipper is just a medium mech. So at the end of the day, it's not that durable. And so it really can only be used in sort of one capacity, which is drop down, hose something from point blank, right? But the problem that it's going to have is that, but the advantage of the that's fine. That's great. It's a great tactic, right? But the advantage the linebacker has is it's perfectly comfortable being on the board from the beginning or dropping down. It doesn't care. It doesn't care even slightly, because it's got that reinforced front armor. So it's happy to run across the battlefield, running and gunning, and providing you with mech support from the get-go. Some people might say they don't want that. Well, the point is it's flexibility. It's tactical flexibility that it's bringing to the table. So it's tougher. It's got that tactical flexibility. And it also comes with more guns. It comes with twin autocannon, Tesla cannon, and you've got the nose gun as well. And that infantry flamethrower is fantastic. And that infantry flamethrower really shouldn't be overlooked, because it does ignore cover, because it's a flamethrower and it's pen 2. Between autocannons, flamethrower, that's a lot of pen 2 you're potentially throwing out there, right? But the big thing for me, and a lot of people overlook this, is the fact that it's got that Tesla cannon. So the Tesla, I think more and more people are starting to see how good Tesla is. Even though it's a light Tesla cannon, more and more people are starting to just realize how good Tesla is. Okay. And the big thing that Tesla gives you is it gives you long-ranged ignores cover. And when you're fighting, when you're fighting units like Schreckwolfen or Ursus, as long as they're not surging, of course, then having the ability to go, okay, you're not on a 2+ hard to kill, you're on only a 5+ save, hugely important. Hugely, hugely, hugely important. And you've got the fact that also Tesla's quite good against vehicles at range, and when you got to think about it, a light Tesla cannon dropping down point blank range, on the rear armor, I mean, that is actually going to be hitting on 2s against vehicles. Because it's going to be +2 for point blank, +1 for Tesla, -2, -1 for moving. Everyone starts on 4s. You know, the maths works out to hitting on 2s with a reroll. The bazookas don't get a reroll. So that's guaranteed you're going to hit with all 4 of those Tesla shots, right? Okay. Well, hitting all 4 of those Tesla shots, that means we're going to be getting a pen 6 hit, which is fantastic. Pen 6 hit, ignoring cover. Like, no dramas with that. No dramas with that whatsoever. So that's as good as the bazooka. Well, I know the bazooka gets, 2 shots, and all that kind of stuff. And the Tesla, it's like 1 shot. It's 4 shots that combine into 1 pen. But you get my point, is you're not really losing much. And then you've got the auto cannons and you've got the flamethrower, right? So the linebacker is still a really good mech. The main difference, for me, what it really comes down to is... Also, by the way, having the rift dice on the Tesla on the linebacker means you can start cycling through rift dice if you want to. You try and expend as many rift dice as possible, so that at the end you can roll as many as possible, try and get as many surgeries as possible, right? So the point is that the linebacker is good, and so for me, the question really. Says always hits top armor, not really. So it's only 5. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Godlike Bro. Appreciate you. Are you sure it hits top? No, I think isn't that Grav? I think that's Grav, Godlike Power. I think Tesla hits top armor of the vehicle that shoots it on a surging. All right, I think, but we could double check it. It's pen 5, pen 6. It's great pen one way or another, right? Let us not worry too much about the about it, but The main thing about picking between Tesla, the main thing about picking between linebacker and the mudskipper, I think really it comes down to more, the aesthetics. It comes down to the material you want to work with. And the big thing is points. What points do you have available in your list? Because the mudskipper's like 250 or something? And the linebacker, I'll find out now. The mudskipper is a lot cheaper. Pen 15. All right. The linebacker's 328. The mudskipper's 2. Okay, it's 290. So really, it kind of comes down. It's 300 with the bazookas if you want to go down that route. So it kind of does come down to what points do you have in your list. If you have the, if you need to save roughly 40 points, then go for the mudskipper. If you feel like you want to spend 40 points to get the linebacker, then you can do that. But both are very, very, very capable. Both are very, very, very capable. So really, if you prefer the mudskipper, which I think you said in regular chat, that's you prefer the mudskipper, I'd say go for it. You won't be getting the mudskipper, you won't be letting yourself down. You won't be getting a bad unit. You won't be getting something that you won't be able to use or anything like that. The mudskipper is perfectly good. More than good. It's a fantastic unit. So yeah, there you go. There you are, man. All right. So, hope that answered your question, Fox Knight. So, what have we got next? We've got Marold, my boy! Marold, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby! Yes! Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. And as always, I must raise my glass to you, sir, for you are an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. And a goddamn hero. Thank you, Marold, for your customary and most welcome gifted membership, sir. All right, we've also got Lord Castellan coming in with the Giga Chat. Thank you, support, man. Was it just a brawl amongst randoms, or was it between competitors? I mean, it's just a game, not worth an assault beef. It was between two people who had played each other. So and it was actually after the game. So they had beef at the table, and then later they had beef in the car park. And so, yeah. Spicy. I'll obviously give you the full story when we get to it later on. But yeah, it was between two Necron players, and one of my favorite comments I saw about was, Jesus, maybe GW's Wicked and the Warped marketing is getting a bit out of hand. It is very stupid, Lorcastellan. It is very, very, very stupid. And we can have a good laugh about it, but there's no reason to be throwing hands over toy soldiers. Yeah. It's so funny because you know what? I bet you there's going to be a bunch of, because I know you guys, right? I know you. You know you. You know that I know you. And I know that you know that I know you. Anyway, I bet there's going to be a distinct group of people in this chat which will be like, yeah, the guy fucking deserved to get hit. And you guys are wrong. You guys are very, very wrong. But yeah, there you go. I don't think I'd say this, Aldeus. I don't think that. I don't know. The guy. It wasn't two people that started at the same time. One person started on the other one, and I think I honestly think the guy that started on the other person is the one that should feel embarrassed. Very, very deeply embarrassed. Yeah. I guess it does ultimately matter what precipitated it. I guess we'll find out, right? I mean, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you soon, right? Get them super chats and I'll tell you, all right? Atomic Activity, thank you very much for the 10 months, baby! Thank you so much, bro, for your support. Hobby in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What have you been up to? To celebrate the return of the Bayeux Tapestry to England after a millennia, I didn't even know about that. I'm making Harold Godwinson's Anglo-Saxon army. Going to use it for a massive Hell Caesar game, models, a War Games Atlantic, and Victory. Nice. That's so cool, man. Gotta get your house Karls or your Huskarls. Gotta get your feared and all that kind of stuff. Is it feared or fur? I think it's furred, isn't it? Like almost like furry. I think it's like FYRD. Yeah, you gotta get your furred, your Huskarls. Nice. Very, very cool. Gotta go and fight the shit out of the Vikings at Stamford Bridge and then all the way back down. Gotta fight the other Vikings. Basically the Normans were other Vikings. Down at Hastings. There you are. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. I love that, man. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. That's very cool. Beautiful paint job, and I love the idea of the army. Yeah, I love it. What have we got next? Joe! Thank you for super chat. Pets and Freaks, hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. In spite of GW's poor messaging and bad announcement timing, I am still excited for the new Necron edition. Setting GW marketing and competence aside, the core rules of the game are actually good and an improvement over the cluttered mess that was the previous edition. In the spirit of the new edition, new gang, I decided to pick up the Deluxe because they are very different from other stuff I've both played and painted. Got my first two boys and or girls, we just don't know, they're all bald, aren't they? Ready to rumble in the Underhive. I know that skirmish isn't really your jam, but these freaks are technically Imperial Guard adjacent since they in theory could be drafted up to the Necromunda Spiders Guard Regiment. Interesting. Cool. Oh, they look great. I quite like the design of that plasma gun. It's very cool. Having like a wire stock plasma gun and a wire stock weapon. That is very, very cool, I do have to say. They remind me of like the old was it Frank Lynch like June movie? They kind of remind me of like the Harkonnen soldiers in that a little bit. Or maybe the new June stuff. They remind me of June very much. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed. I mean, I have to say, I have heard some very mixed things about the new Necromunda. But I really just don't, I don't mean this in a horrible way. I mean, I mean this in a nice way. I don't really give a fuck and I don't really care. Like, you know, I might farm a little beef off it, but I'm not going to be going completely ape on it. And the reason being is because I just think that Necromunda is just so much less reliant on Games Workshop. You know, some people have seen the new rules and gone, oh, they look like a much more coherent version. But some people have seen the new rules and gone, they've really dumbed things down. They look like a bag of shit, right? But the point is that, like, Necromunda, it's not played among strangers. It's played amongst friends. And so if your friend group, and friend groups will just, you know, they're going to be made up of like-minded individuals. So if your friend group sees the new rules and goes, they look sick, then great, off you go, play the new rules. If your friend group says, we like the current version, not the new version. You know, it might be a convoluted mess, but it's what we know, and actually it's not that convoluted to us because we know it, and we've got a lot of house rules sorted. We don't want to have to learn a new game or anything. We like to be able to play with our stuff that we've got and everything. So, yeah, and then there'll be some people that'll go, hey, you know, this is a great excuse to go back and play Necromunda 98, baby. So, right? Right? So, yeah. So basically, it just doesn't matter. We basically, the whole thing is, if I cover the drama on new Necromunda, it'll be very much through the lens of, lol, look, GW's fucked up again. But it won't be through the lens of, the sky is falling, it's all over. Because, like I said, the reality of the situation is that the Necromunda community just won't care. They'll just go and play what they play. It's just like D&D. There are people that still play D&D 3.5 now. They've never moved on. They never will move on. They don't need to move on. They have what they like because the rules are almost inconsequential. It's the people you play with and the stories that you make. It's exactly the same with Necromunda. The only concern I have is, you know, obviously if there's a friend group where some people want to go on to the new edition and some people don't, that could cause a split within a play group. I think that will obviously happen, but I don't think it will be as prominent. I think it'll actually be relatively rare because, like I said, I think it'll be mostly like-minded people that are gonna say, "Hey, we're just gonna stick with what we've got," or "We're gonna move over together," kind of thing. They'll be of the same mindset. Yeah. So yeah, it does. Necromunda, I do think GW personally. I've seen some of the rules. I think that it does look like they have dropped the ball. I think that, you know, they might have tidied up that convoluted mess, but I think in the fullness of time, what you will see is how much is missing. How much, in the fullness of time, I wouldn't be surprised if that you end up realizing there was a lot of depth to that convoluted mess. There was a lot of choice. There was a lot of player freedom. There was a lot of things that you, the player, had agency over. And, you know, sure, in the immediate future, maybe it'll seem a little bit easier to get into the game, but it might not make it good for the long-term health of the game. But yeah, that's just that, because that's the way we've seen things go with a lot of modern 40K, a lot of modern GW games. Look at Age of Sigmar. That burned out after 18 months. Look at 40K 10th edition. Arguably, that burned out after 24 months. Right? The last year was very, no one gave a fuck, right? For the last year, everyone was just saying, we're just looking forward to the new edition. And then, look, the one example of a game that hasn't fizzled out has been Old World. And Old World has continued to go from strength to strength because it's not unconvoluted, because it has depth to it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I just think I think that, you know, different strokes for different folks, but the great thing is that, like, the old Necromunda rules will still be there. Yeah. Yeah, the old Necromunda rules will still be there, and you can just go and play them. You can try the new edition out. If you don't like it, you just go back to the old edition. Yeah. There you are. But dude, as long as you're happy with the new edition and your game group is happy with it, then that's the only thing that matters. because it's what your game group's into. Yeah. What do we got next? So not Joe. What we got next? Valhalla Melter, thank you for the Giga Chat. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Hey, Tim, a mate and I are looking to sort our goal, sort our first 1.5k of K47. If I send you our list introduction, could you provide some critique? I mean, I absolutely can do. Of course. But I will tell you this. I mean, don't worry about it too much, man. This isn't 40k. You can't really go wrong. As long as you have, got the minimum legal requirements for one of those assault platoons. After that, really, it's pick what you like. You can make anything work. The game is, there's always going to be some units that are better than others, but it really isn't like 40k where you could just pick a unit and it's just utterly dog shit. A unit, there's so many units which I've thought, oh, these are a bit shit at first. And then I've actually used them a bit longer. And I've gone, I love them. I'd never leave home without them. I just want to make sure we're not going to steamroll each other or anything. Yeah, I mean, sure. Send me the list and I'll take a look at them, man. But I really wouldn't worry about it too much. Like, everyone told me that everyone I know who had never used any of them told me that the Tesla emplacements for the Americans, not emplacements, the artillery for the Americans weren't very good. Used 2 of them, loved them. Really, really good unit. So much so that I've gone and bought some of the eyeball turrets for the eyeball artillery for the Axis now. Yeah. Those discussion, I'll take a look. Let me have a look. Okay, let me have a look here. Okay. List for you and anyone else to critique. I want to fit as many bots as I can into my list, so I dropped the Merlin for a Hornet to field more metal men. They are playing Polish insurgents using reclaimed Soviet kit. I think they're mad for not running any Riptides, but they just weren't jazzed with them thematically. And so this matchup isn't going to end up with one of us just being uber fucked. Okay, so. Polish insurgents, Soviet bloc, 14 order dice, harmonic resonance, blah, blah, blah. So they've got a officer in Mark. So they've got a Mark II guards officer, 2 machine guns, anti-tank rifle, a point of luck. I'd probably go guts over luck, to be honest. I'd probably go guts over luck, but other than that. Oh, that's a company commander. I mean, I don't normally bother with company commanders, but I'll withhold judgment. Then you've got another platoon commander. Same thing. Again, I'd go guts. Guards Mark II. Anti-tank rifle. Guards Mark II. Anti-tank rifle. Soviet Infantry Squad LMG. Soviet Infantry Squad LMG. Medic. Light mortar team. Truck. Molot. Kazakh. Okay, so there are definitely some things that I would change about your opponent's list, but like not too much. Like a little bit, but not too much. Okay, so the first thing that I would say is if he had anywhere he's taken anti-tank grenades, because it looks like he has taken them, right? Get rid of those. Anti-tank grenades are just generally a bit shit. So I can see he's put them on all of his guards Mark II. So all anti-tank grenades do. They're a bit misleading, and a lot of new players take them and they don't realize how bad they actually are. All right, like anti-tank grenades, you've got to think. K47 is built on bolt action. And bolt action, anti-tank grenades, they're not like crack grenades in 40k. All right, anti-tank grenades, they are a weapon of desperation. Think of Saving Private Ryan. You know when they put the sticky bomb, they make the sticky bombs out of a bit of plastic explosive and like socks covered in oil. That's what we're talking. That's kind of what we're talking. You know, you've got the Germans where they strapped a bunch of grenades together and threw them. That's what. These are not weapons which are really very good at killing tanks. I mean, think about this. When you play Company of Heroes 2, and you yeeted your anti-tank grenade at a tank from like when you had the Soviets, and it would do a tiny bit of damage to them. That's kind of what we're talking about here. So the only thing with the anti-tank grenades really is all they do is stop your guys from shitting themselves if they want to assault a tank, but they don't really let them do any meaningful damage. All right, because at the end of the day, these are essentially like shitty. They're not, there's a reason why, we try and shoot tanks from a long distance, because trying to assault a tank is very bad, right? So all of the anti-tank grenades, I would strip all of those off, because they're not like 40k. They're actually just, they're realistic. They're realistically shit. Okay. So that I'd get rid of all of that, and that'll save you a bunch of points. Now, I'd also go for guts over luck, because luck just gives you like a reroll. It's not that great, and it's more expensive. So I'd go for guts, which lets you get a whole extra. Do you know what's better than a reroll? A whole extra activation, right? Which what guts lets you do. Now, the other thing that I would say is I don't really think your mate needs... I don't think he needs a company commander in this list. So company commanders are something that you bring if... I mean, frankly, you bring them at bigger games than a standard game. Because the company commander is going to let you snap to like 4 units. That sounds really good. Oh my god, I can activate like my company commander and 4 other units. Holy shit. Yeah, but the funny thing is, at 1,500 points, you probably don't want to do that, because again, this isn't 40k. The idea of going with most of your army first can actually be a big problem. It can actually put you at a tactical disadvantage. More often than not, you probably won't be activating 4 units. You might activate 2. At which point, it's like, why aren't we just taking a platoon commander? I mean, you are taking platoon commander, right? So I would not recommend the company commander. You really take it for like bigger, more like apocalypse style games kind of stuff. All right. So ditch the anti-tank grenades, ditch the platoon commander. Now, the other thing is, if you're going to go for lots of guards Mark II, you definitely want to have more. You want to max out anti-tank rifles, frankly. You want to, if you're going to take, because you can take 2 in a 5-man squad, you should do. Okay, you should do. Take 2 in a 5-man squad. That'll actually, and then I'd also take Panzerfaust or RPGs. Okay, RPGs plus anti-tank rifles on Mark IIs mean you actually have a unit which has the ability to not only engage like vehicles, because RPGs are really, really good, like Pen 6, something mental, Pen 5 or Pen 6, they're really good. But it also gives you something that can reliably engage big, meaty units like Schreckwolfen or Ursus, because even a surging Ursus is going to get wounded on like a 3 from a Panzerfaust, which can be very helpful, right? So this is why, and so basically it just makes it gives your mate what he's trying to achieve, which is having infantry which can take on vehicles, right? Now, for the Soviet infantry squads, I wouldn't bother with the LMGs. Just gonna be honest, I wouldn't bother with them. LMGs are you basically want every unit in your army to have some form of pen. Okay, you want to have some form of pen, and because especially if he's fighting against robots, right? 1 LMG in the squad isn't gonna cut the firepower, isn't going to be able to max the firepower he's on the receiving end of, right? So go for a flamethrower. A 5-man Soviet infantry squad upgraded to engineers unlocks the flamethrower. Fantastic. Ignores cover, +2 pen. Awesome. Yeah. Also, I know your bots are fearless, but your vehicles aren't. A flamethrower can technically panic a hornet and kill it in 1 shot. An LMG can't do that. Yeah. LMG can't do that. Now you might, as you had mounted, those too hard to bring to bear. Not because he's got a shitload of trucks. He should take all his trucks as regular, by the way, because you just should. Inexperienced transports, they're the issue is they're just not going to, if they start picking up a pen here and there, they're just not going to obey any orders. So you don't want to do that. A pin, I should say. He's running loads of transport. So I'm guessing the idea is he puts, you know, he could put a couple of flamethrower squads in a truck, power armor squad in each truck, and just kind of like blast forward in many ways. So yeah, so he should be flying forward. Trucks and power armor and all that good shit. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's it. Now, I wouldn't bother with the medic. I wouldn't bother with the light mortar team. The light mortar is an extra dice in the bag. It's just not going to do very much. Likewise, the medic, you know, it's an extra dice in the bag, but the only thing that the medic can work on is these 2 Soviet infantry squads. He can't heal power armored guys. Just can't do it. It's in the rules. Now, as for the vehicles here, he definitely doesn't want to be taking basically any of these as veteran. Like, not really. I mean, yeah, he does this. This is just no need, right? Like, especially not on. He's just spending a lot of points, and there's no need for it. Okay, this is just free up a shitload of points for him. And I would probably recommend the autocannon over the light AT gun. Like autocannons, they fire 2 shots, and because you can move, that means you've got greater accuracy on the move because you've got more dice that you're throwing at the enemy. So yeah, take these as regular. Take autocannons on the Kazakhs. Upgrade the trucks to regular. Don't bother with these 2. Get these guys some flamethrowers. Get these guys some RPGs and some anti-tank rifles. Don't bother this guy. Now you might find that you now have a lot of extra points. That's fine. If your opponent finds he has lots of extra points, he could always flesh out his armored walker platoon. Don't forget, in an armored walker platoon, you can take an infantry squad if he's looking for more infantry. If it's not fast, it just has to be inside a transport. Yeah. So yeah, your opponent, your friends list, it definitely has some things that I'd work on. Also, not taking Ursus is very like honorable because he's going for Polish insurgents, but it is going to be tricky for sure. And I would strongly recommend he does consider going down the Mark 1 guys. Right? Yeah, like the Mark 1 power armor with the PP guns, they're very, very good. It's a little bit of, well, I haven't seen your list yet, but it's a little bit of an uphill. A little bit of an uphill battle. Let's have a look what you've gone for. So you've gone for automated director with a extra Tesla cannon. Machine gun. Are you in the bot platoon? Automated platoon, yeah. So director with extra Tesla cannon, that's very good. Automated infantry with machine guns. Automated infantry with heavy machine guns. Mark 2s with heavy autocannons, that's fine.
Ready to serve.
And then you've gone for another squad of Mark 1s with MMGs and another 2 with light autocannons, B for Bertie, and a Hornet. Yeah, your list is fair. Your list is, the thing is, I like your list more because it's just much tighter. I actually have I wouldn't make any recommendations for any changes for your list. Right, 15 Mark 1s is great. 6 Mark 2s in total, including the director, is great. B for Bertie and a Hornet, it's great. I mean, it's very similar. It reminds me of a list that I wrote for Johnny. It's it feels like this is my list. It looks exactly like the list that me and Johnny ran. But maybe great minds just think alike. Yeah. I dropped the Merlin to add more bots. That's fair. I mean, I didn't have a Merlin in my list, but that's okay. But no, it's a good list. I mean, yeah. Are there any vehicles on the list? There's a Hornet. There's a Hornet, yeah. But no, I really like your list. So I think your opponent. My concern with this list, not with this list. My concern with this list is that your opponent very well might get shot up as he tries to get across the board. Because the thing is, right, the way you play Soviets is you have to get into their face, right? The Brits are the long-range Dakar force. The Soviets are the close-range, like, brawlers. But the thing is, your opponent doesn't really have a lot in his list that allows him to do that. I mean, it's, I can imagine him charging across the board and just, kind of getting the shit shot out of him. Now, he can always play well and play tactically and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that what he would greatly benefit from is something like a Universus, one that he can simply throw at you, and then whilst you're so busy dealing with that one unit, the rest of his force is able to advance. Basically, what I think he needs for his list is a distraction card effects. That's what I think, and I'm not sure what he's got in his list at the moment is going to do that. What he's clearly tried to go for is more of a. He's trying to go for clearly what feels like more of a. If this was a bolt action game, he'd have a really good list. But in Conflict, the Soviets play a little bit different. Yeah. So that's my advice to you, mate. I think your list is perfect. I think your friend has a really cool thematic list. Now, there's two ways you could. Now, your opponent, your teammate, your friend might be like, fuck Ursus, I don't want any Ursus. Okay, that's fine. Well, then what I would suggest a little bit, Valhalla Melter, is maybe you tone your list down a bit. Because it's not like just at first, because obviously these aren't going to be the only lists you ever write, right? But, taking a unit or two of, taking an assault platoon, taking rather than an automated platoon, maybe taking, if you're, maybe taking a couple of, maybe one squad of Mark II robots out, one squad of Mark I robots out, putting a couple of like Galahad power armored guys in there, squads in there, or some grenadiers. Do you know what I mean? Like, basically, so your opponent isn't just charging across the board into the face of just 1,000 shots that never miss. Yeah, from all the computational systems and everything, right? So yeah, either he needs to bring his list up a little bit, or you need to bring your list down a little bit, or maybe both, right? So you get to, sometimes, you can play a hard game against each other. Sometimes you can play a softer game against each other. Yeah. There you go. The one advantage that your opponent does have, also, your opponent hasn't got any ignore cover in his list, so your Mark IIs are going to be very difficult for him to shift. I would recommend maybe some T-34 ZPs in there. Or Doors in the Motherland, but yeah. Maybe I drop those bots to the Merlin so I'm fielding less shit. I mean, the Merlin's an incredibly capable unit. I don't think that's the downgrade that you think it is, frankly. Yeah. I just want to give a fuck about pinning because I can't stop rolling 11s. I mean, looking at your list, the one problem your list has is, apart from the Director, it doesn't have a huge amount of anti-tank. But then again, that Hornet will charge into all of those mechs and beat them in close combat because it's got fists and none of his mechs do. Right? See what I mean? Yeah. I just think your opponent has got a very bolt action coded list, and I think he needs a bit more conflict coded, personally. But at the end of the day, general ship and skill counts a lot more. So And it's only a fun game at the end of the day. If at the end of the day, you can always go for the list that you've gone for, play a few games, and if it seems like there's a very obvious power imbalance, you know, then you can mix stuff a bit. Yeah. There you go. All right, what do we got next? Face Space, thank you for super chat. My starter army of K-47 shoots question. Overall, a lot of fun. Let's have a look. Let's have a little gander. Hey, look at this. First journey into K-47. I found the Mark 1s and Mark 2s challenging but fun. The Galahad infantry super easy and fun. The Walker was horrible build but came out looking good. Firstly, let me just say, welcome to the Rift, brother. Yes. The fire rises, the revolution spreads. Let's have a look, man. I mean, it's interesting you struggle with the Percival. I have to say, I personally find it like so fucking easy to build. I've heard so many people say, oh, it was a nightmare, And I built mine and I don't know, it was fine. But I do have quite a bit of experience with resin vehicles, so maybe it's just... yeah, I mean, it was the last of all the second last of all the resin vehicles I've built. So yeah, but it looks beautiful, man. It might have been like you said, it might have been a piss to build, but it has come out excellently. Hey, look at that! Even in the fucking eyes, man, that looks great. Holy shit! Yeah, very cool. When you say the Mark 1s and Mark 2s were difficult, do you mean to build? Because yes, absolutely. But they have changed now. So they're in plastic. And so they're a lot easier to build in plastic. Yeah, yeah. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. They look awesome, man. They look fucking awesome. Nice. Nice. Dude, I absolutely love it. Welcome to Conflict 47. And I hope that you enjoyed building and painting models. And I hope you look forward to playing it as well. Nice. Nice. Nothing fit without grinding and cutting. Also had a huge hole I had to fill. Really? You were just unlucky. Yeah, you were very unlucky. I mean, I've not encountered any of that myself, but then I tend to be quite lucky with these kind of things. So yeah, maybe I'm lucky, maybe you're unlucky, maybe it's somewhere in the middle. Streamer privilege. No, but I buy all my K40. Well, I buy 90% of my K47. Yeah. But the good news is that hopefully Face Space, you won't have to go through that again, because I think in the short to medium term, a lot of the British stuff is coming to plastic. Like the bots are already here in plastic now, and then I think we're going to see hopefully the Percival come in plastic in like 6 months or something. So yeah, but yeah, so it hopefully won't be an experience you have to repeat if you didn't like it. Yeah. I may have already ordered more bots. Yes! Excellent. Clearly it has not put you off. That's awesome, man. That's absolutely awesome. Well, dude, good news. I was at a K47 tournament this week, so if you are jonesing for some more K47 content whilst you are getting into your K47 army, then look forward to something on Wednesday and probably on Saturday. So yeah, there we go. Excellent. We've got Vladimir. Thank you for the big super chat, baby. Thank you, mate. You know what's up in stream discussion? What's up? Oh my god, I'm actually worried. Oh, the big row. Okay, that's okay. I thought I was worried. Like, you know what's up, and I was like, what have I done now? Who else have I upset this week? It's only Monday. I've already upset somebody. Let's have a look. Hey there, Mordian. I am pleased to say that my dreadnoughts are finally finished, and I tossed the land raid as well for your viewing pleasure. I still have a gladiator lance and a couple of squads of marines to paint up, but those aren't really part of the main list. Anyway, I appreciate you and the content you make. Even though I'm not a gambler myself, your community is one of a kind. I'm happy to be part of it. Cheers. And we are very happy to have you, because you are part of the community. You're part of what makes it awesome, man. Dude, but but seriously, thank you. It's very, I can't take compliments very well, but I just want to say thank you so much. And it's good to have you here, man. It is. Appreciate it. And also, I really like looking forward to all of your models as well, because these look sick as fuck, bro. Look at these fucking things. Look at these fucking things, man. They look absolutely fucking ace. Look at this shit, man. So fucking cool. Look at this belt-fed beast. Oh my god. So fucking cool. So fucking cool. Yeah. That's great, man. Hey, look at that classic Landy. Nice. Do you sometimes, I mean, some people love the classic Landy. Some people think it looks a bit goofy. Personally, I think it looks great, right? I mean, I prefer the newer one, but I can appreciate the El Clasico, right? But I do sometimes wonder if the Heresy guys are like, please, can we redesign this? And the marketing like, no, it must be exactly as it once was. Or maybe the other way around. The marketing guy's like, come on, guys, you need to make the model look like it wasn't from the 80s. And the Heresy guy's like, no, it will never change. Yeah. That's awesome, man. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You've absolutely smashed it, man. You've done some excellent work. The models look awesome. The paint job looks awesome. It all looks fucking awesome, man. Incredible. We've got Weird. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part. There we are. We've also got... oh, 1 minute. I need to refresh it. 1 second. Give me a moment. Sometimes YouTube gets a little laggy. We've also got Obelisk. Obelisk, thank you for the Giga Chat. Southern California heat kicking my ass. Yeah. It seems to have been a hot year in general. I mean, I got sunburned today in the UK. If that isn't proof of global warming, I don't know what is. Nowhere to paint. No to paint that has a fan. Heat also seems to be drying paint on my palette faster. Yep. Yeah. Dude, I was trying to paint with which paints was it? It was these two. I got them right here. I was painting some Totem Core, and I was using some Vallejo Lanza Grey, and I was using some Speed Paint and Murder Scene, and the paint was like actually gloopy. Like I'd pour it out, use a bit of it, and sort of, I'd say like a minute or two, it was glooping. It was like drying out super quick. So I fully get it, man. It's annoying as piss. You just want to paint. You just want to paint, right? But yeah, so I thought the bridge did know what the sun is. I mean, I only knew what it was because it had been described to me. Obviously, I'd never seen the great fireball in the sky before, but yeah. So, Scott, on my stream today, I was having loads of trouble with my wet palette. I had paint drying less than half an hour, even with my palette soaked. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been warm. Apparently, like 70. Obviously, you're in California, obviously, so it's different. But apparently, like 70% or something of the UK is now technically in drought, which is like, whew, that's pretty dry. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully, not you, Edgar. I'm talking about Obelisk. Obelisk is in California. You're not in California, Edgar. I might have misspoken. I do apologize if I did. But yeah, it's been hot. Maybe I should just focus on mods until it cools down a bit. I mean, that's probably you know what, that sounds like a very sensible shout. That sounds like a very, very good shout. Yeah, I might do the same actually. I've already painted my 26 Totem Core and Von Zogling and my Totem Rock Command Squad. I've just got my little bug and my 2 Naxxers that I need to paint, and I might just build some Japanese for my next Val just to get ready for it. Yeah. Knobs out for the drought. Just gotta. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to be fucking shirt cocking it with this heat. My knob might get burned. Yeah. It's hot, real hot, too hot. Hot enough to do fresh crotch pot cooking. Crotch pot. Do you mean crock pot or crotch pot? I don't want to know, actually. You know what? Keep it to yourself. Yeah. I tell you what. But see, Obelisk, I think building is a good shout. I tell you what. I painted my Von Zogling. I know it's meant to be Zergling, but I think Zogling sounds better than Zergling. You know what I mean? But I painted my Von Zogling. I'm pretty happy with how it came out, actually. Yeah, obviously I've not got the camera focusing on him, so you guys got me to see the detail. But yeah, I was pretty happy with it. I painted him whilst I was watching Stargate Atlantis, and I was watching the episode where it's season 1 with the Hoffens when they develop the anti-wraith drug, and then also with the episode where they go and meet the society that's like all children, because over a certain age they basically kill themselves because they think it's protecting them from the wraith and everything. I've got a controversial opinion here. Okay, this might be the first bit of beef. This might be the first bit of beef. But I've been watching a lot of Stargate recently. And I just got through. I basically just finished SG1. I've got like 2 episodes left of season 10, and then I finished it again. Right, like I just seen the episode Bad Guys where they get mistaken for the rebels. It's like the comedy episode. It's very, very good. And the thing is, I'm watching Atlantis now. I don't know. I think I'm preferring it. I don't know. I don't know. I think I prefer Atlantis. I think it's I think the advantage of Atlantis is I think it's much tighter in scope in many ways. That's it. I'm unsubscribing. But SG1, look, I'm not saying SG1 is bad. Okay. SG1 was the trailblazer. SG1, you know, I think the advantage that Atlantis has is they took all the lessons that they learned from Stargate and applied it to Atlantis. Okay. So it meant that they didn't have to make those same mistakes again. Right? Yeah. First time I watched Atlantis when it was being released, I despised it. Years later, I binged it. So I can say that I've seen every episode and I kind of liked it, but it had some annoying parts. Do you know what it is though? I think both. So I think that both SG1 and Atlantis, their best seasons are at the beginning. Right? I think their best season at the beginning. I will say, whilst I liked the whole Ori bit, I actually really, really liked this time through. I found the Ori storyline a lot more compelling. I did, you know, I did find it like after a couple of seasons, I was a bit like, okay, yeah, like whatever. I'm fucking not that bothered. Do you know what I mean? Right? Like it was fine. I guess, you know, I guess it's just a bit different when you've not got the OG crew. You know, I find myself enjoying season 9 and 10. But I find myself I very rarely rewatch season 9 and 10, and I rewatch the first seasons a lot more. Yeah, but with Atlantis, I've just been rewatching it, and every episode of that first season is just a banger. Every single one. Like even the one with the kids where you think, oh, it's gonna be a bit stupid, like with the the little kids that just love the chocolate and everything, right? But it's actually really grim dark. Like you've got these kids which are basically, they get to 24. At the moment they turn 25, they kill themselves. Like, that's super grim dark. You got a bunch of like fucking, I guess 24, 25 isn't that, isn't really kids anymore, but you get my point, right? So yeah, every single, I guess what it probably is the Garwold are like mustache twirling villains, right? They're almost comical in their exaggeration, but they're still like they're still obviously a serious threat, right? Whereas Atlantis, I feel the Wraith, there's nothing comical about them. They're just really fucking badass. They're evil and they're badass, right? That's it. There's no like, oh, there's none of this like, bow down to your god. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like they're a lot more. The Wraith are a more terrifying and in many ways more compelling enemy. But again, I think it all. This is what I mean. But that's what made SG1 so good. Trust me, I love SG1, and I love how cheesy it is. I do. And look, right, no one is gonna say Jafar Kree more than me, right? All of the alerts on this channel are SG1. You heard me? I said Kree, right? So don't get me wrong, I love SG1. I do. But I just have to say, I've been really enjoying Atlantis. And I have to say I've been finding the opening season of Atlantis just very, very like tight. It's very tight, it's very compelling, like the story is advancing in a very just coherent storyline. That's what I mean. Like SG1, the first seasons are endearing because they're very cheesy, but also, like a lot of it is monster of the week. Do you know what? Like, and some people are gonna call this complete sacrilege. Okay, right. Before you all lynch me, just know I regret nothing. Not one thing in my life. Right? Wasn't relevant to what I'm about to say. But SG1 at times suffers from the Star Trek Voyager thing. I know. Comparing SG1 to Star Trek Voyager is just an absolute cardinal sin. And I don't mean they're of the same quality. Obviously SG1 is massively superior. Kill him. Obviously SG1 is massively superior to Star Trek Voyager. What I mean is SG1 has a lot of self-contained episodes. Right? Like it's, they do the thing and then they move, because with Voyager it kind of makes sense because they're constantly moving, so they never stay still for much. But like SG1, they'll go to a planet and then maybe they'll mention it again later, maybe they won't. But a lot of it's like one and done. Ooh, big season finale where we remember we're actually fighting the Goa'uld. One and done. This is why I quite like, this is why I quite liked the Anubis stuff, because it felt like a bit more. It definitely felt a bit more. Like Anubis is constantly doing his thing. But yeah, point is, like, there's definitely a little bit of there's a few fire and forget episodes, like the episode where it happens all the time, but the episode where O'Neill gets the nanites and ages like shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, basically, like, it's good, but there's definitely a lot of like one and dones, right? Whereas what you find with Atlantis is it's a bit more like DS9. So in Deep Space Nine, obviously they do have episodes where they go and do this, episodes where they go and do that kind of thing. Like, in fact, you know, Deep Space Nine in many ways is it's quite weak in the first season because it does feel. But you know, even then, like, you know, you've got like the marquee and everything, right? So the point is, like, Deep Space Nine, whilst there are one-off episodes, often every episode is kind of, many of the episodes are constantly contributing to the ongoing narrative. It's got more of a story arc. And I feel like Atlantis has that advantage. Like, yes, there are one and dones, but very often you're getting story arcs which are which are ongoing and are all weaving together. So, like, you know, like a good example is like what happens with the Janai, where, you know, they encounter them early on, and then there's like a mid-season finale when the Janai come again and try and take over Atlantis. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really well done. But then this, you know, the story with the way the Janai gain access to the planet is via the Manarians, who thought were a one-off episode, but actually they're not. Do you see what I mean? And then the Janai, you know, they're constantly, the Janai storyline is constantly coming up, and the rivalry, you know, not even rivalry, the almost personal war between Shepard and Collier. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean? Like, and whilst it's all going on, you've got the, you know, season 1. They're constantly hunting for ZPMs, right? Do you see what I mean? So, yeah. So the point is, like, it's just Atlantis is very tight, and the story is sort of going in. It's constantly, even one-off episodes often feed into the overall narrative. Whereas SG1, there's a lot of that's done, and we will never revisit it ever again, kind of thing. So much so that I was actually looking, you know, when I'm looking at, like, because I like to read, like, you know, what other people think about certain episodes and stuff, like, you know, maybe it's on Reddit or Gateworld and whatnot. And so much so that someone actually made a really good point. In SG1, there's so many planets they should have gone back to once they had the Prometheus and other starships. And you don't even think about that. We're like, yeah, obviously, like, there's loads of planets that they should have revisited, even if they buried their gates and stuff once they had the spaceships. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah. So the point is, they're both excellent, but I've been actually really enjoying Atlantis because I've been finding the story much more compelling at the moment. Yeah. Well, they couldn't bring Backup Office anymore. Yeah, they couldn't keep bringing Backup Office. Is Supernatural also a Monster of the Week series then? I've actually never, until recently, I'd never watched Supernatural, and I've just got into it recently. And I don't know what season I'm on. Either on, like, season 3 or season 4. I'm at the, I don't want to spoil it too much. I'm on the season where Sam has come back and Dean has made his deal, right? But I don't I'm not saying any more because I don't want any spoilers whatsoever, right? I have to say, I'm absolutely loving Supernatural. Yeah, I mean, I'm really, really enjoying it. I don't know if it's there's like 11 seasons. I don't know if I'm going to watch it all, but I have to say, I really, really enjoy it. I find it funny and serious at the same time. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Anyway, moving on. We've got completely off topic. Have you ever watched Red Dwarf? Yeah, I've watched loads of Red Dwarf. Yeah, 100%. All right, what do we got next? Squawk, thank you for super chat. Beef. What do you think, Dr. Andrew? You can beef me. I forgot to watch it. I'm sorry, Squawk. I was so tired on the day. I forgot to watch it. I will watch it after stream tonight when I'm doing my admin. Okay, I do wholeheartedly apologize. I'm not stringing you along. I will literally watch it after stream tonight when I'm doing my admin and stuff. All right. But you may, of course, lambast the shit out of me, and of course, you know, use this as an opportunity to just take all that beef out on me. Lancet Lindblom, thank you for super chat. Some local community pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. North Alabama bought action, baby. Let's fucking go. Nice. That is a lot of explodey vehicles. That's so cool. Marines versus the old Japanese. There you are. That's kind of cool. Is that a mixture of yeah, I was gonna say, is that the French? Yeah. Cool. Occasionally I get the desire to collect a French army, and then I remember I'm British and I don't have the desire anymore. I like the Sherman versus is that a tiger? No, it's definitely not a tiger. It's a Chiha. Pretty fucking far from a tiger. Look at these boards, man. They're so beautiful. Look at these boards. Boys, how can you not want to play by action after seeing these boards? They're so gorgeous. And the thing is, like, these boards, like, they're not even that hard to get. You know, obviously they're a little expensive with all the pre-painted terrain, but anyone can get access to these boards if they want to. That's the great thing about it. Yeah. So cool. Nice. The might of the Renault FT will never be denied. Yeah, I think that board with the train was the... I mean, both were excellent, but I think that... Look, guys, I know that we've all got some kind of autism. And I bet for many of you, that autism definitely extends to an irrational and some would say unhealthy love of trains. Hey, I'm not going to judge, all right? But surely the fact that you can have an actual train on your board, it's got to be a selling factor for some of you guys. There you are. I'm a dino autist. I mean, we can get some dinosaurs in Conflict 47 if you want to. We can make that happen, all right? Yeah. Does the train have rules? So the train can just be terrain, but there are actually rules for trains and things that can go on train tracks. So the Japanese, for example, have got, I think the Russians or Soviets, I should say, can, I think you can get some armored trains for them. But I know that the Japanese have an armored car that can go on a train track. So, yeah. We got some fucking trains for you. We got some fucking trains for you. All right. What have we got here? Sonubi! Thank you for the super chat. Saturday's custom game stream discussion with narrative report. All right, let's have a look. Evening all. Hope everyone is doing well and had a good weekend. I had a great weekend. No one punched me at the tournament I went to. So before the narrative report, best give a little rundown of this custom 11 free-for-all game goes. Turns go clockwise, so no one is always going first. For movement, we had tokens to use for 3 styles of moving. We place them face down each unit, going clockwise till all units have a token. Then we go around again, revealing which move order they have, be it move, advance, or hold. Reasons to make it fair and stop major take-backs and screwing over deep strikes and leading things on in a chase. As for shooting, again, clockwise, pick a unit, show, and put damage tokens next to the target for how much damage was dealt per model. A draw shooter is done, remove the models and leave the wounds. It's to stop ganging up and tabling while allowing for things to still interact. Combat, simple, clockwise, make charges, anything that charges fights first, and normal combat carries on. The mission so basically, basically, we're not playing 40k anymore. And that's fine. I'm not saying anything wrong, but basically at this point, we're not playing 40k anymore. And that's great. You're homebrewing the shit out of it. You're having a great time. That's all that matters, right? The mission, get the bomb. One with the most OC by turn 3 within 3 inches of the bomb wins. Turn 3! My. Anyhow, enough rules lawyering. Time for the narrative, as it was an utter blast. Is that play on words with get the bomb? I like to think so. Correct. We're playing our 40k. The people's 40k. I love it. Expedition Sigma 9, the artifact. The ruin. I'm not going to do an epic voice. The ruins thundered beneath, because it wouldn't be that epic, I wouldn't be able to keep it up. The ruins thundered beneath the clash of three armies. Turd organisms surged towards an unidentified orcoid weapon, while the Death Guard advanced from the opposite flank. Between them, Magos, Karl, Voss held Exodus and Sigma 9 at distance. Let the Xenos and Traitor exhaust one another. Observation would reveal the optimal moment to strike. Skutari volleys tore apart an approaching Termagant brood as the Exodus and Oninger traded fire with a towering Trinifex. The beast answered with a devastating salvo, each impact crashing against the Dune Crawler's shimmering protective field. One by one, its bars held against what should have been killing blows, until finally an impact punched through and left the ancient walker clinging to functionality by the narrowest margin. Damage but defied, its neutron laser answered, burning a grievous wound to the Trinifex before the crippled machine withdrew. Elsewhere, Karl's Cataphrone destroyers bathed advancing Blight Lords in incandescent plasma, leaving three Terminators in smouldering ruin. The centre became a channel ground. A Northern emissary fell before Death Guard, seemingly indestructible Lord of Contagion, while a Hive Tyrant was brought down by the Lord of Poxes. Then the wounded Trinifex crashed into Karl's destroyers, tearing one apart. Karl answered personally. His Omniscience staff struck the wounded beast, and the Trinifex collapsed. Only then did Karl recognise the flaw in his calculations. All cohorts advanced. Cataphrons ground towards the artifacts as Datasmith's Actus Rail led his Castellan robots directly into the Death Guard holding it. Metal fists struck corrupted Ceramite, but one Castellan fell in the struggle. It was enough. Before Karl's main force could arrive, the Death Guard secured the weapon and began the withdrawal. Hours later, Karl reported to Archmagos Vithrax Voln. Primary directive failed. Artifact captured by Traitor Astartes. Cause of failure identified. We observed for too long. Venthax remained silent for several seconds. Then preserve the lesson, Magos Voss. Knowledge purchased through failure remains knowledge. Within the archive of deep inquiry, a new record was opened. Expedition Sigma 9. Artifact status lost. Investigation ongoing. Nice. So I'm guessing that basically you hung back and gunlined for too long, and then you weren't able to get the objective back. Yeah. I mean, this just looks cool as fuck. This looks great. You know, we've got some Deathy boys, we've got some Buggy boys, we've got some Cog boys. Fuck everything on this objective. I love that. That's brilliant. That's awesome, man. The armies all look great. I know there's a few unpainted models here and there, but by and large, the armies do look awesome. Yeah. Yeah. What a battle. What a battle. What a battle. Great stuff. I love it. I love it. And it sounds like you guys had a blast, which is, of course, always the most important thing. So there you are. Lost by 2OC due to the robot dying, else I would have brought the breaches onto the objective. Ah. Makes sense. But hey, lesson learned, right? Next time, you know. Yeah, you can apply, you can upload this to the Skutari and to the servitor algorithms, and then they'll be able to fight more effectively next time. There you are. All right. What have we got next? The Whispering Monk. Thank you for the Giga Chat. I have registered for my first tournament in about 10 years. Nice. The Cowboy Cup GT. I have 3 months to prepare myself and my voting. What do I need to do? Okay, so what you need to do is put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. No. I'm only taking the piss, man. I mean, honestly, first tournament in 10 years, I think the main thing is the same piece of advice I give to everyone who goes to the first tournament in a long time or ever. Just be like the mighty sponge. Just be absorbent. Just be there to take in the experience. Be there to dust the old cobwebs off. You know, just win or lose, doesn't matter. Take, you know, kind of take what you want, but keep an open mind. If you go 0-5, don't be despondent. It's very natural to be despondent, but don't be despondent, because if you came away from that tournament and you learned, okay, my list has got these weaknesses, or maybe I need to improve my playstyle in this way, Like, if you learn anything, maybe you learn, you know what? It'll be another 10 years before I go to tournament. That's still fine. As long as you know it's because you legitimately are like, I just don't like tournaments. That's fine. But, you know, just analyze. Just analyze. Just be very open-minded. Take on board any advice that's given. Take pictures so you can just enjoy looking back at it afterwards. Yeah, that's what I would say. Just don't worry too much about winning and losing. Worry about that. If you get the tournament bug, you can worry about that later. Right now, you're just trying out this competitive 40k thing and seeing if it's for you. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. There you go. That is my genuine advice, Whispering Monk. Be open-minded. Make sure you don't get despondent, and have fun. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah. Well, what habits do I need to be a good opponent? Just know your rules. Know your rules. You shouldn't be having to check your codex more than a couple of times, 3 times max in a game. Know your rules and know your list. So you can so your opponent isn't there waiting whilst you and ah over decisions. That's it. Just no one is going to expect you to. No one is expecting you to be the next tactical genius. But the least you can do going to a tournament is know your data sheets. That's it. Know your data sheets. Have a reasonable grasp of the core rules. That's it. Oh yeah, obviously all disputes get settled in the car park as well. Yeah. That's it. Well, it's better to check the rules than make them up. I mean, obviously, Paolo, right? But I'm not saying you can't check your codex. I'm just saying it would be better to not have to be to the point where you don't have to check them every activation, every turn kind of thing. Yeah. And you know what? Get a dice tray. Just a little one. A little cloth, a little cloth one that like pops together. Get a dice tray. It will mean that you just get your dice tray and have your dice next to your tray. So when your opponent asks you to make some saves, you're not like scrabbling around. You just go pick up, roll, pick up, roll. That's it. Yeah, just little. Do you know what I mean? Anything you can do to avoid your opponent waiting around and to avoid any bimbling on your part makes you a good opponent. And be polite. Be polite and respectful. Don't be afraid to stick up for yourself. But yeah, you don't want to be walked all over. But be polite and respectful. Yeah. There you go. All right, what have we got next? Nostalgia Vivek, and also good luck. Good luck. Have fun, and don't worry too much about it. After all, it's only a game. There's no need to get into a fist fight over it. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for super chat. More Oldhammer goodness in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. All right. Oldhammer stuff and Vow update. First picture is the old 2nd edition Metal Chaos Terminator. If I have time, I'll get them repainted before our game, but Tantalus units come first. Second picture is the old Iron Warrior Warpsmith. Third is representative of a lot of 40k old mixed metal and plastic Iron Warriors I got. A lot of 40 old mixed metal and plastic Iron Warriors I got. So we will have the old Iron Warrior upgrades from 2002. That on image is part of my vow being done. 20 legionaries. This means I'm taking 60 legionaries to Tantalus. Looking at probably over 100 total. Might invest in some movement trades. That's a good idea. 100 Marines is nothing to sniff at. Yeah. I love this, man. It looks awesome, bro. It looks absolutely fucking sick, man. Yes. So, dude, they look great, man. It's all coming together. It's all coming together so nicely. That is a real mix, that is. Yeah. I actually recognize a lot of those models. Yeah. Crazy. They look great, bro. They look really, really cool. Beautiful paint job. And it's always awesome to see. It's always awesome to see someone just loving the Midhammer. Loving the old times. There we are. That looks great, dude. That looks sick. I love how addicted to Midhammer you've become. You've woken up from the Matrix now. Like, I just feel like you're Neo lying on the bed. You're like, I can't go back to Newhammer, can I? And I'm Morpheus sitting on the edge. It's like, no. But knowing what you know now, would you want to? Solarius, thank you for 35 months, man. X-Force, baby! Commissariat, ready for inspection in stream discussion. Yes. Weekend hobby progress. Graves party bus. It is an interesting model. I mean, I have to say, I do quite like the party bus. You know. Oh no, I've praised a new GW model. I'm going to end up on another Nellup video. Oh my god. But no, I do like the minivan of displeasure. It looks like it just looks like a Commissar's pimp wagon, you know. Oh, cool. Do you remember when everyone saw that symbol and they were like, Iron Warriors are coming, not Iron Warriors, Iron Guard are coming back, and I was like, there's no way. Don't give me hope. Don't do that. Yarrick looks awesome. Graves on foot looks awesome. Do you get Graves on foot inside the minivan of displeasure kit? Is it a 2-for-1? Or can you buy it separately? If you get 2-for-1, that's not so bad. Yeah. You get both, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool. Solarius, beautiful models, excellently painted, and I think he's done a great job with them. Yeah. I think he's done a really, really good job. I really especially like the metallic sort of gold. It kind of looks like slightly like muted gold on the prow, and on that, I think that looks really good, man. I really like the way you've done that. Good shit, bro. Very good shit. Cosmic, my boy, thank you for the Giga Chat. I got you a hobby update and a mini battle port in stream discussion. The Siberian Scrappers gang are getting painted. I tested models ready to show off, and we'll be raiding, lads. Let's have a look. All right. I started my Russian, and I'm trying some new paint. I got to make them look like construction crew vibe with new paints from my paint, Highland Blue and Nuclear Sunset. Both very good paints. We need to give them a wash, but we are vowed and painted. I mean, you don't need to wash speed paints unless you really want to, Cosmic. Yeah, that's the kind of the advantage of them. But yeah, if you want to, you can do it. I do like that vibe, like the construction crew kind of vibe. Yes, I need to get myself on the T-34 ZP. I need to buy a T-34 ZP so that Warlord will then the next day release the new version. Like, obviously, right? Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool, man. It's coming along already, bro. It's really coming along. I also had a game, and I marched my Style Trooper to war against the Fireflies. I sent my 6-man Assault Trooper and 12 zombies and another truck straight toward the middle of the board. Meanwhile, the Rail Panther took down the linebacker with a single heavy shot. My Rail Panther did basically sweet fuck all the entire weekend. It was quite funny. The Fireflies fought back, killing most of my first wave of Style Trooper. My second team of 4, armed with an LMG, set up an ambush and mowed down the Fireflies. The zombies, the last man for my standard Volkswagen squad, then cleared their flank. The fire team of Fireflies pinned my tank, causing it to foobar and flee off the board. That's very Rail Panther. The Bohemian Barking Spider finally got a chance to shine, kicking an enemy tank and setting it aflame. The main Star Trooper pushed into the US rifle teams, destroying one and packing the other, clearing the board. Bohemia stands. Nice! zombies. I'm just going to say, bro, I was promised Style Troop and spam. Now, there's a lot of Style Troop in here. There's a lot of Style Troop in here. But when you see my list, Cosmic, I think your erection is going to burst out of your trousers. Oh, I brought some Style Trooping. I brought some Style Trooping. That's so cool. Yeah, I do love the color scheme of the Rail Panther. I love that blood red color. Yeah. Very cool. The Blades Bohemia March. Nice. It looks like Jenny's got some new models as well. I'm assuming it's Jenny you were playing against. It might be wrong. Please tell me if I am. But I'm presuming it's Jenny because I know she's getting into the Americans next. In a funny sort of way. Not Jenny, different post time. I was going to say in a funny sort of way. And there's no slight meant against Jenny in any way, shape or form. But I'm actually excited you're playing somebody else. And only for the reason that it means that your local community is growing. When it's just you two playing, that's amazing. Like, obviously, tight as fuck, right? But if it's a new opponent, that means someone else has picked up the game. That means the revolution is spreading. The fire is rising, brothers! Nice. So, yeah. So, I love that. Yeah. I love that. So, it's cool just to see, it potentially growing and expanding and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. There you go. All right. It looks awesome, Cosmic. And hey, the Blades of Bohemia rolling forth once again. Or marching forth, even. Okay. What do we got next? Wolfenbach, thank you for the 8 months. Got my Warlord mystery box in stream discussion. Let's have a little gander, shall we? But is it? Oh, it is open. Woohoo! That looks pretty good. Oh, wow. Okay. Contents of the mystery box. I think you got a real good one there. So we got a Tiger tank, a Panzer III. I mean, that is my favorite combo on the board. I love Tigers. I love Panzer IIIs. Classic Opel Blitz / Multi. Can't go wrong with that. The fucking 88. And not only the 88, but arguably the best 88. Because half of the crew are topless. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. Hans, pass me the shell. Oh, Gunter, it's very heavy. Let me help you. And you got Hanomag as well. And you got the Africa Corps and the Africa Corps weapon teams. And then you got a shitload of the accoutrement. Love that. You got the Africa Corps D6 dice pack. And you even got the themed pin markers. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Oh my god. That's amazing. You've made it like an absolute fucking bandit. Look at that. I mean, that is so easily, that's so easily 1250 points. Yeah. Yeah, that's so good. Someone please make an AI image of a buffed topless 88 crew. Yeah, that's very cool. I hope that if Warlord ever redoes the Africa Corps Starch Army, taking advantage of some of the German weapon team and stuff, I hope that they model it off kind of like this mystery box, right? Because there's some really good shit in here, man. Yeah, you've made it like an absolute bandit, mate. Wolfenbach, you've made it like an absolute bandit. That's a fantastic box. More than a full 1250 point army there. Hitting all the classic items as well. You've got 2 transports. You've got 2 tanks. You've got artillery. You've got infantry. You've got weapon teams. You've got the lot. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's excellent. Fucking love those mystery boxes, bro. They're so much fun. Yeah. So I'm guessing making an Africa Corps box, but yeah, I was amazed by the contents of the box. they do make an Africa Core dice bag. So, and Africa Core dice as well. You've got the dice, obviously, but yeah, I have the Africa Core dice. So I'm going to use it for my Stahl Legion, which I've got more models for, by the way. The Africa Core, the Africa Stahl Legion. Definitely not the Armageddon Steel Legion, right? What have we got here? There you go. It's really cool. Yeah, look at that. It's really fucking cool. Huh? Yeah. And I think you can get it with the 1 minute. I think you can get. Oh, it only comes with the D6 dice. I mean, that's fine. You probably just want some like sand colored order dice. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So you probably, yeah, that'll probably be pretty decent. Yeah. There you are. I'm going to make a K-47 German Hitler Jugend if conversions are allowed and the grown-ups can be style trooping. Well, I mean, you can do that for K-47, obviously, of course. I actually know someone in my local bot action group who one of his armies is the 12th SS, and it's so much fun to play against because especially back in like second edition when they had some like really like they're now what was their unique rules have kind of in many ways become like the SS sort of general rules, but it's really funny when like you shoot them and they just like instead of like shit themselves, they get up and start running towards you because they're like so fanatical. You're just like, okay, I'm just gonna pepper this unit up, and it's just like, then they're just like, yeah, start charging. You're like, oh fuck, you got yeah, they've got some. They've got some. When you're playing with them, you kind of have to let go because in many ways the units are kind of going to do what they're going to do because. It's like I said, they're all the ultra fanatics. But when you're playing against them, I've never played with them, by the way. But when you're playing against them, it can be a lot of fun because it's just a completely mental army. It's kind of like playing a combination of the Japanese and the Germans because they've got that fanatical element to them, but they're also they've got that fanatical element that the Japanese have got, and they're a bit bonkers. Which you could say Banzai Charge is a bit bonkers, right? But then also they've got like the German units and stuff. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, when we did the big D-Day game, that was the army that he was running. Yeah, taking on the Canadians with them. All right, let's have a look. Let me close a few tabs here. We have got no more memes. Thank you for super chat. Hobby update stream discussion. Those Cadians are built. Let's have a look. Where are they? Where are they? Oh wait, is it your list? Oh no, here you go. There you go. Yeah, nice. I can see it now. Nice. I mean, it's coming together. I mean, frankly, it's more than coming together at this point. We've got Dawn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Lehman Russes, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the Chimeras, 2 Hellhounds, Centaur, probably Taurox counts as, Sentinels, Hippogriff, Artillery, shitload of infantry. Nice. Love it. Gotrek and Felix, baby. I mean, that's a hell of an addition you've added to the infantry corps. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed, mate. Love that. Absolutely love it. You've been a busy bee, Noble. A very busy bee indeed. Now, you got to paint it all. He's like, wait, I got to paint this shit too? JM the Goose, thank you so much for 38 months. I have 9 combat trolls coming. More infantry, more sentinels, more artillery. This is the way. Let's have a look, JM the Goose. Going to guess it's something to do with this video. I know literally nothing other than this message was something I saw today. Interesting. I'm not going to show it off because it does look a little bit like a message. It looks like a message from like a private group, and no one wants, you know, the private DMs being fucking leaked and shit, right? But it's it looks like it's from is it a work chat? Yeah, like I don't know if I want to be. I mean, yeah. So the guy, yeah, interesting. I mean, that guy could get in a lot of trouble then. So basically, the puncher was in the Oh no, that's okay. Oh, okay. So I misread it. Good job, right? So I thought that what this was saying is the guy that was the puncher was currently serving in the military. But he no, it's not saying that. It's saying he wasn't. And the puncher and the punchy was not serving. Okay. Yeah. Not anymore. Yeah. Basically, I mean, you just got to be vague. Yeah. So was he serving at one point? Jay and the Goose? Because you have to be, in the UK, you have to be, I don't know if it's the same in America, but like in the UK, you're really like not allowed. If you're in the military, it's very, very, very frowned upon. If you're in the military and you get into a fight with someone who isn't, if you then start kind of using your military training, it's an advantage to potentially really hurt someone. Obviously, like subduing someone, that's like different. But if you're potentially like doing it, you know, getting drunk and all that kind of stuff, yeah. Ex-serving? Ah, right, okay. So he's not been kicked out because of this, I presume. I presume he was very much already out. Yeah. Yeah, the merchant in the clear. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. All right. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's true. You do have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, it definitely probably is. It definitely probably is in relation to what we've been, you know, talking about and everything. That's interesting, Jen. I mean, it's funny. Like, it is a big deal. Like, nobody should go to a Warhammer tournament expecting to get hit unless they play Tau. But this wasn't a Tau incident, so there you are. Right, yeah. Some people really deserve it, though. Yeah, but nah, man. Like, it's a game of toy soldiers. It's a game of toy soldiers. It's just not that big a deal. If you ever find yourself getting so worked up over a game of Warhammer that you want to commit an act of violence, just stop. Get help. You know, like, just fucking, like, no. All right? That's just not the way we do things. Okay? The video I saw said he was braying the lad in the car park whilst carrying 3 boxes. Shithouse behavior. I mean, I thought it was just I mean, is there a video, Ryan Tomlinson? Did someone record it? What I heard was that when the guy was in the car park, when they, you know, one guy was hanging in the car park, when they, I think it was like at the end of the day, I was going back to their cars, and someone, you know, the punchee said, like, "You're a fucking cheap, mate," and then basically he lashed out. No, not a video. It's just a post report by a guy who broke it up. Fucking send me that video right now. Send me that video right now, you fucking slag. Like, get it in the fucking stream discussion right fucking now. Right now. I don't want to hear anything else out of your dirty fucking pie hole until you sent me that fucking video. All right. 5 members. You give me fucking 5 members. Me. What is this? Fucking Valak shaking me down for members? I'll find it myself if I have to. All right. Okay. What as you stripped naked, started windmilling, and screamed for the morning 50th? How drunk did I get on Saturday? I don't know. I passed out. Oh my god. What do we got next? We've got 6 foot tall angry dwarf. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the giga chat. I have been absent for some weeks. I must offer my respect to the chair. Praise be the chair. Deus chair. Deus chair. There you are. Thank you so much, 6 foot tall angry dwarf, for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Good to have you back in the stream, man. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update Discord. Also, where's the worm? The worm is never far. See, I don't have to lean. Okay, it's just right here. Never fear. My worm is always near. Also, let's have a look here. Hail Morning! I, like any self-respecting hobbyist, I made sure to buy this and finish this before completing other half-finished projects I've been working on. This is the way. You must always start a new project before you have finished an old one. Otherwise, do you even wargame, bro? I feel like maintaining a pile of shame is part of my identity now. Indeed, indeed. I agree. Stand by for some K47 Germans in the immediate future. On a side note, what do you recommend for winter camouflage for vehicles? I ordered some base material and some washes from Ammo, but at this point, I'm still trying to figure out how to tell my ass from elbows with winter camouflage. I'll be honest, dude, I don't really know. I just paint them like white, but that's probably not really a good way of doing it. I bet Sonic Sledgehammer Studios, I bet that motherfucker's got some... I bet he's got some, what do you call it? Some painting guides on it. He's a very good channel. You should definitely, I bet he's got you covered. He covers everything. Nice. The old automated carrier. I nearly picked 2 of these things up this weekend. As it was, I ended up just starting another conflict army. It's time for the Italians, boys. I'm just saying. I'm going full Italy. I'm going full Italy. We are reviving the Roman legions. Red cloth, silver armor. It's happening. All right. It's happening. It's happening in a big way. Already bought a bunch of units for it. There you go. All right. Don't care if I'm going to lose every fucking game with them. I need a new army. It's Italy is the way to go. Mordian's going to shave himself bald for his Italian Legion. I just don't look good bald. That's a thing. I just don't look good bald. Like, it's just... I mean, also, other reasons why not to do it. I mean, obviously, there we are. All right. There we are. What do we got next? We have got Chris K coming in with the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the gifted membership and thank you for the super chat. Keep the Imperial Salt. Thank you for the 26 months. X-Force, baby. K47 Kit Bash discussion. Banzai. Oh, mate, I saw this come in. It looks so fucking sick, man. Look at this. The assault. You've used the assault frame guy to look like he's absolutely murderizing the shit out of that American. So cool. That's so brutal, man. I love that. That's so cool. I love it. Nice. I need to do that. I need to do that. That looks great. I am absolutely, unashamedly stealing your idea. I started Japan today. Yeah, everyone's starting UK 47 armies. This is the way, man. This is the way. All right. Noctilude, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat, baby. Hobby update, issue discussion, and game report. All right. There we go. Bashed out so many quick hobby projects. A killer camp by Revolution Air Force, as well as 3 Earthshakers and 2 Basilisks, ready to take revenge on my friend for his much smaller than average drop pod trick. That was so funny. All in good fun. I had some issues with printing of the Basilisk. How do people print the brackets that hold the Earthshaker cannon and blast shields? I don't know. I've never printed a Basilisk, unfortunately. Also, my girlfriend and I finished our game 10th edition. Hey! Awesome. Free Blade House Deer was deployed to stop the swarm from advancing the streets of the capital city until the Orc forces could be rerouted into a conflict with them. Tyranids versus Black Templars, White Scars, and Knights. Midway through our game, the power went out in the entire complex as the Tyranids took out the power substations. We fought the next round via work light with Night Fighting rules. Final score was 7-9 in favor of the Night Owls. 2 Knights were damaged in this offensive. Cool. I love how you took the real-life power outage into your game. Hey, they look cool, man. Yeah. That looks great. Fucking orc biplane. That's cool, man. It all looks great. It all looks great. Got some more pictures here. Yeah. Smaller than average drop pod, fuck's sake. You should have like people spending like a command point to do some flares to like illuminate a section of the board or something, but night or just going pure night fight just keeps it easier, I guess, in many ways. Yeah. Cool. Very, very, very cool. We've got a few more pictures actually. It's just going full Leroy Jenkins. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I don't know about the 3D printing thing, unfortunately. Yeah. But someone in the community might be able to help you. But yeah, Scalo Commissar looks awesome, man. Looks awesome. What do we got here? We've got Sir Doobie! Sir Doobie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part. And I've raised my glass to you. Thank you very much, man. ICR Clips, thank you for your super chat. Mystery box came today. Pictures in Discord. Let's have a look. Mad Larkin is going to be absolutely losing his shit, man. He's like, please send me mine. 9 out of 10 the mystery box. Hard to get much better than this. Wow. Mad Larkin, are you looking? Are you looking? He's going to lose it. It's totally my fault that his is delayed as well. Like, literally, legitimately, it's my fucking fault. So the fact that I'm even, like, rubbing his nose in it is actually really mean. But, hey, you know, that's just the relationship we have. That's just the friendship we have, you know. There you are. So you got a Jagdpanzer and a Panzer BC/D. And you got the 251D with the anti-tank gun, and the German Veteran Infantry Platoon, and the Opal Blitz, and the German Veterans Infantry HQ, and the German Veterans Weapon Team with the Goliath. Oh my god. And the German Veteran Heavy Weapons Platoon. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's actually fucking great. That's actually awesome, man. Yeah. So it looks like they followed a bit of a theme for them. Couple of transports, couple of tanks, box of infantry, weapon teams, and then it was kind of a toss-up between, like, you know, did you get like an artillery piece or did you get some of the heavy weapons? Because these are like the light weapon teams. These are the heavy weapon teams, aren't they? Yeah. I mean, that's just such a good force, that is. Yeah. You got a paint? Oh, wait, you got a paintbrush? Fucking sick, mate. Chuck a couple of brushes in. Yeah, that's cool, man. I mean, that's a really, really, really just awesome German army force right there. I bet you could use that for, early to mid war. I mean, you could use it in late wars, whatever, of course, no one gives a fuck, but you know what I mean? Yeah. That looks great. Yeah. Very, 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 very good mystery box, that. Very, very good indeed. ICO Clips. You got an absolute banger there. Absolute banger. James Homer, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Mordian. Hobby update and stream discussion. All right. Let's have a look. Hi, Mordian. I finally found a group that plays AOS regularly, and hopefully we'll be having an intro game on Wednesday. Hey! Nice. Don't know much about the game since after COVID, but I've always thought it had some of the coolest armies GW makes. Unfortunately, it seems I've lost most of my death armies. I'm pretty sure I had every death model that came out before 2020, but at least I have 1,500 points of Soul Blights left. I've heard that the meta is big monsters, but hopefully it's not too strangling. The 20 empty bases will be grave/barrow guards once I finish building them tomorrow. I mean, it's a shame that you lost some of your other models, but at least you get into field like a giant, big, fuck-off army of skelly bobs, right? I mean, you can't go wrong with lots of skeletons, right? It's got to fucking smash those skeletons out. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it looks great, man. It looks great. Yeah, cool. Very, very cool. Well, I hope you enjoy your game. AOS may not be for me, but I will always support someone playing whatever war game and having fun. Not every game is made for me. And there's some war games that I enjoy that other people won't enjoy. Yeah. So yeah, James Homer, thank you for your support and have fun, man. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you love it. All right. What do we got here? Greasy Cleric, thank you for... I can see you've done a double super chat. Was that like accidentally sort of like double came through? But I'm going to give you a double thank you. Double thank you, baby! Thank you so much, Greasy Cleric, for the incredible support, man. Thank you so much for the double giga chat. Yes! Looking at the two Bot Action North Africa campaign books, are either of them better for specifically 8th Army / India's attack? Do they add or change the army rules? So, all of the campaign books that currently exist are based on 2nd edition. Okay? But that doesn't. But there's a reason why Warlord still sells them. So don't think it's like a shit situation. They may contain some army rules, which probably wouldn't be relevant for third. But I think the main thing that those books do is they give you a bit of the history, and they give you a lot of battles to play out. So you can play through the campaign book, like, okay, we're going to do this battle, then this battle, then this battle, then this battle, then this battle. Like, so for example, I've done the Road to Berlin campaign, and you start off with the battle. I don't know if you start, but you can do the Battle of Zalo Heights, which then leads to the Berlin outskirts, which then leads to like the Battle of like the Reichstag, like later on, all this kind of stuff. So that book would be totally usable in 3rd edition because you're just playing through the missions, right? So I have no idea what the contents of the Bot Action North Africa campaign books are, but they're still going to have a series of missions that you can play through. But it might be best looking online, see if you can find anyone who's done like a review of one or anything on YouTube. And if not, like buy one of them, see how it is, and then get the second one if it's good, kind of thing. I mean, it's always worth, taking a punt on a book like that. And at the very least, it might become a bit of might just become something you enjoy reading through and just having a look at it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know is the honest answer. I can only tell you what, generally speaking, the campaign books tend to be like. And the reason Warlord still sells them is because the scenarios in them still work. They're still work in 3rd edition. It's just any army rules in them wouldn't be relevant. Okay. All right. What do we got next? Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat. Sunday hobby update in stream discussion. Hey, got inspired and cranked both of these old metal models out on Sunday. Had them sitting on a shelf for Fantasy and Mordheim respectively for nearly 20 years. I'm slowly catching up. Wow. That's a piece of history right there. Look at that. Look at that. The old Sacrifice Skaven. Yeah. I don't even recognize that model. Is that a Cult of Sigmar model or something insane? I honestly don't think I've ever seen that model. I've seen a lot of models, and I don't think I've ever seen that one. That's crazy, man. But, I mean, I enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. Very rarely do I see a model that I don't recognize. And I enjoy it when someone surprises me with something like that. That's the Warlock hired sword? Wow. That's cool, man.
Forward, you dogs, to
That's
victory!
Cool. Very, very cool. Beautiful paint jobs, bit of history. Fantastic hobby update. That's what we like to see, boys. All right. Lancet Limblom, thank you for the Giga Chat. I'm thinking of trying to speed paint on my American Winter and Element Infantry. What colors would you recommend? So I did a lot of my American. You know what? I recommend Sonic Sledgehammer Studios. He's literally done this video, and he will explain it better than me. I will find you the video, and then you will be able to watch it. Sonic Sledgehammer Studio. Bolt Action Speed Paints. He's got this one. That one's not in speed paints though. He's got a couple of videos you could try. Shit, mate. 1 minute. We're doing the beef in a moment. Don't worry, guys. It always takes a little while to catch up when we're coming back from the weekend. So, Sonic Sledgehammer Studios, speed painting US infantry for World War II. How I paint things. Okay.
Hello and welcome to
So
a
this
very
is the
special
model that
How
he
I Paint
did
Things. Now, once I
for,
looked
it's
up
not
the
winter
express
though,
painted German Grenadier,
but you
questions
could
started
probably
coming in
adapt
pretty
it.
much instantly on how I would paint other things using this range. So let's go. Week after week, I'm going to pop out one of these videos where I look at contrast, army painters, speed
He does
paint,
tell you
or
what
the
paints he
LA Express
uses.
range, and look at the easiest way to get as
I think
close
it's
to
down in the
historically
description
accurate
here.
in each of the infantry types as you can. So today obviously is going to be the American soldier.
Oh, there you
and
go,
it's worth
look.
pointing out that you
Paints
are
used.
ultimately going to sacrifice some historical accuracy if you're going to stick to these one
There you go.
paints. But you can
All right.
get
So you've
pretty
got
close,
those.
and with one or two
You've got
surprising
those
little tricks
ones.
along the way.
Okay. Now, he's done those ones. If I was to give you some, if you didn't want to go with all those different paints, you just wanted some army paint and speed paints, I can tell you what I would recommend based off this model. Okay. So I do the if I was to paint this guy, I'd use hardened leather for the gun wood, for that brighter wood color. I'd do grim black for the metallic parts. I'd use pallid bone for the top here. And then I would do, if you want to go for brown leather boots, I'd use probably dark wood on there. And then pallid bone here as well. The green is a tricky one. I'd probably do I definitely use camo green. It's just whether you want to use camo green on the pants and the helmet or just one or the other. Because he tried to go for a bit more of a matte color here. Yeah. Yeah. Now, that's what I would do. But camo green, definitely. And then for the webbing, it's a bit of a tricky one what you do for the webbing there. Now, I can tell you how I painted my Winter American Infantry, but it's not particularly historically accurate. I painted the coats in dark wood. I painted the webbing and trousers in desolate brown, it's like an olive. And then I did the boots in black, gun, black and hardened leather, sling, desolate brown. Basically any cloth that wasn't the coat got desolate brown because it's basically an olive green, right? And then I did the helmet in desolate brown as well, but if I was to redo it now, I'm not going to because I painted like 100 of them. I'd use camo cloak on the helmet because it gives a slightly more metallic. I think that the helmet color should be different to the cloth color, realistically. Yeah. Algae green for the pants. Yeah, fair. Yeah. So that's probably what I would do. That's probably what I would do. I'll link you that video, though, so you can maybe use that as some inspiration. Cha. Hope that helps, Lance at Limblum. Hope that helps, man. All right. Ibram Gorn, thank you for 21 months. X-Force, baby. Bat rep and new models in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Had desert game last night. I had New Zealand. My dad had Italians. Mission was Manhunt and the special rules of Desert Warfare. Page 291 and 293 of the core rulebook were hot. Damn hot. Blindside, Desert Weather. Turn 2, we got Mirage and Easy Targets. Again, not to be an insufferable Warlord fanboy, but yeah, our core rulebook not only has all of the rules in it, not half of them in an app, but also has rules for weather. so you can play cool games like this, or in this case, hot games. It was a hard fight, but I was able to get my New Zealand commandos to capture the Italian officer at the top of turn 6. I very nearly lost it on bad hot, damn hot rolls, but I got a clutch one turn 5. My Valentine was a beast and took out 2 vehicles immediately. All my artillery shot at buildings have missed almost all the shots. I also just got in an order of Sarissa terrain. Nice. Sarissa stuff is excellent, man. Yeah. I'm a big terrain guy now. I absolutely fucking love it. That's cool, man. I like how you're still using sort of the old system that you had, where you drew the boards out, but you've also got some of the new terrain as well. I think it does look good. A good mixture of this, of the two. Very cool. Very, very cool, man. Hey, that's a big attack. That's that's 2 big armies, actually. Holy shit, you guys are busting out some big forces. Very cool. Very, very fucking cool. I have to get myself one of those Valentine tanks. They do look excellent, don't they? I'm such a massive fan of the Matilda. It seems such a shame that I don't have Valentines and shit. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, that looks awesome, man. Congratulations on the victory. Great looking game. Ton of fun. And nice to do something a little bit different. Yeah. There we go. And then we've got Kytherion. Kytherion, thank you very much for the big super chat, baby. Thank you, man. Can you help explain towing in? I am not understanding. Played a few games. Others at local saw said how it doesn't open line of sight other than into the terrain piece. Even then, I can't see the terrain. They're wrong. They're playing 10th edition. So in 10th edition, that was correct. In 11th edition, that's just not how it works. Okay? So, and chat will be able to correct me if I am wrong on this. But I think your friends are playing in the past, not in the present. What does tow mean? Like a... Java, what? I'll explain it on the way. Okay? So, I am going to bust out this no expenses spared high-tech simulation technology to explain to you how I believe that this works. Paint. So, let's say we've got a terrain area. And on that terrain area, we have got some classic terrain features. You know them, you love them. The old L-shaped ruins. Okay. So, let's also then say that we have got something with an oval base, okay? And your opponent has got like a squad of infantry back here. Like, okay, 1 minute. Your opponent's got like a squad of infantry. It's not even this big. Well, there you go. A 3-man squad. Those exist now. All right. So, right now, your unit cannot see the enemy unit because the terrain area is in the way and you can't see through the terrain area. However, if your unit just went and towed into that terrain feature like that, you can now see through that into that terrain area. You can now see through that terrain area to the unit behind. Now, as far as I'm aware, that is how the terrain rules work in 11th edition. And that was one of the biggest changes between 11th edition and 10th edition. In tow as in T-O-E. Yeah. So, as in like putting your toe into a terrain feature, dipping your toe into a bit of water, right? Now, in 10th edition, in order for you to be able to see through a terrain feature, a model had to be through a terrain area, a model had to be wholly within said terrain area. Okay? In 10th edition. So if 10th edition, if you only towed in like this, then you could only see within the terrain area, but not out of it. In order to see out of it, you had to be wholly within it. And then you could see not only within the terrain area, but out of it. Right? So that's how it used to be in 10th, where you had to be wholly within. In 11th, now you only need to tow into the terrain. Again, that's as far as I'm aware. That's as far as I'm aware that everyone is playing it. Everyone I've encountered has played it that way. I've played about a dozen games of 11th edition now. Everyone has understood that it works that way. So I think that your friends are wrong, unfortunately. Unless your friends are just refusing to move on from 10th for whatever reason. But this is how it works in 11th edition. All right. Now, one thing that is important to mention is there is a difference between terrain areas and terrain features. They say that those little lines on the terrain are all solid, but I thought it was just a certain area. So, let's say your opponent has got one of his models behind that wall. So let's say it's a one model squad. Okay. Your guy here cannot physically draw line of sight to this guy. All right. So you couldn't see him because he's hidden behind a terrain feature. So that's why I kept saying terrain area, terrain area, terrain area, not terrain feature. So the terrain area you can see through. The terrain features, which are the things that go on the terrain areas, they're the ones that your opponents might be hiding behind. But to be clear, if your opponent, let's put that 3-man squad back, okay? So, let's say this is all part of the same squad. If you're towing into here, you might not be able to see that guy who's behind the wall, but you absolutely can see his two fellow squad mates. At which point, you can target the unit. Because you don't target individual models, you target units. Some units are made up of a single model, but you target units, not models. So what you would, even if you couldn't see this guy, let's say you shot like a Rogel Dawn or something, and you just absolutely did 10 wounds to this unit, even though you can't see this guy, you can still kill. You can still kill him. You can kill members of a unit that you can't. You can kill models within a unit that you can't see, as long as you can see at least one model in the unit. Does that make sense? Yeah. Basically, damage can spill over to models you can't see. Is a good way of putting it. In the same unit. Yeah, so that's the line of sight explained. So you can't see through these things, but you can see through the terrain area in general. If that makes sense. All right. Hope that answers your question. And I hope that my high-tech solution was all right. There you are. What if they were also towing in same LOS rules with the solid eye shoot? Yes, but both. Yeah, exactly. So that's a good point, though. We'll show it. So if we do that, even if this guy's towing in as well, actually. Like that. Obviously, I've missed a bit, but you get what I mean. Same rules would apply. Yeah. Same rules would apply. Yeah. And likewise, if moving this guy back, obviously, I've taken it with me. If these guys wanted to then shoot at your tank, all right, or whatever model it was, these two could see you. But this one can't because the wall's in the way. Does towing into the ruin give enemies line of sight to you through the ruin if they aren't towed in? Yes. So these guys could see you, but if we go back a bit,
Backbone of the guard,
right?
to serve.
You've towed into the terrain. You can see out of the terrain area, but you have to take into account that some of the terrain features might be blocking you. But as long as you can see one model in the unit, you're okay. But likewise, these guys can also see you now. So the terrain area opens up for you, but it also opens up for your opponent. Yeah. Okay, so they were wrong and right at the same time. Thanks, McGlory. No problem. No problem whatsoever. There you go. I mean, it should be... I mean, it's just... I was going to say you should... I mean, it should be fairly clear in the rule, but the rules are written a bit badly. So it's probably easier just with that explanation than anything else. Yeah. All right. Macon, did your super chat get missed? It very well may have done. Although I don't see it. It might be because it didn't come in on that end. Let me have a look. I don't have a super... Oh, yeah, I did. Macon, thank you, Zuja. I double-click dislike. I'll see you outside. All right, you go wait there for me. I'll be along any moment now. All right. Catherine, trying to get them to move over to K47 for real. I don't know how you can mess up rules so bad on launch. Yeah. I do yeah. Look, man, I think we all know where I stand on this topic. It's yeah, K47 is much easier to learn. Much easier to learn, much easier to play. But hey, you know, hopefully you'll get them over. You know, hopefully you will. All right. Red Scout, thank you so much for the 45 months. X-Force, baby! So close to 4 years. Message in stream discussion. So close, man. Dude, thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 4 fucking years, bro. That's incredible. Let's have a fucking look here. Going to LGT this year. Any advice on this? I do have 2 Bulgars on the way, an audio and 2 Hellhounds. Picture idea for what I own. I mean, honestly, as long as you've got 12 Bulgar and 2 Hellhounds, it really is take what you want at that point. Those 2 units, the Bulgars and the Hellhounds, they cover so much of what you need that after that, once you've got those in place, after that, you really can have a bit of fun with it. You want to take that super heavy? Fucking go for it. You want to take a bunch of fucking Lehman Rusters? Fucking go for it. Okay? I mean, right now, I'm a big Lehman Rust fan, but I mean, the list that I ran this weekend, not this weekend, in the battle pot that came out this weekend, was 2 blobs of guardsmen, 2 exterminators, 2 demolishers, 12 Bulgren. If you want to see the battle report, check it out. It'll go through the list. And if you wanted to run an army that felt like... Oh, and 2 Hellhounds. If you want to run an army that feels like guard, maybe that would be one to try out. Yeah. As long as you've got 12 Bulgren and 2 Hellhounds, really, you'll be fine on everything else. That's just the foundations which you can then build upon. Yeah. All right, man. So, dude, good luck. Have fun. And I hope you win some games. There you are. Half a stream. Thank you. The 50 months. Quadruple X-Force. Big 5-0. Never falter. Never surrender. 07. And never leave the Garden of Kadesh. Your body may leave, but your mind never will. Nice, man. I love it. It's hard. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Over 4 years, man. Over 4 fucking years. Crazy times. Good times, though. Good times. Nice. Thank you for your support. And I look forward to seeing some crazy shit you've been getting up to, man. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of the tech from my childhood, which you treat like fucking lost archaeotech. Oh yeah. John Shepard, thank you for the super chat. Picture stream discussion, my Arthurians and Timu stuff. Let's have a look, man. All right, last super chat. Then we need to get into this drama. Okay. All right. Started painting more of my Arthurians. So most of the painting of my Arthurians are Romano British apart from the gold seal. They are done by these acrylic paint pens I bought on Temu. 24 colour for £7. Fucking hell. Very impressed with them. I also bought some coloured and mixed coloured foam flock to represent flowers. Nice. Only the finest in Chinese chemicals. Cool. I mean, they do look great, man. I know I'm busting your balls a bit on the Temu paints, but, you know, they seem to be doing all right, you know? That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, mixing all that shit together. Mix all that shit together, you're going to get some very, very nice looking basin, man. Very nice looking indeed. Yeah, that's awesome, man. John Sheffield, that's a legend, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. All right. We're closing the poll as well. So we'll do the fast version of the intro going forward until people complain and then they want the slow version back. All right. Now, beef. But before we get to the beef, I need to get a drink. All right. I need to get a drink. difficult then, isn't it? Okay, I'm back. All right. We are going to get into the beef now. I'm just going to get a few... yeah. Just get a few of my bits ready. All right. That's good there. That all looks good there. All right. Okay, cool. All right. It's time. It's time. You're here for what you're here for. Okay. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri. I don't mean to alarm you, but I have some delicious, succulent beef. Beef. Oh, baby. And this is beef. Okay. This is the best kind of beef. This isn't depressing. This isn't sad. It's just delicious. Because, we cover a lot of beef on this channel. And, often we're beefing like, oh, look, GW's put the prices up again, or they've lowered the quality again, or they've done something shitty again, or they've ruined another one of their games with simplified, not simple. F in the chat for Necromunda. Although I know some people think the new edition is good. Different strokes, different folks. But the point is, normally we're beefing on like GW, right? For the first time, what feels like a little while, we've got some community drama. So this isn't going to upset anyone. This isn't going to anger anyone. This isn't going to bring, the ball washers out versus the haters. Or anything like that. This is something which we can all enjoy. We can get the ball washers and the haters together to chow down on this beef with us. So it's just proper succulent beef. All right. Although I'm sure some way, somehow, we will find a way of laying this down at the feet of Phil Kelly, because that's apparently where all of life's problems come from. All right. People in chat what he's saying. It's still GW's fault. There you are. So the beef is, there was a fight at a Warhammer tournament. There was a fight in a car park. Unfortunately, nobody filmed it. I think seeing two people fighting and the Warhammer models flying everywhere, that would have been excellent. But unfortunately, we didn't get it. So we're going to have to go off written and verbal accounts. All right. But before we get into this, I need a drink. I need a nice, cold, refreshing beverage. Because nothing could ever go wrong with a few cold ones. Right? Right? So, let us Is that Modelo? It is. I've been trying it out recently. It's very tasty. Not sponsored by Modelo. Yeah, Modelo. Reach out. Let's do something. Anyway, so completely off topic. I started drinking. They say product placement doesn't work. By I like to tell myself it doesn't work. But the reason why I've been drinking Modelo more recently is because I've been rewatching Better Call Saul. And there's that scene where Lalo and Nacho, he's like, get us a couple of Modelos. And they sit down and they have a drink. Literally, that's all it took. And I'm like, you know what? I think I fancy a Modelo. All right. So let us set the stage. This fight happened, I believe it was at the end of day one in the car. But we could check all this out. But it was the end of day one. And what happened is it was round 3. And two people ended up playing to the round 3. And they were both playing Necron. So this was a Necron mirror match. And one of the guys, we'll call him Fighty Fred. Okay, I have no idea what his real name is. All right, we'll call him Fighty Fred. So Fred, he'd had a few beverages. Okay, he had apparently between rounds 1 and 2. Drunk. People are saying it was like a minimum. I've heard some people say it was 9 ciders. I've heard some people say it was 15 ciders. I imagine the truth probably lies somewhere between the two. And so he was pretty drunk. Okay, he was pretty drunk. I mean, 9 to 15 cider can be like surprisingly like strong, okay, but I imagine also as well the thing is apparently the food they had like a food cart as well, but apparently that was taking ages to serve people food because there's so many people. It's like it was a super major tournament, by the way. I think it was a UKTC super major tournament, right? So that's like hundreds of players, and there was only like one food cart, so it took a little while for everyone to get served. And I can imagine, I've no idea, but I'm betting that this guy just basically didn't have lunch. Okay? So I think this guy probably went, oh, fuck it, I'll just have more beers, right? Now, that's not excusing him, by the way. Like, no. If you've not eaten anything all day and then you sink in between 9 and 15 tinnies, then that's very poor judgment on your part. Okay? But between and lunch is after round 1. So between rounds 1 and 2, Fighty Fred decided that he was going to sink between 9 and 15 alcoholic beverages. And he gets to round 3, and he, by all accounts, not just his opponent's account, but by all accounts, was rat-assed. He was very, very, very drunk. He was, by all accounts, he was blathered. Okay. And so his round 3 opponent, he played a game with his round 3 opponent, and his round 3 opponent didn't say anything during the game, but he must have been winding him up. Okay, he not his opponent winding the drunk guy up. The drunk guy's antics must have been getting on the nerves of his opponent, because it gets to the end of the game, and now I think it is. I'm not victim blaming here in any way, shape, or form, but I do think that perhaps there is an element of maybe you should have said it on the table while the game was active. But his opponent after the game had some issues, not just with this guy's conduct, but also with this guy's rules. Essentially, his opponent, the opponent of Fighty Fred, decided to accuse him of cheating. Now, obviously, accusing anybody of cheating is going to cause a bit of a reaction. But this definitely didn't go down particularly well at the time. But at the table, apparently things remained, it remained a little heated, but actually somewhat civil. So what happened is basically, even though it was a singles event, people go to singles events as teams. And so Fighty Fred, basically his team captain came over and his opponent's team captain came over, and they resolved it all. As far as everyone was concerned, it was kind of like all resolved at the table. All right. No one was particularly, happy with the outcome, but at least it seemed like beef squashed, hatchet buried, got to the bottom of all this. Now, was the guy cheating? I don't know. Was he just absolutely flat out drunk? That basically he was just playing incredibly sloppily. And maybe he was just getting rules wrong because he was inebriated. Okay. Or maybe he was, I'm not going to make excuses for him. Maybe this is a guy that got absolutely fucking got a skinful, and then, which is already not even a little bit, very reprehensible behavior. And then also turned out to be a cheater as well. Do you know what I mean? If you're the kind of person that's going to lose your control there, you lose your control on watching how much you're drinking. Could you be are we conflating things? Are we attributing malice where perhaps there was no malice, there was just stupidity? Very possibly. But anyway, one way or another, it was all resolved at the table. The scores were like inputted, so on and so forth. And everyone thought that was kind of the end of it. But it wasn't the end of it. Now, we'll have a little pause here, just for a second. What comes next? 70, 80% of people that I've seen comment on this have said that, no, Fighty Fred was in the wrong, no matter what. There's no excuse for starting a fight. All right? But I know you motherfuckers. All right? I know the people in live chat right now. And I know the people that are going to comment on this video. I know you. You know that I know you. And I know that you know that I know you. And some of you are going to say, talk shit, get hit. Right. So, what happened? Because there's no fight at this point, right? There's no fight. So, where did the fight come from? So, after day one, everyone's packed up. Everyone's filtering back to the car park. And the Fighty Fred is there chatting to one of his mates in the car park. And as his opponent is walking past, he once again calls Fighty Fred a cheat. Now, we're going to watch a video that might go in a bit more detail of this, but I don't know at this time. I'm going to do a bit of a reaction with you guys, all right? I'm kind of learning with you, right? But I don't know if this was multiple heckling, like, oh, you fucking cheat, whatever, or if it was just a comment. Who knows? Now, I do have a screenshot here from Fighty Fred. Okay, now, unfortunately, Fighty Fred has deleted this post after he did it. So, obviously, he posted it whilst he was still drunk, and then woke up in the morning and went, oh my God, I probably shouldn't have posted this. So, It was me. I was many beers deep after a great day playing. My opponent had some issues near the conclusion of our game, in which I asked him to speak to his captain and my captain. After the game, we spoke, and I asked if he was okay. He wasn't happy with some things, none of which he raised during the game, to then call me a cheat is not okay. The game was a mirror match and should have been a draw. I genuinely didn't care either way. I was happy with my day. I was speaking to a friend in a car park about how it was upsetting. The day was thrown off by my last opponent. Said person walked by and called me a cheat. So was it just fucking cheat? Do you know what I mean? Maybe he said it a bit loudly, like, oh yeah, he saw he was walking past Fighty Fred. He went, oh yeah, my round 3 opponent was a cheat. You know, kind of thing. Regrettably, handbags were thrown and we walked away. I'm entirely embarrassed by the situation. It's plastic bottles and a hobby we all love. There's no reason it should have escalated. I returned to the venue and spoke to the judge about the incident and reported for myself. I apologize for my actions. Strugo mentioned argue of plastic figurines. Okay. So, there you are. So, that's the statement from the perspective of Fighty Fred, of course. But so, like I said, some of you are going to be like, oh, well, you know, spoke shit, got here. And some of you are going to be like, it's kind of like in sport, right? So I used to play a lot of rugby back in the day. And on the pitch, things can get pretty heated. But afterwards, everyone goes to the pub afterwards. Everyone has a few drinks. And what happened on the pitch kind of stays on the pitch, right? You don't bring the pitch drama off. So I can fully understand why some of you are going to be like, that guy in the car park, like he shouldn't have said something again. Okay. But I'm going to firmly say no. Okay. I'm going to firmly say no. I don't think that anybody should go to a Warhammer tournament and expect to get hit. Because at the end of the day, it's just a fucking game. It just is. Right? And it's and if someone calls you a cheat, even if you are many beers deep, you shouldn't. Being drunk isn't an excuse. You should be able to control yourself. You should be able to control yourself. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you. Okay. Now, some of you in the chat have said, like, is, drinking at a tournament a British thing? Drinking culture is very much a thing in Britain in general. Okay. Like, after, go to a football match or any sort of sports match, rugby as well. Go to the pub afterwards. Watching the game at home. Have a drink. Going over to your mate's house to play a few games of Warhammer. Have a drink. D&D. Have a drink. Going to a christening. Have a drink. Right? Like, we're always having an excuse to have a drink. Right? I've drunk at tournaments loads. Okay? But even when I'm, even at a tournament, I appreciate that it's not a fucking night out. Right? It's not a night out. There's a time and a place for getting rat-assed. Okay? And like, look, I'm not being all, clutching my pearls and be like, the terrors of drinking, no, like, okay, obviously not. If Prohibition was around, I would have been the first at the speakeasy. Do you know what I mean? Okay, but the point I'm making is that there's a time and a place for this. Okay, going out with the lads, maybe someone's stag do, bachelor party for the Americans. Yeah, we're all gonna get drunk. We're all gonna do something a bit silly, and that's gonna be awesome. And we're all gonna do embarrassing shit, and we're gonna wake up the next day feeling absolutely dead, and then our mates are going to, hardly remembering anything, and our mates are going to recant us with all the embarrassing stories that that happened. I've been on both sides of that. I've had people tell me, do you remember what happened last night? And I'm like, fuck no. And they've told me, and I've been like, oh my God, I'm going to die. And on the same time, I've also been able to indulge in the glee of telling someone how they fucked up on a night out. It's all part of it. But no one actually cares because everyone has gone through something embarrassing like this. It's kind of, it's probably not just culture in the UK. It's probably culture in many places, right? But it's, you know what I mean? Like, there's a time and a place for it. Going to a Warhammer tournament is not going on a night out. You can go on the night out after the Warhammer tournament. Hell, I do that. You know, I'll have, you know, if I'm going to a GT, if I'm staying over, so I'm not driving, you know, maybe I'm just staying in a hotel around the corner. There's a pub or a bar everywhere, right? So, you know, we'll go to the event. I have a couple of, you know, maybe have 1 drink per round, 2 drinks per round kind of thing. And then we will afterwards, all right, who's coming on the night out? And a bunch of people will. Like last event I went to the square-based tournament. Last GT I went to, square-based tournament. Actually, that wasn't the last one, but this is the one I'm remembering. And I ended up going out drinking with like these. It was me, Val Heffelfinger, absolute legend, and a couple of Spanish guys that had travelled over who I didn't realise when I played against one of them, but I actually ended up playing against both of them over the course of the event. 2 of like the best players in Spain, if not in Old World in general, right? So yeah, so you know and that's it. We had a few drinks during the day. We went out. We continued. You know, we had a big meal. We continued the vibe. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. But I've never been to a tournament, and I've very very rarely seen it. Anyone go to a tournament and get absolutely wankered like that? Because you know, you should know how to control yourself, frankly. Okay. Now I've seen some people get and now here's the thing. I've seen some people get absolutely fucking wankered at events. They didn't throw hands. They just, you know, that, like, it's very rarely, like once every few years you see it sort of happen, right? But it's no one throw. I've never seen anyone get into a fight at a Warhammer tournament before. And likewise, I've been very, very intoxicated, and I've never thrown hands. Okay, like it's just not okay. Do you know what I mean? It's not okay. So, no, I know some of you are going to be like, oh, well, you know, speak shit, get hit. No, all right? Like, it's just not okay, all right? Especially not at a Warhammer tournament. I'm in glory. Mordian's first question after waking up, how many gay bars did I go to? Hey, what? A straight man's not allowed to go to a gay bar these days? And what? If that's the world we live in, that's not the world I want to be in, all right? One of my best nights out was at the Bumber Cunt, and I have no regrets going there. It was amazing. I got loads of free drinks. I've never felt prettier. Anyway, that's a real story, but we'll circle back around to that for another day. But the point is, no, it's not all right. Yeah, it's funny to say, oh, well, you know, you started shit in the car park, so you should have got hit. No, you shouldn't have done, because it's only a game. And the guy, even if you talk shit, okay, no one should get hit over a game of Warhammer. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. All right. Now, that's all a bit serious. But there is some funny things about all of this. So apparently, the guy that got hit is part of Vanguard Tactics. And apparently it's one of, you know, Boxy's friends. And so this has actually led to some incredible jokes. All right. Now, obviously, I'm not saying Vanguard Tactics are to blame in any way, shape, or form. All right. Like, it's just, you know, it's just funny. All right. And the reason why it's funny is because, and I do think this is one of the best jokes that I saw come out about this entire thing. Sounds like this was this was a reply to the Punch guy's comment. Sounds like you need to join the Vanguard Academy for only $369. Composed. We will help you stay composed on and off the table, so you can always make the right decision from adaptive change to playing at the top tables. So there were so many jokes being made about this. So many jokes that were being made about this. I made a couple myself, where I was like, welcome to Vanguard Tactics Academy. Our first course, how to take a punch like a champ 101. Welcome to the Vanguard Tactics Academy. Our second course, how to talk shit and get hit in the car park 201. Yeah. So there's been some fantastic jokes that have come out simply because it is Vanguard Tactics, sort of adjacent, as it were. But like I said, to be clear, I don't think this reflects poorly on Vanguard Tactics in any way, shape, or form. I don't think they're to blame in any way, shape, or form. It's just funny how some of the jokes came out around it, right? We put the iron in Iron Jaw. Take punch like a true gamer with our limited time courses. Yeah. Someone said, another great joke. Gentlemen, you can't fight here. This is the Warhammer room. I think that's from Dr. Strangelove, that one. Yeah. Understanding the fights first rules. Hashtag Warhammered. I mean, there were so many of these. It was people being like, I hope they used the 11th edition Warhammer Warhammer fight phase rules. All this kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Vanguard Tactics got themselves a good grip. They're charging that much. Oh, RTRT, they're charging more than that. They charge $600 if you want the top tier course, which is, a little bit of drama in its own. But at the end of the day, as people like to remind us about GW, they're a business. They can charge whatever they want. And, I'm not going to comment on that myself. Maybe I'll take the piss out of it a little bit, but whatever. Nothing more than that. But, so that's everything that we knew about. That's kind of everything that we knew about. But someone has actually made a video about this whole thing. And I think we should take a look at it, because I haven't seen it yet. But I think there might be some interesting extra information in here. So let's have a look. All right. So this video is by Secondary Objective, the Warhammer 40k event where people fought in the car park and I fielded Imperial agents. So I've not seen this channel before, but obviously I'll link the video. I think I'll do it now so I don't forget. I'll link the video and I'll make sure if I do a stream highlight of this that it's in the description or pinned comment, right? But let's have a look at what happened here. Now, there might be some bits not related to the fight as well. We'll probably skip past those bits. If you guys want to see that, obviously we can go back and talk about that. Go back and watch that yourselves. But we're just going to get to the main bits. It's only 12 minutes long, though, so hopefully not too bad.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to another Secondary Objective video. I've just driven 3.5 hours home from the UK team.
He does look a bit tired, but very understandable.
And we have had a weekend, everyone.
Oh, was it a Teams event? Interesting.
Dramatic. So I thought, while everything's fresh, I thought it might be fun to do a bit of a recap, talk through what happened on the weekend.
Look at this guy, right? He's loving the drama. He's got that smile on his face. This is a man that's like, I don't know if I'm allowed to like the beef, but I really like the beef. It's okay, man. We all love a good bit of beef. Nothing wrong with indulging a bit of beef now and again.
Both the Warhammer and the other bits. And yeah, I just thought it might be a fun change of pace from the videos I've done so far. I'd love you to like and subscribe, leave comments, anything you can do to help me grow as a channel would be awesome.
Of course.
I'm quite new at this, but I'm really enjoying it. And every time someone likes, comments, and subscribes, it really helps me out. So thank you very much. Remember, this is the home for average competitive content. We're not talking the top end. We're not talking brand new to the game. We're talking about people who are going to tournaments and want to do better. The normal everyday Warhammer. Which, speaking of the normal everyday Warhammer bloke, take a look at these guys. So, this is the Hobby Henchmen Team 1 and 2. We had an awesome time. We went as a team of people that just want to have some fun, not take things too seriously. Of course, we'd love to win games, but that's not the biggest thing. When we go to teams, we just want to have fun.
I like these guys. I'll tell you why I like these guys. Let me move my face. Guard player. You know what? I don't even know if this is their army or if they just post next to this, but I will always take the side of my fellow guard players. There you go. There you are.
We don't have team matrices. We just have a rough idea of what we're going to do, and we just relax, enjoy it, and roll some dice.
That's very much the way I like to do competitive
right
as well.
At the start, we had a fantastic time. We got a group photo. The reason we got a group photo day one is because the day before on the Friday, we all travelled down from Portsmouth, good 3.5 hour drive. And we went to this place called Hickory's Smokehouse.
It's nice.
Food. Looks amazing, doesn't it? I wouldn't know what it tastes like because this chap here, Max, who we love to bits, captain of Team 2, he booked it for us. It's a 3.5 hour drive from Portsmouth. And he booked it about 2 hours after we all finished work. So half the team couldn't make it. So
fuck's sake.
It looked delicious.
It is delicious.
We didn't have.
I've got one of their glasses. It was very nice. I got a whole story about it. I got it for free because I drank a lot of their beer, but I didn't punch anyone. So there you go.
Have any, and we met up with everyone the first thing Saturday morning. So some of us are smiling. We're smiling through tears because we didn't get to fill our bellies full of meat. And on that note, that does actually cause problems for our team because we are referred to as the burly boys because some of us are a little bit more burly, especially Josh in the front here, and not getting.
I mean, do you get referred to as the burly boys or do you refer to yourselves as the burly boys? It's okay. Like, you're in the mirror there like, oh yeah, I'm feeling so fucking burly right now. I need to eat some meat. I need the protein for the pro gains.
This meat and can cause problems for us keeping our burly status. So that is something we're going to work on as a team. The event itself. So again, we don't take things too seriously.
These sound like a great bunch of guys.
This weekend to run something.
This is what I mean, though, right? This is the vibe of the. I'll turn it up if it's a little bit low. This is the vibe of what an event should be like. These guys aren't taking themselves too seriously. I bet many of these guys at this event had a beverage or two and didn't punch anyone. Do you see what I mean? This is why you go to a Warhammer tournament. To have fun, roll some dice, not worry about things too much. It's that simple, right? Whether you're whether you're good or bad doesn't really matter. You look forward. The fact this guy's going on about the food so much actually really speaks to me because that's one of the main reasons that I go to events as well. I like to go for the food. I like, whether it's, just get the tournament I went to this weekend. I went to K47 tournament in Wigan. Wigan is famous for its pies. The event, everybody got a famous Wigan pie. It was legit. It was called the Very Meaty or Very Steaky. I can't remember. It was just a block of steak inside pastry. It was amazing. It was awesome, right? So the point is, yeah, maybe the call themselves the burly boys is a bit cringe, everything, but it's not cringe because it's an in-joke. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of a laugh. Like burly boys, get some meat. Kind of thing. Like it's a bit of fun, right? So this is what I'm saying. What this guy is like right now. What you're seeing with this secondary objective chat with Burly Bro, right? What you're seeing with Burly Bro here is the vibe that everyone normally has at an event. Even if they get a little tipsy, even if they get quite drunk, this is the vibe. We're all there to play some games, roll some dice, eat some meat, have a great time. This is what we said. But when people say, oh, is this like a normal thing to drink at once? It is relatively normal, but not to get hammered and not to behave badly. All right.
Something a little bit different. I love my Imperial agents, and it's a great break from Crew. And playing at a teams event means I get to play against lots of different armies and matchups, and maybe try and get into things that are a bit more favourable for me than otherwise. So the matchups, as I said, we vibed our pairings pretty much. We just whizzed through and did the pairings that we thought were right. Round one, we won to a decent result. We played against an awesome team called Crump or Dice Trying B Team, and all of them were lovely. I won my game. I played against Orcs. I was Imperial Agents full of Death Watch, and I knew that if I didn't try and push for a big result...
So I'm not really sure if he's playing Agent or if he's just playing, like, OG Death Watch. Like, 8th edition Death Watch.
we were going to get swept away, so... I deployed really aggressively. I basically forced down to War earlier than he wanted to. He didn't do enough damage. And in return, my Death...
I am going to skip ahead a little bit.
These guys were lovely. We vibed through pairings. We knew there was a few matchups that were going to be good and bad. Deployment. So they're right on the back here for playing out a win, by the way.
Like I said...
And there's another guy throwing punches at him.
Right. Let's have a look. So we're getting into the beef now. The Burly boys are bringing the beef. They like the meat, they're bringing the beef. So, like I said, if you guys want to watch how these guys did round by round, of course, I will be linking this channel, so I'll link in this video so you guys can watch that. But for the purpose of this video, it looks like a really good channel, by the way. He's new to it, but he's very natural. He's describing things really well. He's got a bit of humor in there. I'll probably end up going back and watching this video properly. But for the purposes of this video, let's focus on the beef. Burly boys bringing beef. Exactly, right?
And so we're doing one. We're feeling pretty good. We're going to go out to the pub for some food. Everyone else has disappeared.
See what I mean? Like, it's totally normal. Have an event, maybe a drink per round, go to the pub, have a drink and some food. So, I mean, this is the normal way of doing things. It is not, even though there's a bit of a drinking culture in the UK, it is not the normal to get fucking rat-assed during, like, the day. That is someone who has behaved badly. Dead Cree! Anyway, Stargate quotes aside.
Get off. And myself and Freddie were walking back to the car, and I hear this kind of commotion, right? And someone starts shouting. We spin round, and there is a chap holding 3 boxes of Warhammer, and there's another guy throwing punches at him.
What?
You would have seen this
Punches?
on Reddit probably, and silly videos.
Punches plural. See, not just one punch. Punches plural. We'll see what he says. We'll see what Burly Bro says here. But it feels like that's someone who's not only lost control, but it's like continuing to lose control. Like, it's not just a little, oh fuck, sorry man, oh shit, like, do you know what I mean?
Videos by Art of War and so on. And you know, I run over and try and stop it. There was just us around at this point. I run over and try and intervene and stop what's going on, and eventually it dies down, and the guy who's swinging punches leaves, and the guy with the boxes was there. And long story short, it seems like the chap who was throwing punches got super drunk, way too drunk that is remotely appropriate to be at a Warhammer tournament.
See? Nothing wrong with a few drinks is. Drinks is. Nothing wrong with a few drinky poos. There's a little drinky poo, Randy. Nothing wrong with a little drinky poo. But there is an appropriate level. All right? There's an appropriate level at a Warhammer tournament. It's going to be like, you can go on a night out and get rat ass. Like, fine. Like, obviously, you know, try it. You've always got to be safe, but, you know, yeah. But at a Warhammer tournament, no.
And they had an altercation about their game, something like that, and the chap thought it was okay to throw punches, which is mad. We're making light of it because it is ridiculous to talk about that someone actually had a fight at a Warhammer tournament, but it is inexcusable in my opinion.
Agreed.
The chap should not be allowed to play at tournaments, in my opinion, ever. Certainly no tournament I'll go to. I'll make a really strong case because we're not in a hobby that should tolerate that kind of behaviour. It doesn't matter what happens before it. Physical violence is never going to be the answer, especially not in Warhammer. We play with little plastic models, are ridiculous.
Totally agree.
A crazy end to day 3. There was also a load of drama at the end of round 1 with lunch. I think round 2 started like an hour late because of 11.
Yeah, there was a lot of shit going on at the tournament. There's like an extra little bonus round of the beef to this. It is kind of funny. This guy was boots on the ground eyewitness. That's interesting.
Edition. I think it was the first big teams event. All the scoring was messed up, and yeah, the whole day was kind of crazy. We all had a great time, but we left the evening feeling a bit deflated because of what happened. And yeah, and that was day one. Yeah.
Okay, and then it goes back to the events. Okay, we'll see if there's anything else.
Day two.
Okay,
move on over. So at this point, we're 2-1, and we've.
So we'll let the results speak for themselves. So it seems like basically, I'll link that video for you guys if you want to see how that guy did at the event. But it doesn't seem like it was a major. Don't skip. Why? Is there anything? Is there something else that I need to see? I missed a good part. Is it at the end? I mean, I'll keep watching. You missed resolution? Where is this good part?
We're thinking, okay, this is reasonable for us, and we paired into BDK Gaming. Now, hilariously, the chap who was throwing punches last night, this is his team.
Thank you very much, Everton, for... Yeah, I almost missed a good bit. Okay.
Which was ridiculous. Of all the teams we could have paired into, I know the captain, Karl, really well. We played before. He's a lovely guy. The other chap who runs BDK Gaming is part of like our gaming group, and they made the amazing decision to get rid of this player who had done the punching. He's banned from the team and didn't associate with him, which is awesome. That puts them at a disadvantage versus us. We said, look, let's just call it a 10-10 for that round. They've done the sportsmanship decision of removing this bad egg. So there's no way that we think their team should be punished for that. So we just called that game a draw, and we just paired the other 4 out. Unfortunately for these guys, whilst we tried to make it fair, they kind of...
I was hoping that we'd be able to see who Fighty Fred was, but we can't. Not that I would have doxed him on stream, but it would have been nice to know for my own personal vindictiveness. But no, I wouldn't have doxed someone.
Kick him from our team.
But those who are like, is his name? There's name there. His name's not there.
Randomly, because both of us, both our team and theirs, were having a bit of a moment because of what happened last night. We said, let's just randomly pair. So we would just put face down pairings, flip the cards. And unfortunately for them, all the pairings went pretty much perfectly for us, as you can see from the scoreboard. I played against Mark's Tyranids, and kind of similar to the Orcs, I knew I'd get run over if I wasn't aggressive. So I deployed quite aggressively. Mark tried to attack me.
I think that's
Thinking,
probably
"Oh my
everything.
God, I'm going to get 20-0'd. Us in terms of skill level. We paired the best we could. And again, all their matchups.
I think that's everything now.
Super chuffed. I'm first base in a way. And
I think that's everything. Okay, so that was great. All right, so it seems, yeah. So it basically seems like I mean, that's hilarious that they ended up breaking up. Yeah, that's hilarious. Like that the team that ended up breaking it up was the team that ended up playing into Fighty Fred's team next. Anyway, people in Tiki writes feels like it's a nothing burger. Ellen Lean, yeah, I don't think two guys fighting is too much of a deal, to be honest. You guys are, I think, completely and utterly missing the point. All right. So, two people getting into a fight, generally speaking, isn't a noteworthy occurrence. People get into fights every day, right? The thing is, fighting at an event is not okay. Yeah, it's not okay. No one should go to a tournament expecting... No one should go to Warhammer tournament expecting to get into it. And I'm not trying to, like... I'm not trying to shame you, but if you can't see that, I do think that's bad. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can't be getting into fights over games of Warhammer, right? I love you, Tiki. I love you. But you can't actually be banzaiing people at the event. I mean, think about this, right? Think about this. Because you're saying that's like banning me for streaking a strip club after and outside the event. No, Tiki. It wasn't after the event. There were 2 days. So imagine, right? That guy doesn't get banned. The next day, those 2 players are going to be in a gaming hall together. That's not okay. That's not okay at all. See what I mean? It wasn't like after the event. It was between day 1 and day 2, but it wasn't after the event was done. So you would expect 2 people to get into a fight in a car park, and then the next day, so someone's basically been started on in a car park, and then the next day you expect that person to be in a gaming space. That person, no, not at all. That's not acceptable. This isn't their job. This isn't the. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just not how polite society does things. Do you know what I mean? So no, I don't think it's acceptable in any way, shape, or form. I don't think, it's like I said, we're making light of it. Like the guys in the video, like Beefy Bro said, we're having a laugh about it and everything, but you can't have a fight with someone and then expect those 2 people to like share a room the next day, especially if it's, it wasn't like it was it's like it's just not okay. It's just not okay. Yeah. You know what I mean? So no, I don't think that's the case. Also, I don't think it sets a good, even if it was after the event, I don't think it sets a good precedent. Like, think about this. So let's say we have the precedent of like, let's say you set the precedent of like, okay, well, after the event, I'll see you in the car park. That's not all right. What if you've got, so drunken bullies now can basically like make threats and be like, I'll see you in the car park afterwards. Let's say even it was a 1-day event, I'll see you in the fucking car park. Think about how that would get abused. Think about how that could encourage bad behavior. Think about how that could encourage certain people who we don't want in our community to be in our community. You got to think about that, right? You got to think about that. So it's, it's just not okay. You can't have it where in any way, you just cannot have violence in any way, shape, or form at a Warhammer tournament. Right? You just can't do it. We're all grown ups. We're all playing with toy soldiers. I think if you're saying like, well, if it's after the event, I'm going to take him outside, that reflects very poorly, my friend. It really does. All right? I don't think that's all right. Anyway, someone said it's the event's fault. It's 100% acceptable when you serve alcohol and don't keep track of folks. That's a lack of responsibility to people running the event. Totally disagree. Totally and utterly disagree. It is not. What fucking, like. Why should one person ruin it for everybody else? It's not the event's responsibility. It's not the event's responsibility for how much you drink. That person should have self-control. There's only one person who is at fault here. Okay? It's the individual's responsibility. 100%. Yeah. You're an adult. Take responsibility for yourself. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Everyone at that event was 18 or older. It's GW's fault. Fine, it's GW's fault. But no, in my mind, if that happened here, the event could lose their liquor license for a few days. Well, I guess there is a bit of a we do have to take into account there is going to be a cultural divide here, depending on where you are in the world, right? Maybe there'll be a different attitude to this. Like Tiki's from Florida, so Tiki might, I disagree with Tiki. I'm strongly disagreeing with him, but I understand that the man's from Florida, so down there they're going to take it outside, right? You know, like, just because I disagree with Tiki doesn't mean I don't respect him or anything. I'm saying that I think he's wrong. He's saying that he thinks he's right. Fine, okay, sure, like whatever. We'll just, you know what? We'll just agree to disagree. Tiki's like, it's after the event. Let's fucking batter each other. Yeah. You got to summon the gators. Yeah, exactly right. So look, we're disagreeing, but yeah. But my point is, let us not. I think we shouldn't get bogged down in the minutiae, right? I think at the end of the day, I'm saying the event shouldn't be policing what people do on their own time after an event. Yeah, I guess, but it was still kind of on the premises of the event. It was in the car park, right? But anyway, point is, I'm saying the event shouldn't be policing what people do on their own time after an event. I don't know. I mean, you've got to ask yourself this, man. I think it would have. Think about this, man. I think it would have looked a lot worse if the event hadn't done anything. Think about it for a second, right? What do you think would have got the stronger response from the community? The event saying, the tournament organizer being like, sorry, mate, but you're banned. We can't be having you here. Or the tournament organizer going, technically, it was after the event, so not our problem. See what I mean? So like, maybe banning the guy is the lesser of two evils. Even if you don't agree with it, the other option is not to ban them, at which point it's like, you know? So yeah. Yeah, so the drunk dude broke the cardinal, don't be a dick. Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. And you've got to think, like, everyone else at that event, this isn't like one or two people. This is like a dozen people. This is hundreds of players, probably 200 plus players. Everyone else there at that event was able to behave themselves. You know? So let's not get bogged down in the details. All right? We can argue the degree of badness, right? We can argue, should the event have done something? Shouldn't the event have done something? None of that is really relevant in my mind. Okay? None of that's really relevant. What is relevant is someone got rat-assed at a tournament, got a skinful, and decided that he was going to fucking throw down in the car park at a Warhammer tournament, which is fucking hilarious. All right? I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, all this involves details. Who won the fight? So we don't know. It seems like it just it seemed like Fighty Fred just got chased away. It would seem. Yeah. Maybe he should have. So Cider gives you fights first. Tiki, that is the main takeaway. Yeah, exactly. You see, and Tiki, look at this. We disagreed quite strongly. Okay? But neither one of us got to the point where we started wanting to fight each other. Right? I even said that I thought it was reflecting badly on you. You didn't take it personally. You were just like, nah. I think my position is correct. You think your position is correct. Let us agree to disagree. It's that simple. Exactly, right? And Tiki, you ran your drinking cruise event, didn't you? And everyone got absolutely fucking rat-assed. No one fought each other. Yeah. Tiki's putting holes in the voodoo doll he made of you. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point, right? That's the way it should be. Even if we strongly disagree with each other, it doesn't mean we resort to violence. Yeah. Yes, you can't punch him inside the ocean. We can't obviously get into a physical fight, but we could have fallen. We could have, not that we would have done, but it could have been possible for us to more strongly verbally disagree with each other. Do you know what I mean? Right? Whereas actually we were relatively, I think, civilized. And that's the point, isn't it, really? We're meant to be civilized. Shouldn't be getting pissed drunk and fighting in car parks at a fucking goddamn Warhammer tournament. It's just, that's just, Not the way it should be. Yeah. So I'm not morally grandstanding or anything. Like I said, I think we've had a few jokes about it and it's funny. But we should, yeah. I think I think as far as everything could have been resolved, it's probably been resolved the best way. Can you imagine if they just hadn't banned him? It would have been hilarious. Oh, there you are. Anyway. So, with all of that said, what do you guys think? All of this is just like my opinion, man. But are you on team no fighting at the tournament? Are you on team talk shit, get hit? Or are you on the third team where it's only possible to win the super major event if you can win against your final round opponent in a physical altercation? Like, are we going to put the war back in Warhammer? There you are. All right. Let's see. We've got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Third choice. There you go. Yeah, there you are. Okay, we got some super chats coming in here. Eldon Lean, thank you for the super chat. Footage of the fight in stream discussion. Let's have a look. This is going to be great. 1 minute. 1 minute. Fucking hell. I'm trying to... Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about. The jokes coming out of this is just excellent. Finishing off your team's round in the car park of a UKTC event to settle the real win.
Randy! Hey, Bat Dad. I didn't hear no bell. Hey, Bat Dad.
This is what I mean. The best bit about the entire thing is the jokes. Oh my god. There you are. I mean, come on, let's be honest here. What's the look at the average 2 British Warhammer players. Not the average player isn't on the beefy boys. The average player is as you would expect. All right. What do we got here? Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. A message from Adeptus Arbeit, drink responsibly. I mean, that actually does remind me of this one. This is hilarious. This is probably one of my favorite things. I think it's come out from the South Park guys.
You, friends, fun, drink, hot girls, you're hot, drink more, expensive cars, ass, drink, ass, money, you in a tuxedo, threesome, vodka, pussy, drink, you, drink, Vegas, fun, pussy, you in a tuxedo, this girl, vodka, drink it all, you pussy, more tuxedos, more cars, more pussy, more vodka, drink. Please drink responsibly.
It's so good. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. All right. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. What do we got next? Krista Baneblade, thank you for the 40 months. Thank you for the 40 months. X-Force, baby. Don't forget that you made a girl cry. Yeah, I made a girl cry, and I was perfectly fucking stone cold sober. Did you not hear me? I got no regrets. Not one. All right. I'd do it again. You all said I'm crazy? I ain't crazy. I know exactly what I'm doing. Hell, I liked it. I'd do it again. All right. Did I look in stream discussion? What's this? Due to a rampant drunken, we must now enforce that you drink responsibly or face the justice of the Lex. This is a Warhammer event, not a drunken brawl. Judgment of the Lex, the penal legion's with you. Happy hour is over. You are banned from the event. Fighting Fred, you are one for drunken, disorderly, battery, assault, and most of all, drink your electric stomach. How do you plead? 10 years in the ISO cubes. There you are. Oh my god. All right, what have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat. Fred only got kicked because he lost the fight. I mean, I don't think he won it. I think he was stopped. I think the fight was stopped before it could be won or lost. Right? It ended prematurely. So we'll never know who would have won. Yeah. We'll never know.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
We can't have you on the Beefy Boys if you fight like that. He wasn't kicked off the Beefy Boys team. He wasn't on the Beefy Boys team. He was on the other team, yeah.
One man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Yeah. The Beefy Boys stopped the fight. That's what you got to remember. It was the Burly Boys. The Burly Boys stopped the fight because they were so burly. There you are. Macon, thank you for the super sticker. Snooze. Hey! You fucking tell a story about people fucking fighting at a Warhammer tournament then. Fucking fight you in the fucking car park, bitch. There you are. John Chapman, thank you for the super chat. Tony B for discussion. It was unreal, to be honest. Let's have a look. A player who used to play Flames of War at my local wargaming store, who's Irish, went to Flame of War tour and got absolutely blotted out and started to argue with the players. The tour all tried to calm him down, and the players said, "You do know I'm Irish. I know where you live. I'll bomb your house." Wow, he was a knob, but I always thought he'd go that far. Yeah, it's just not to be. Not 1 minute. Gotta 1 minute. Sorry, but as an Englishman about to comment on the Irish, I have to take certain precautions. I hope you can understand. It's just classic Irish, though, really, isn't it?
Every meal's a banquet. Paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
There you go. All right. Anyway. There you go. There we are. All right. Well, that is pretty mad, though, John Shepherd. That is pretty mad. But that's the thing, like, you know, it's what I mean. People, yeah, people should, no matter where you're from, people shouldn't be violent at a wargaming event. Yeah, yeah. All right. What do we got next? Or you know, threaten someone, right? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Number 3, get Wisconsin, Warhammer and fight. Warhammered and fight. That becomes the new thing. Instead of doing like, what was it? Boxing chess, where you play around a chess and then you get up and fight each other and then you get back to play around a chess. Maybe we do that with Warhammer. Inquisitor Baneblade, thank you for the 6 gifted memberships, baby. The 5 and then the 1. Thank you for the 6 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. And thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Amazing effort, mate. Amazing. We've also got Keeper of the Imperial Salt. Fight summary in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. That's quite good. I like that. Yeah, that is quite good. All right. Yeah, chess boxing. I told you. Brains and brawn. There you are. What have we got next? Fox Knight, thank you for the Giga Chat. Do you think Warner will make a new Soviet K-47 starter box after what was happened to the first one, or will Soviet just not be getting one? I think all of the K-47 armies will be getting new starter armies at some point, but I don't know when that will be. Okay, I mean, I think it's meant to be by the end of the year, but it might be pre-order at the very end of the year, but not available till end of Q1 2027. So, yeah, there you go. So, so I think that everyone will be getting one, including the Soviets. I think it's just going to be a case of, it'll be end of this year, beginning of next year. Yeah. I think they said end of year, but don't remember when or where. I think they said end of year as well, but we've seen that timeline. We've seen that roadmap shift all over the fucking place, haven't we? Like, some stuff's come early, some stuff's come late. I feel like the roadmaps on Warlord for K-47 at the moment, because they're doing a lot, and this is leading, I think, to some good things. I think it's also leading to some growing pains, right? But the I think the roadmap's a bit of a guideline more than anything else at this point. Yeah. So I think, but I think even if they announce it at the end of this year, it would be something that wouldn't come in 3-month pre-order window, right? Yeah. That's what I think. They wanted the Omeo to release alongside Invasion of America, right? Yeah, they did, and it's delayed. Like, I don't even know by how much. Like, I think initially, I honestly don't know how. Hopefully, it'll be sooner rather than later, but I think it is delayed at the moment. Yeah. I bought that Soviet box because you said Siberian days are due 27 now. That doesn't make sense, Ryan Tomlinson. Have you drunk 9 ciders? The Siberian terror troops are coming, but they're not coming. My understanding is they are coming beginning of next year. Like, I think coming Q1. I think so. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm only taking the piss, man. Don't take it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Tabletop Wargaming really schedules all over the place, like StarCraft Treasure Crusade. Yeah. So I think there's just a limited amount of plastic model production available. I think a lot of companies are using. There's a lot of like third-party companies that people use and stuff. So yeah, I think there's a lot of capacity, and everyone's kind of fighting over capacity at the moment. There's not a lot of capacity, and a lot of companies are fighting over it. So yeah. Wait till I catch you in the co-op car park. Love it, man. Love it. Yeah. All right. Q4 2026 updated starter armies TBC per the moment they updated a month ago. Yeah, but I think what that means, what I'm saying, I think what that means is you'll pre-order them Q4, which means you won't get them until Q1. That's what I think. Q1 of 2027. That's what I think. That's what I think anyway. Yeah. That's my guess. I don't know. That would be my guess. Yeah. Hey, I hope it's sooner. I fucking hope it's sooner. Yeah. So Fox Knight, I absolutely think they will do a new Soviet one. It's just going to be a case of, is it going to be end of this year, beginning of next year? Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Come on, we can fight GW in the parking lot and stream discussion. Let's have a look. What is this? Rift War Rumble. Conflict Crew versus Corpo Games Workshop. The officer, the gas guy, the rum guy, the CEO, the lawyer, the accountant. Weapons legal, no 12 range, falls count anywhere. Rift interference, only victory matters. Fuck's sake. June 14, 2024. Wait, I've got to go back in time for this? Oh my god. What's this? Confident Crew vs. Corporate Games Workshop. IP is power. Patent pending. More plastic, more profit. Conflict Crew for life. Green Vault. Games Workshop sucks. Rift War Rumble. Extreme rules. Use the chair. Use the chair. Command control victory. No excuses. More rum, more pain, more fun. Steel chair to the back. Through the table. The rift belongs to no one except us. Hail the conflict crew. Choked out by the officer. High flying elbow. Oh my god. The greatest highlights of the match. Rum guy's flying elbow. The officer breaks the lawyer. Steel chair to the CEO. Through the table. And choked out by the gas guy. Nowhere, no escape. Game over. Oh my god. Conflict crew for the Green Vault. I love it. For fuck's sake. Goddamn conflict. Let's make it a real event. Oh man. Ah, I love it. No, yeah, I love it, Cosmic. Alexi, finally want to join the K47 hype. I want to buy Victrix Dark Age Scottish Crossbow and a box of Wargames Atlantic British Commandos and Kit Basher Scottish Scout Division. What do you think? Sounds cool to me. Yeah. I mean, Conflict's a very chill game, so, you know, I mean, I played against a guy this weekend who had no robot British army, and you know he did fine. I ended up drawing against him. Yeah, you know there absolutely is a there absolutely is a play for no bot Brits. Yeah, there absolutely is. But you can always do bots as well. What I'm saying is the humans can do stuff too. Wolfram back. Thank you so much for the big super chat, baby. Amazing, man. Thank you so much, bro. Let me have a look here. Oh, by the way, I was meaning to ask, have you tried out the game called Iron Nest? It's a heavy turret artillery game suited for every guardsman. The Castile needs you. Is it a video game or a tabletop game? Oh, it's a video game. Is it on Steam? Let me have a look. Oh, I'm trying to open Steam. There we go. It's on Steam right now. Let's have a look. I will watch the trailer. We'll go back to the beginning. Okay. So you got to measure the distance. Got to get the right shell. Spin the wheels. Type in the controls. I don't know if I'm autistic enough for this game. You gotta track the shell. I don't know. Oh wait, I was watching it and you guys didn't even get to see it. I'm so sorry. We'll go back. Don't worry. Right, there we are. Like I said, I don't know if I'm autistic enough for this. We'll have to see. It might be very good though. The typing in the commands seems like it could be pretty mental. It looks very well done though, doesn't it? It looks very well done. Yeah. In fact, there's another video next, so we'll watch that one as well. HE rounds. You got to type all that in. Fuck it out. Work out the trajectory of the shell. Scout plane. So you can see what you're actually trying to shell. Try and adjust things. That's a hardcore penetrator. And then you got to track the shell, and then the battle damage comes in afterwards. Counter battery timer. So you've got to put flak up in the air, is it? You got to get your flak in the air, boys. Did you manage it or not? Cool. That looks cool. High explosive standard burst load. I mean, it looks great. Don't get me wrong. It looks great. It looks awesome. It's probably something that, like I said, I'd watch. Maybe I need to. I mean, I might. I'm probably not gonna buy it. I'll be honest. But that's only because I don't play a lot of video games in general. But you know who would play that game? And this is where you all say, see, I knew he was the better brother. Mordy Bro would play the shit out of that game. And do you want to know how I know Mordy Bro would play the shit out of that game? Because Mordy Bro plays the shit out of that fucking submarine game, which is basically the same thing. Yeah. You can draw on the artillery shells. That's very cool. Yeah. Yeah. This is what the Quick Artillery team is doing. Yeah, I'll take this. Yeah, exactly right. The typing is orders coming to you, not you typing. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's your orders. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's U-boat. Yeah. Like, Morty Bro definitely once spent like an hour and a half just telling me about this like insane U-boat campaign that he did. It was cool. But I don't play a lot of simulator games. I don't play a lot of video games. But even if I don't play them myself, like I can still appreciate them. Right? You know, I can still be like, that looks cool as fuck. Birthday Christmas present gift for Morty Bro. That's a good idea, actually, Prep Cook Survive. Yeah. That's a good idea. So yeah, Wolf and Black, it looks great, man. You have Shower Dad Simulator? That is true. I do have Shower with my Dad Simulator. Amazingly, Cosmic, I haven't played that in a while. I know. And I haven't played Sex with Stalin either. Although I'm pretty certain I don't think I'd be able to play that on stream. All right. Let me close a few bits down here. Cool. Cool. Oh, we had the orc leaks, but it's not enough, is it? Yeah. So, you guys can pick. We've probably got time for one more topic. We might have time for two more. Alaski, 11th grab me. Is there any plans on non-11th Warhammer content? I mean, I'm doing loads of K47 stuff and probably going to do a bit more, a bit of old world stuff as well. So yeah, Alexi, there's going to be some. Yeah, I'm covering 11th edition a lot, but I'm covering other games as well. I'd like to I'd like to do a little bit more Midhammer again as well. Yeah. There we are. But for sure, more K47 content. I've got another battle port in the bank that's going to be coming out this weekend. Yeah. I would suggest it, Hamhawk. I know that there is a lot of... I know there's plenty of digital resources, but there's nothing like having one of those old rule books. It's awesome. Just holding it in your hand, flicking through it. It's great. So yeah, definitely recommend the physical one if you can get your hands on it. I mean, all we learned is that psychic levels are back from the Orc Codex leak, right? Yeah. Do you play straight out of it, or do we need some extra updates? Just play straight out of it. No FAQ, nothing, just it's all right there.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
But
in the street safe while keeping it real.
Yeah, so we learned Orc psychic levels are back, but like it seems okay, but it's a bit. I mean, maybe it's worth talking about. I don't know. Yeah, we'll talk about it. So it's fine. We'll keep it chill today. Mostly just talk about the beef and having a laugh, right? But basically how it works is if you're a level 3 psyker, you can do either 1 level 3 power, 3 level 1 powers, or 1 level 2 and 1 level 1 power kind of thing. But it doesn't, so there's like a limit on how much psychic you can do, but there doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be like you have to roll to see if you get your powers off or anything. The big thing for me was how this very clearly was a core mechanic that wasn't in the game. Right? No, I'm not. I stand by my hypothesis, my tinfoil hat hypothesis, that 11th edition came out. 11th edition launched when it wasn't ready. That 11th edition needed an extra year's worth of development time, but GW has a mandatory, arbitrary 3-year cycle, so it went out when it went out. But the fact that there's core rules that were missing from the rulebook, and they basically went go to the app to get the full rules after you bought the core rulebook, and the fact that we're now seeing entire mechanics like psychic seemingly, you know, being added into the game months after its release. Yeah. Interesting core mechanics on date sheets or characters. People is strange. Yeah. Like, maybe that is worth talking about. I think they're just unfinished because its 10th is so undercut that they need to divert too many resources into fixing 10th up with the core overhauls and stuff like Grotmus. Yeah. I don't know. It's very strange. We've never had an edition where core mechanics just weren't included. It's very weird. Very, very weird. Yeah. Very unusual. They need to bring back detachments. I'm pretty certain we've got them. Or do you mean like the old system, like battalion, brigade, patrol, vanguard, spearhead, all that kind of stuff? Like the 8th edition, sort of 9th edition. The 8th edition, oh yeah. Yeah, they weren't so bad. I liked them that, you know, when they were gone, when the command points were gone, they were gone. Did you wear Psychic? Is the Psychic phase, but just in your shooting phase, some armies, which are actually less interactive and more confusing than old Psychic? It's all over the fucking place, man. What are the chances a new 11th edition rulebook is released in a year that is more accurate with the soft relaunch box set? Maybe. Maybe that's why they're trying it out with Old World, you know? They're just doing a reprint of Old World with all the like FAQs and stuff printed into it, and all the relevant rules that have been changed in it, right? So maybe no one buy it and get burned twice. If that happened, it would truly be GW's "It's Morbin Time" moment. We promise we'll buy the launch box this time, GW. We promise. I kind of fucking hope they do it now. Yeah. What to add to the K-47 Japanese army with the new bundle and assault frame unit? Do you mean the Ghost Platoon? If you're okay working with resin, I'd say an Inigo. Because we don't know when the Ghost mech's coming, the Onryo. And I think you won't regret getting an Inigo because, or the Inago, I think that's what it's meant to be said, the Inago. I don't think you'll regret getting it anyway because it's a very good mech and it looks cool as fuck. And I think it will tide you over until the Onryo comes out. And even when the Onryo comes out, you'll still probably like your Inago, I should say. So yeah. So there's that. The other thing is you do have the heavy infantry bundle, like Kilroy was saying. Let's have a look. Let's look. You know what? We've done a lot of fucking 40k. Let's talk some fucking K47, boys. That's what I'm saying. All right. So you've got this bundle, the Invasion America new release bundle. That's very good. I mean, that's like 700 and something points. So this would probably be. This wouldn't be bad. This wouldn't be bad. So you want the Inago anyway. Now, this does come with battle frame. But there's not much difference between battle frame and assault frame. And in terms of like how they look, the only difference is basically these LMGs here. And there's some combat blades and shit, but don't worry about it. Everybody I know has no issue using the battle frame and the assault frame kind of interchangeably in the Japanese army because you tend to end up with a lot of these guys and not many of the official assault frame models, right? If you want to see what the difference is, like, you could even convert them if you wanted to. Right, so battle frame. You see how they've got guns, but no blades on the arm? Assault frame, you see how they've got blades on the arm? So it's a very easy conversion. Stick some fucking blades on them if you wanted to, right? So you can get assault frame out of these guys. What I would probably do is take the 2 LMGs. I mean, yeah, I would. What I would almost certainly do is take the 2 LMG guys out. Take one of these guys. Yeah. Take the LMGs out. Take one of these guys and use them to make a battle frame squad with a Panzerfaust and 2 LMGs and him. And then you've got an officer. I think you can do that. Let me check. I think you can absolutely do that, but I'm going to double check before I give you bad advice. Five-man squad, 2 LMGs, 1 Panzerschreck. Sick. Yeah. So basically what you do is you run 8 of these guys as an 8. You run 8 of them as a 8-man assault frame unit. You take the 2 LMGs, one of these guys, and this and make it into a 5-man fire support battle frame unit. And then you run these 2 as a officer. You've then got an Enago and a Key Ho, I think it is, or whatever it might be. I mean, I'll fucking find out. Yeah, Key Ho, sick. I remembered it. And a Key Ho as a light walker. Yeah. Yeah. Kai Key-Ho. Yeah. So yeah, that's not a bad thing at all. And the thing is, right? That bundle, you save £30 on buying the items separately. So you're basically getting, even if you're not that bothered about the little walker, you're basically getting it for free. So right? Yeah. If you're going to buy it, yeah. So there you are. If you're going to get an Enago and a unit of Japanese armor anyway, why not? You know, save. Why not get a free? Why not get a free light mech out of it? Yeah. They do not, Drifter. They do not. Yeah. They do not. Crush cannons aren't that great, but they're okay. The advantage of this walker is that it has the option to come with a light anti-tank gun. Now, it doesn't. I don't think it comes in the box, but you can just say it's got a light anti-tank gun, right? Which makes it a lot cheaper. And I actually quite like running them. Or you can run them with no tail whatsoever. That's an interesting one, right? And some people might say, why would you do that? Because if you run them with no tail, okay, which is the Type 6 Key-Ho, right? Not the Kai Key-Ho, but the Key-Ho. It's 95 points. And you might think, but it's just got 2 MMGs. Who gives a fuck? It's not about the fact that it's not about what weapons it's got. It's about the fact that this thing is recce with a 24-inch fucking run range. And it can start running anything that's not fearless or a robot. It can start running them over and forcing them to take morale checks and everything. 95 points is a hell of a deal. If you have to chuck a bit of armor on the board like that. Yeah. Type 92 tank gets better for the points. Isn't the tank get damage value 7+, Tiki? So this is tougher and faster and has recce. I don't know, man. I think this is. I don't know. I think it's probably about equals pequals. Yeah. 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 I'm not saying that the Type 92 is bad. It's not. It's got that HMG. It's fucking sick. I'm saying they probably function a little bit differently. Yeah. I like the Type 92, by the way. I fucking like it. So don't think I'm poo-pooing. I'm a big fan of the Type 92. I just, I can see, depending on how you want to use them, each one could, I don't really see them competing, to be honest. I kind of see them doing just different roles. Like Type 92 is going to sit there, Dakar in nice armored mobile HMG platform. Kehoe's more of a running around like, I don't care if I die, just fuck with people kind of unit. Yeah, I agree with that one, Tiki, 100%. 100%. All right, we've got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in Discord. All right. Star Trooper Heavy Infantry for your review and approval. I mean, they look excellent. Holy shit, man. They look so fucking cool, bro. I love it. I love the Africa Corps theming. Or Steel Legion theming. Oh, that's cool. I like the ones with like the sort of replacement armor plates and stuff. I might have to do that with some of mine, you know. Yeah. So I can mix the units together a little bit. I think they look good. It's interesting. I actually ran my Style Trooping with Panzerfaust this weekend, and I loved it. So many situations where the Panzerfaust came in handy. Yeah. So fortunately, I've gotten the box of 9 Style Trooping, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint them up so they've got a mixture of like green and like white panels all over, kind of like what you've done with this guy, right? And then I'm going to, I really like the emblem you put on the chest there. I think that works very well. And then I'm going to give them all Panzerfausts. And then I can mix them into the units. But yeah, they look awesome, bro. They look so cool. Yeah. Very much approved. And actually might steal some ideas for my own... for my own Style Treatment for sure. I want to redo some of the transfers of my Style Treatment, so I might take some of the stuff that you've done and run with it. Yeah. All right, what do we got here? Macon, thank you for the super chat. Say it with me, class. Minimum viable product. Yup. Yeah. It's very, very strange. 11th edition is a strange edition.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Even if you're a big 11th edition fan, okay, and I'm not saying you're wrong for being an 11th edition fan. Like, sure, that's fine. Like, you enjoy it, that's great. Don't let me poo-poo things for you, right? But it definitely feels, even if you're a big fan of it, you have to be able to see that it just feels a bit weird. Like, the way GW is doing things is just very unusual. Very, very unusual. Oh, GW is coming for me. The Pinkertons have come for me. The Pinkertons have come for me. Oh, there might have been a little blip in the stream. Everyone spam refresh in the stream. Spam refresh. 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 Catchy. What does it mean? There you are. All right. We'll be fighting a lot after all. There you are. I love it. I just learned that phosphex in 3.0 doesn't linger. What, for Horus Heresy? I didn't know it lingered in 2.0, but I never encountered it. But isn't phosphex like white phosphorus? Surely it would linger. Right? Did you guys see the beef? Or hype, even? Winter's SEO put out a Horus Heresy 2.0 battle report. I want to see how well it's doing. I want to see. Yeah, he did. After everyone told him to. I think he did it. I'm kind of having a look here. Okay, so where's SEO? He did a second edition Horse House Battle Report, Iron Warriors vs. Raven Guard. Everyone's really, really complimentary about it in the comments. And it's already got 7.7k views. Now, remember, I've told you guys this before. Remember that the views that you see here, especially in the first, I'd say, day, in the first day or two, are actually lower than the actual views in the video. Okay, like the views that you actually see that are actually accurate are displayed on YouTube Studio. So I've had a video that's had 1,000 views less. Yeah, so I think it could be 8.5k easily. Easily, right? I mean, it might maybe even 9k. Like, it's depending on how much it's popping off, right? It could be well ahead. But in one day, this has got, let's say, 8.5k views. If we have a look at the other Horse Heresy battle reports, this one got 12k views over 3 weeks. This one got 13k views over 1 month. Trying to see if I can find the Horus Heresy. This one got 18k over 2 months, but it did have a slightly more catchy title. And you'll find that Imperialis Militia always gets good views. Always does. Because obviously, the fucking Guard are the best community, right? We always support, no matter what game system. Yeah. So, I think, if this battle report... Okay, I'm looking to see if we've got another example here. 12k views, see? Right? So, I think if this battle report gets 12k... I agree with Sven. Even if it matches 3rd edition battle reports, not surprising it. Not surpassing it, that's crazy. Like, who is out here right now watching 10th edition battle reports? Exactly, right? That's exactly the point I was going to make, Sven. You've taken the words out of my mouth. Great minds think alike, all that kind of good stuff. That's a great point. Even if it matches 3rd edition, that means something. I am telling you right now, I bet it would be possible to rebuild the Heresy 2.0 community. 100%. 100%. Like, there's no... I think Winters could start something here. Hell, I might fucking join him. Simon and I doing a cheeky 2.0 battle report. Just in solidarity. Yeah. Saying, you know what? Like, we like playing Heresy. We don't get to use these armies anymore because 3rd edition shit. We don't want to play 3rd edition, so fuck it. We'll play 2nd. Yeah. I need to fucking paint the lighter core, man. But yeah. Do Death Guard versus Raven Guard or something. Yeah, I'm speaking to Winters. So, I'm hoping that he's going to come up here. We've not settled anything, so don't get your hopes up just yet, guys. But I'm hoping he'll come up to me for a K47 bat rep, and I'll go down to him for Horse Heresy 2.01. Yeah. Square based and Heresy Pilled 2.0. It's happening, boys! Square based, Heresy Pilled, Rift busted. Rift maxed. That's it. I'm square based, Heresy Pilled, and Rift maxed. There you are. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If 10th or 9th battery got the same views as the 11th, wouldn't that be horrifying indictment? Yeah. Yeah, man. I think it's though, I don't think people are that nostalgic for 8th, 9th, or 10th edition. I mean, I think people are sort of have mildly fond memories of them, but I don't think people are that nostalgic for them. I think if people were going to go back to an audition, it's going to be 4th or 5th, or 2nd, 4th, or 5th. Yeah. 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 All right. Leak foul food. Today, me and my girlfriend laughed over the video you made on Salty Steve. You were yelling, and we laughed about your video on Salty Steve. Generally, keep up the work you bring into life. For a noob myself, dude. That's awesome, man. I don't know what video went out today. Actually, did the Salty Steve video go out? Oh, Salty Steve. Yeah. Sorry. I have another. Amazingly, I have another Steve video coming out. But it's a different Steve. It's a different Steve. When is that video coming out, actually? It might be tomorrow. Let me have a look. No, it's not coming out till Thursday. Friday. So if you liked that video, I have another video coming out, but it's not Warhammer related. It's workplace related. So I've only got 1 or 2 of the Tales of a Tournament Gamer videos left. Frankly, because I don't make them up, so there's a finite amount of them. I've got basically, I mean, the main one is these 2. The main one I've got left is the 2 inbred brothers. All right, but I do have some tales about some mad workplace experiences I had. And the first one of those tales is the tale of Stinky Steve and the baseball bat. Where, yeah, Corpo Glory is making his return. Where I was intimidated at work by a manager with the baseball bat because I'd handed my resignation in. And he really didn't want me to leave because it would look very badly on him. Because everyone else, I was the last person in his department to quit. Everyone quit him in a month, and I was the last one. And so he basically intimidated me with a baseball bat to make me try and stay. Yeah, and that one will be coming out on Friday if you want to enjoy it. Yeah. You heard about the fight in the car park? Damn, like if that happened to me, I would have a new Tales tournament play. We just covered it, Sven. Yeah, I'm doing a stream highlight of it coming out tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, we got Leak Foul Food. If you enjoyed that video, I got a bunch of other ones. If you type in Mordy and Glory, Tale of a Tournament Gamer, if you got a bunch of other ones, you can. If you want more of those ones, you can. Just put that into YouTube, right? But also, I've got a Tale of a Corpo drone story coming out on Friday. Yeah. All right. We got some more super chats coming in here. I can hands. Thank you for super chat. Any idea on plastic Japanese heavy weapons? We kind of already have them a little bit, but not really. Like in the newer Japanese plastic infantry kit, you can build medium machine guns from the infantry box, which is very interesting. You can do that with the veteran German infantry kit as well. But I think they're all going to get it eventually. Yeah. I think they're all going to get it eventually. But I've no idea when. I mean, we've had what? British, Americans, Germans. I mean, it's got to be Soviets next. And then maybe the Japanese. I'm not sure how popular the Japanese are as a faction, but maybe. Yeah. All right. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat. 2 short video memes in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. How we deal with Fighty Fred side of Warhammer. Right, this is going to be... this is going to be bad, isn't it, Cosmic? This is going to be degenerate as fuck. How it feels going from 40k to K47. All right, 1 minute. Right, okay, so... what is this? So, this is... How to deal with fighty Freds at the Warhammer tournament.
Oh, you can say that over the phone, Batman, but if I had you here, I'd pound you to a pulp.
Start pounding, Joker.
And then what's this one? Jimmy Neutron, I will live. How it feels for going from K47 to how it feels for going from 40k to K47.
There's no reason for me to live. No reason at all. Aunt Moe's pies? No, it could never replace the ones I love. But hey, look at all the pie. Yes, I will do it. I will.
I love it. Yeah. I will let... That's Cosmic going to fucking K47. Brilliant. All right. Oh, that was good, Cosmic. I'll give you... Okay, you got 2 good ones then, Cosmic. I'll give you that. Oh. All right. We've got Squiggle and Sean! Squiggle and Sean, thank you, man. Squad of bots discussion got ambush on the way to the luau. Let's have a look. Squadably bots on tropical holiday. Yeah, baby. I love it. I love the tropical camo hats. And I love how rusty they are. Wait, are those... Wait, did you paint flowers on them? You absolute mentalist. That's amazing. I love how rusty they are because in like the tropical climate, they would definitely rust a lot more. That's so cool, man. That's so fucking cool. It's blood sight. It's still cool. I guess that makes sense. The leaves wouldn't go rusty, would they? It still looks awesome, man. Blood, rust. You know what, baby? I love it all. I love it all. There we are. Brilliant. Very, very cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. Beautifully painted. In a very different and unique colour scheme that works absolutely fantastically. Nice. Nice. Thank you for your support. And it seems, Quicker Sean, that you have moved on from your love of the Green Vault. Do you now believe that the Japanese, the good guys of K47? You're like, no, the Green Vault, I don't believe in them anymore. They're the baddies. Now, I'm all about the Japanese. They're the real good guys. The Emperor will bring us all together. The whole world will be in the co-prosperity sphere. The world is a sphere. So the whole world must be in it for it to be completed. We must all be prosperous together. Co-prosperity, if you will. Oh no, I'm still betting the real good guys. I love it. Oh man. Oh, okay. Oh, my days. Gone tired. I've had such a busy day. I've gone tired all of a sudden. Maybe I should get a. Maybe I should go splash some water on my face. You know what I need? I haven't had the midstream snack, boys. I need to have the midstream snack, so then we can power on for another hour. There we are. Leak file food. Audio side. Do you think World Eaters will get reabsorbed in the main codex because they're the only item 40k I'm interested in? I don't think so. No, I think GW likes having things split off the way it is. Yeah. It would be good if they did, but I don't think they will do. I don't think they will. So yeah, I would press on assuming that they're going to stay as a standalone faction. Yeah. There you go. World Eaters are cool. World Eaters are very, very cool. Yeah, you should have fun. You should have fun painting them. All right. So I'm going to grab a quick snackaroo. And then maybe we cover metadata. Do we want to, you know what? You guys can pick. Okay. And you guys can pick. Okay. Because anything we don't talk about today, we'll just talk about tomorrow, so it's fine. There we go. All right, let me grab a quick snacky poo-poo, and then I might have a piss back in a couple of minutes. When we get back, we'll get into whatever you guys have voted for. All right. I had a big shit. I wasn't expecting to go to the toilet. But you know what? It happened. And I'm glad it did. Oh, I can just settle in and relax. Oh, definitely got a bit of sun. My head feels a bit weird. Let's have a look. Oh, it's close. Oh my god. 1 minute. I gotta recheck the poll. 1 minute. Make sure it's not refreshed or anything. Oh, it's so close. It's actually right down the middle. Oh my god. K47 is winning by like 1%. Now it's back. Equals pequals. Oh my god. Look at it. $40K metadata winning by 1%. I can't believe how close that is. I don't think we've ever had.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping it.
I don't think we've ever had a K47 versus 40K poll that close before. Interesting. Glenn Lee, thank you for the poo emoji. Thank you, man. I love it. Macom coming in with the super chat. K47 lobby gang. Well, as you guys know, we believe in democracy here. And a huge part of democracy is lobbying. If the public vote is so close, we will have to go to the lobbyists. I will have no choice. I will have no choice. And right now, the K47 lobby gang is winning. There you go. So we'll see if we get any more lobbying, or if that'll be the decider. Commander AJ, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit the whole piece of paper? Right now, nothing's fit anyway. It's dead heat. We're trying to get through at the same time. There we are. The vote gets counted on WG scoring. Exactly, right?
For you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Waiting for the K47 mail-in ballots to surge. Oh my god. That was actually good. I love that. Commander HHL, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. That membership can fit the whole piece of paper. There you are. Leap Val Food. Yo, I'm a glory. Is 40K worth investing in as a new player? Kinda.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
I'll explain in a minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think those K47 mail-in ballots are flying, boys. We've got Cosmic Drew coming in with a super chat, Spider update, and K47 Marcher Style Trooper. So The spiders are asleep at the moment. I can't see them. I can't see. I haven't got. Oh, a minute. Okay, no. Okay, I can see one of their ladders, and it's absolutely fucking packed. But that wasn't Spider Bro. That was Spider 2. So Spider 2 does seem to be eating very, very well at the moment. So there's that. And then as for March Style Trooper, that's obviously lobbying for the K-47 after action 4. Okay. And then Butt Mountain coming in here with the Rift Buster chat. Well, it's not Rift Buster. It's the Wotan chat, baby. There we are. Oh my god. There we are. But Matt, thank you so much for the generous support, sir. K47 recap. I think that's probably sealed it, right? I think that's probably sealed it. The public vote was basically neck and neck, right? Basically neck and neck. But Mountain, Cosmic Drew, and Macon have all successful, especially But Mountain. Let's give him a big shout out because he did do the biggest support. Have absolutely secured the future for the Rift. Amazing. All right. So we'll the 40k lobbyists sadly are all spent after all the newest Ultra character. There needs to be one every month, one every week, man. What are you talking about? One a month? They're slowing down. Macon, God, I love democracy. I love democracy. This is democracy made manifest. Get your hands off my Warhammer. Yeah, 40k women didn't lobby, so addition to democracy, K47 wins the vote. Exactly, right? So special interest groups, right? It's the Green Vault in action. There you are. Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment. Thank you so much to all of you who took part in the vote, and thank you to all of you who superseded the vote with the super chats. But before we get to that, I want to address the thing from Leak Foul Food. Me and my girlfriend and our flatmate want to play. That's why I asked. Currently, we only play Tabletop Simulator. So the thing is, right, Leak Foul Food. This channel generally has a very mixed, not negative, but I mean, some people are very outspokenly negative about it. But we have a lot of different people on this channel. Some people love 40k, some people loathe it. A lot of us are in the middle. The thing is, mate, 40k can be very fun. It really, really can be. It's very expensive, right? And so, I think if you're going to invest in 40k, you probably want to be trying to get as much as you can out of it. You know, if you're just looking to, you know, if you're just looking to play the game, it doesn't really make a huge amount. If all you're interested from is a gameplay point of view, and if you're just playing against each other anyway, and you're never going to go to a tournament or anything like that, because 40k is a very competitive game these days, then in many ways you're probably best sticking with Tabletop Simulator. However, there are a whole bunch of reasons why getting into Warhammer 40k makes sense. The physical product, I should say. Firstly, the social aspect. Whilst you and your girlfriend and your flatmate are all enjoying, you know, playing Tabletop Simulator, there may be a time when you want to expand your 40k playgroup. Maybe you want to, maybe you want to go down to the local Warhammer club, play a few games there, you know, just meet some friends, make some friends, all that kind of stuff, right? And obviously that's much easier to do via actually. We're all Magic the Gathering players reference. Well, exactly right. So maybe going down there, going down to the local wargaming, or local nerd shop, right, and playing some 40k instead of just playing Magic the Gathering. Like maybe so you get the social aspect of it, right? The other thing is, building and painting the miniatures. You know, it can be a very therapeutic thing. I really enjoy painting models because I used to play a lot of video games, and now I basically don't play video games because instead I do models. And the reason why I do models constantly now rather than play many video games is because at the end of it, I find it I find it relaxing during the time, but B, I also get a sense of accomplishment when I complete a unit. Unlike in a video game where, kind of once you log off, there's not really much to show for it. There's no physical product or anything like that. The only thing you can really show for it is the hours logged on Steam. But with war gaming in general, you can paint a squad of guys. You can look down and go, "Hey, I painted that," and that achievement is a physical achievement. So not only can it be very relaxing, not only can it be very therapeutic, but it can also, it can touch that part of your brain where you're like, hey, I actually did something today. Not, oh, what did I do today? Oh, I sat at home wanking, eating expensive German biscuits and, playing video games. It's, I sat at home wanking, eating expensive German biscuits, but I also painted some models and now I've got something to show for it, right? So the painting and the modeling side of it can be excellent. But, if you're not that bothered about painting the models, building the models, painting the models, or anything like that, like I said, if you're purely just kind of here to play the game, then it doesn't make a huge amount of sense to get into Warhammer 40k, because it's kind of, in my opinion, it's so expensive at this point that you kind of need to engage with every aspect of it to get your money's worth in many ways. Now, the thing is, Warhammer 40k is very expensive, but wargaming is not that expensive if you're not that bothered about playing Warhammer itself. So, for example, there are a number of games within GW's ecosystem and outside of GW's ecosystem which are a lot cheaper. So a good example is, if you want a smaller, cheaper game, you've got things like Necromunda, which is like gang warfare, where you can really personalize all the models. You've got Kill Team, where you can buy models for 40k, essentially. Buy like a squad for 40k and play it in a little squad v squad game. And that's actually very in-depth. A lot of people... It used to be this little side game, but it's a full standalone thing now. Yeah. And so you can always dip your toe into... You could get into Kill Team, and everything you buy for Kill Team can be used in 40k, by the way. So you could always just get into Kill Team, see if you like the whole building and painting bollocks, and if you do, great. If you don't, well, you've kind of got your answer there. You've also got games like Old World, which are a lot cheaper than 40k, generally speaking, and they're a GW game. And then, the other one is you can go outside the GW bubble. You've got the GW bubble, and you've got everything outside of it. Like, I play Bot Action, which is basically 40k World War II. And I play Conflict 47, which is basically... It's a super weird, but very grimdark... It's World War II. It's like weird World War II, but it's a lot more than that. Like, the Illuminati have taken over the Axis. FDR has become God Emperor of America. The Brits have made AI in 1947. The game is played, 1947. Soviets, ironically, probably the most normal, because Stalin's just like still around and everyone just does as they're told. But the Soviets are very red alert to Yuri mind control. And then the Japanese basically develop like stealth technology very early, and they can phase through walls. Yeah. So, like, it's a great game. And it's, if you get a 40k army, you're looking at you're looking realistically at $600 to $1,000 for one army. You get a Conflict 47 or a Bolt Action army, and you're looking at $200. So it's, like, a lot cheaper. Yeah. But I'll be honest with you, I'm interested in the tabletop game for the 40k lore / Horse Heresy. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, 40k lore is great. Horse Heresy is great. Yeah, of course. You very well may want to stay inside the GW bubble. But if you want to stay inside the GW bubble, I would recommend you do Kill Team first. Yeah. I would recommend that. Try it out and see if you like it. But it depends. I'd say it massively depends on your financial situation. If you can afford 40k, then go for it. You know, can be very fun. Don't buy anything new in box from GW. You know, try and get things. You know, try and be savvy. Try and get things. There's a lot of third-party retailers out there that'll sell things for like 10, 15% off. They're like official stockists. They're just not GW themselves. Yeah. Go see. Yeah, 40k is. Like I said, I enjoy 40k, but it is very expensive. That's a big factor. Yeah. Although if you play Magic the Gathering, I've heard that's pretty expensive. So there you are. I'm glad I can help, man. I'm glad I can help. All right, so Conflict 47 tournament recap. All right, so there will be a proper after action report coming out soon, either this weekend or next weekend. All right. So it might be a week away, might be 2 weeks away. But I can give you guys kind of the high level summary and vibes and all that shit. Now you can get the breakdown, the day by day breakdown. But I should say turn-by-turn breakdown in the after-action report. But you can get the high-level shit now. So, I went to the Wigan Warlord store first Conflict 47 event. So, if you've been living under a bit of a rock, Warlord Games actually has opened up their first independent store. So, Warlord Games has got their HQ, where they do everything, including having a store, and they have got obviously loads of third-party stockists that sell bot action and Conflict 47 around the world, but they opened up this year their first Warlord store. First independent, I won't say independent, their first standalone but official Warlord store run by Warlord people. Okay. And it's been managed by Chris, who's appeared on this channel once or twice. And he's a great guy. Really, really, he's very experienced at running tournaments and all that kind of stuff. And it was the first event at the Warlord store, the first Conflict 47 event at the Warlord store. But it's actually, I think, the third tournament that they've run there. But they did a couple of bot action ones first. Now, it absolutely it was a really nice, fun local RTT. So it was 8 players, 1 day, 3 rounds, 4 tables, and it was obviously, well, I say obviously, it was sold out. It's sold. Chris announced it. And it sold out. I actually, because he knows what I'm like, he said, "Hey, do you want me to put a ticket to one side for you?" I was like, "Yes." By the way, when it says put to one side, he means like reserves one for me, but I still pay for my ticket. I always pay for my tournament tickets, right? Got to support your local shop, and in a funny sort of way, like the Warlord store is a local shop, even though it's part of a bigger business. It is my local shop. Like if it does well, Warlord will hopefully open more, or if it does well enough, it will stick around, which is what I want, right? So it was so he put a ticket to one side for me, which is very, very kind, and I do appreciate that. And it was just nice. It was really cool. Because it was just right. It wasn't that far away from me. It didn't take me very long to get there. So it's not on my doorstep per se, but you know, it's like I can get to it and back again in like one day. Don't need a hotel or anything like that. Okay, so that was really, really nice. It was also an incredibly like chill vibe. So I turned up, thanks to Cosmic, I turned up with Style Trooping spam. But I actually turned up with 2 lists because I was a little worried that, you know, pure Style Trooping can be, it's a lot of damage 7, right? It can be a little bit of a stat check. But I said to Chris, like, hey, I've brought this list. I need you to approve it. If it's too much, I've got to, basically, I can swap out 2 units of Style Trooping for a unit of Schwertruppen, a much bigger unit of Schwertruppen, like in a truck, and a few other bits and bobs, right? And Chris was like, no, it's fine. He was like, Style Trooping aren't that bad. We've got a mix of experience here. We've got some people who they're very, very new. And we've got some people who they're actually pretty experienced. So they come down all the time. So just run it. He said, this one will run it. And if it seems a bit much, you steamroll everybody, then next time we know to balance it out. And I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. So my list, Cosmic. You told me to bring Style Trooping. You told me to bring a lot of Style Trooping. So I brought every Style Trooping I had, except like 1, maybe 2. It was the March of the Style Trooping. What was it? Forged in steel, tempered in blood. So I had 2 squads of, I think it's only like 19 models. It wasn't actually that much in the end. It was 2 squads of 5. I mean, it's still a lot of Style Trooping, right? But it's 2 squads of 5 with STGs and Panzerfausts. And then it was 2 squads of 3 with LMGs and anti-tank gun, light anti-tank gun. And then it was a squad of 2, so it's 18. A squad of 2 with not squad 2, an officer with an extra guy, both with the LMGs and Panzerfausts. So everyone upgraded to Fanatics, though, right? Everyone upgraded to Fanatics. So it was a full Style Trooping platoon. Platoon Commando, an extra guy, 2 3-man fire support squads, 2 5-man assault squads. One of the 5-man assault squads I had in a Hanomag. And then I had an armoured platoon supporting, which had a veteran Panzer IV Walker with the Schwervel projector. So it could get the surging dice at the beginning. And then I had a regular Panther X with Shine and Canon. That was my command vehicle. Okay. So it was basically Rail Panther, Grav Panzer, and 18 Style Trooping, and a Hanomag. It was a very, very tight list. Okay. It was very, very tight. But it actually wasn't that overpowered. I mean, it wasn't overpowered at all, I don't think. So, one of the things that I was obviously worried about is lack of thought is pointing. I did want to take the Wotan, but I figured that the Style Trooping were already going to be a bit of a stat check. I should probably have... I should soften it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Right? So... So the thing with the Style Trooping is that, like, they are really tough. But 2 very mitigating factors. All right? The first one is they are tough, but they don't do a lot of damage. And because they haven't got any pen. Like, the only thing in my Carl's been going ape in chat. You know, YouTube auto translate that for me, which is awesome. But they don't do a lot of damage because I've got two 5-man squads of Panzerfausts, and then 2 AT guns, and that's it. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of pen in it. So basically the Style Trooper are tough, but they don't kill a lot. I mean, they're okay, but they don't kill a lot. So I was a little one of the mitigating factors is that they are limited in what they can do. And the second mitigating factor is that everybody, even new players now, has kind of twigged onto the fact that you want some pen in every unit. So even the brand new guy that I played against, he was like, I've put ATRDs on my Galahads. And I was like, that is a very good idea. So, yeah. So, yeah, it wasn't so bad at all. So I actually did not feel like... I mean, my Style Trooper felt tough. But every game, they took horrific casualties. Yeah. Is it a... Well, it is ATRD, isn't it? Yeah. Tiki's trying to make me say a bad word. I think he is anyway. I think he's trying to make me say someone who gets the short bus to school. But yeah, so I in my first game, for example, I think I had like 6 left. So I'd taken like 66% casualties. In my second game, I had 3. I had 10 left. I think. No. I had 9 left. So I took 50% casualties on them, but my armor got slaughtered. Right? And then in my third game, I mean, I think I had like 2 left. Maybe 3. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot at all, right? So the Style Trooper died. They died in droves. So I didn't feel so bad bringing that many. Like, not at all. Okay? I didn't think... I didn't feel so bad. So it turns out that, you know... I know there was some concerns in the conflict community, like... you know, about... does everyone need to bring pen? But the funny thing is, it's just... You know, it's not really seen as a bad thing, even by new players. New players kind of just go, oh, so I just need to make sure I'm bringing a bit of pen where I can. Yeah. And they go, okay. Whether that's slapping ATRDs on something or bringing an anti-tank rifle or an anti-tank gun. Do you know what I mean? Everyone just kind of gets it now. Like, yeah. When you think about it, right? It actually kind of makes sense. And this might sound a bit like cope, but I don't mean it that way. When you think about it, obviously it makes sense that everyone would be bringing a bit of pen. And obviously new players don't really have a problem with it. It just makes sense. Why? Power armor. Think about it. It's kind of what we said with... It's kind of what I've talked about with Conflict version 1. One of the reasons why I struggled to gel with it was because... And I know Tiki will say, you're wrong! Urban combat! Like, just simmer down, darling. I know what you're going to say. One of the things I always struggled with the idea of Conflict 1 when I was first looking at it was because I was like, why would they invent the mechs when every mech is just weaker than every tank? Yeah, you can say urban even 9 siders. You can say, you know, they had them for urban combat, but that didn't really translate into the game that well. Because, you know, tanks weren't... Yeah, maybe in the lore, urban combat makes a bit more sense, right? But, you know, in the rules, it didn't translate all that well. I mean, all it really translated to was that they had no side or back armor because they could like turn to face it or something, like, which didn't really make sense because what if you just got the drop of one of them and just fucking shot them in the back, like, right? And then also a lot of people just didn't play in urban battlefields, and even if you do play in an urban battlefield, you guys have seen some of the incredibly dense boards that I've been building up for my conflict games, and the walkers don't really get any noticeable advantage over tanks in those situations, right? I mean, if we just pull up an example here, I think this would be considered a pretty fucking dense urban board, right? Let me have a look. It was back a bit further, wasn't it? Yeah. So here you go. I mean, I think by a lot of bolt action and conflict 47 standards, this is probably considered to be quite a dense board. I mean, look at everything that we've got here, right? So I don't think it translated all that well. There's that there was I think that it made sense of the lore, but it didn't really translate to the tabletop. So the thing though is, when going back to what I was saying, that was always my kind of problem with the walkers in version 1, which is that you often ask this question of, why am I bringing the conflict 47 stuff? Not just the walkers. The walkers are one example. It's like, often the best way to win a game of conflict 47 in version 1, from what I could see, for very limited experience, was you brought a bot action list. So obviously something's kind of gone wrong there when it comes to like translating it onto the tabletop. Whereas when you come to version 2, one of the advantages, when it comes to version 2, power armor is good. Mechs are good. So you don't question, like, why did they invent these things? Why did they bother? You go, yeah, well, obviously power armor is going to make you like super durable. So obviously if everyone's running around in power armor now, or robots, or the fucking undead, then obviously you're going to need more firepower to crack that open. So I played someone in my first game at the event, was his second game ever, and he had he loved, like, he actually said it, he said like that was, he's done a bit of war game before, and he went, that was one of the best, not wanking myself off, guys, but that's one of the best games that he's had. He said at the end of the day it was the best game he'd had all day, and he said like it was so much fun, and he didn't get upset when like his Galahads couldn't hurt me with their machine guns. He was like, God, they're really tough, aren't they? And I was like, yeah, it's why I love them. Like, I just love them. They're just fucking, they don't do a lot of damage. And he saw that play out. He saw like, yeah, like these Style Driven are spraying me with like their STGs. My guys are in power armor. So my bullets weren't doing that much to him because I didn't have any pen. His bullets weren't doing any damage to me because he didn't have any pen. So the way that we ended up having to kill each other was by shooting Panzerfaust at each other, which still wasn't that effective because, because of, shape charges don't work against powered armor as effectively, right? So yeah, but he loved it. He got the vibe straight away. And at the end of the game, he said that just felt so right. So you see what I mean? Like when I say, sometimes that there was that concern at the beginning of it, like, oh, is it going to be a bit like, oh, everyone's got to bring in a bit of pen, could that lock certain units out and stuff like, and yeah, I think those were legitimate concerns, right? I think those were legitimate concerns. But I think when you actually start getting down onto the tabletop and start playing it, and when you especially when you start seeing it through the eyes of a new player, it really does click into place, and it really does make you think, okay, it makes sense. And because it makes sense, you haven't got that sort of feeling of, oh, well, this has been an arbitrary change. Like I know, Tiki, you said earlier, oh, let's just give them a buff. No, you're right. Giving them a bunch of artificial buffs for distance to shape charge in Cave of 2 made way more sense. It wanted to sell more walkers to replace action tanks. I mean, firstly, obviously, I love a bit of cynicism because I too am I'm also something of a cynic. I didn't go seal clubbing, man. You've only heard the first game, man. You only heard the first game. But I do it. Like I said, I too have something of a cynic, right? So, but what I think, I don't think, also, if I can say, I don't think you're totally right. Because one of the best units in the game is the Puma X. And that's about action vehicle. And most people just convert them. And then one of the other best vehicles in the game is the Panther X. And most people just take a plastic Panther, right? And then one of the best vehicles for the Brits is the Humber armored car, right? And then one of the best vehicles for the Soviets is actually the T-34ZP, right? So, yeah, do you see what I mean? Like, so I don't think it stands up to scrutiny, unfortunately. But anyway, there we are. Panther X is the king in OG K-7. Well, that's excellent, right? But it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. So, but it does kind of prove what I'm saying, Tiki, which is I don't think they did it to shift a bunch of walkers. I think it was done because even if it had the effect of shifting walkers, right? I think it was done because it just didn't make sense why people would. No one was taking the mechs, not because they didn't think they were cool, but because they just didn't feel right in the game. For a lot of people. Not for everyone, but for a lot of people, right? So, yeah, so one of the biggest concerns that I've obviously had, because I do share concerns that we don't want any units being, like, locked out, right? Like, I still think Galahad's... I think we need to get Galahad some Tesla rifles, right? Yeah. I do think we need to get Galahad's... I think there are certain units which are slightly locked out, but I think they're a simple change or two away from, a very easy fix from being good. And I don't think those changes will be long in coming, right? I think they'll happen eventually. So the point is, like, one of the biggest concerns that I had about conflict, I just don't have that concern anymore because I just realize it makes sense. Obviously, if people are running around in power armor and we've developed new armored technology in the form of walkers, then obviously people are going to have to bring more boom boom. So it makes sense. Like, I don't mind this. I don't mind this like potential, like, unofficial rule, like every unit needs pen, because it makes sense in the context of the game. So I know. So and the point I'm making here is everyone has picked up on that very quickly. Even new players. One guy who's only on his second ever game because he managed to kill all but 7 of my style trooping, 6 of my style trooping. He had no problems with it. Yeah. So the style trooper spam wasn't too much of a stat check. Not even slightly. So I'll take you through roughly what happened in my first few through each game. But like I said, you'll want to keep an eye out for the video for the full blow by blow. So the other thing to mention is every game that we play was actually a custom scenario rather than one for the rulebook. Chris had really put the effort in and actually come up with a little mission pack, and he's going to develop between half a dozen and a dozen. I don't know how many. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but between half a dozen and a dozen of these custom missions, which he can then cycle through for the events. And I said to him, he should put them online, as even if you just put them on like a little, because he's got his own. He works for Warlord, but he's got his own like website and YouTube channel called Dice Hate. And I was like, even if you just stick them on your Dice Hate website, so people can just download them and use them, I think that would be awesome, because I like the current I like the core book missions, but we want to have a lot of them are just bought action missions which have been ported over. I think having a community resource of more missions is excellent. 100%, massively in favor of that. Also gives us a bit of a case of the community taking a bit of ownership of our game, not just waiting for Daddy Warlord to sort it out for us, right? See what I mean? Like, we don't want to just have Daddy Warlord do it. We don't want to get that situation where we're like birds, going cheep 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 cheep, waiting for Daddy Warlord to fucking give us a few crumbs, right? We want to be like, hey, we love this game. Let's take ownership of it. Let's make it our game, the people's game. Although I can't really say that I wasn't playing Soviets, but yeah. Yeah, so I do think we should do that, and I'd fully support that. So looking around at before we get into the games, looking around at the tables. I mean, considering that, it was so good. Let me show you guys something here. I'll put some pictures up. That one. That one. That one. I didn't get a picture of the desert board, unfortunately, because I didn't play on it, but it was a very, very cool desert board. But these are the pictures of the game. Now, I thought we're starting from the worst one to the best one. Okay, so this was the battlefield of the first game. It's fair. You know what? It's pretty standard. Okay, so you've got a green battle map. We've got some buildings, and we've got some ruins, and we've got some fields and shit. Like, it's pretty basic. Now, it's still, I would say, relatively far ahead of some of the 40k terrain that I've played on, but it is a little basic. But that's fine. Like, at the end of the day, this is just one of the 4 tables. Now, the next one I thought was a lot better. Okay. By the way, these are in reverse orders. That was game 3. This is game 2. I thought this one was a lot better. So, firstly, we've got a proper tactile board here, which is excellent. The ruins feel very appropriate for what we're playing on. There's like genuine fucking craters which are being like gouged like out of the. They're not sitting on top. They're gouged, out from the board, which is awesome. And yeah, this just feels a lot more like a proper conflict board. And then we got to the last, which was the one I played my first game on. And look at that. That is a full 3D like board. So, it's not really, the perspective isn't really shown here, but like this is like, this bit here is like significantly higher than this bit. Like, this is probably about 2 or 3 inches higher than this. Yeah. And, you've got like an actual river, like, running through it. Yeah. You got like an actual running through it. You've got like dirt tracks, roads and everything. We've got a few ruins chucked on top here and there. But yeah, this is one of the best Warlord boards. It's actually one of the best ones they have from HQ. So it's one of the ones from HQ that's actually gone up to the Warlord Wiggle store. I don't know if Chris stole it, but yeah, it's a proper topographical board. So basically, you're sort of fighting through this valley. So this side's a bit raised up, this is dipped down, and this side is raised up, essentially. Also, I do think this board looks a lot better because you've got the models on it. Like, I think the advantage that these two boards have is they've got models on them, whereas obviously this one doesn't, so it kind of looks extra bare. But yeah, so the boards were excellent, and I, like I said, I didn't even get a picture of the best one. The best one was actually the desert board, which looked excellent. I wonder if I can find a picture of it, actually. It'll take me a second. I'll have a look on the Warlord Wigan Facebook page. Yes. Okay, that's... I'm looking. Open it, let's have a look. There's a few close-ups, but I can't see the actual board itself. They do normally have it out as a bit of a display. But it might... Aha! There you go. Let me save to phone. And then... Okay. So the desert board's really good. So there you go. You guys can see it. There you go. So the desert board, you can see. So the desert board, it looks quite open, but you've got to think like all of these little gullies and stuff here are actually like quite low down. Or there's all, these all count as like little walls and stuff that you can hide behind. So actually, you've got lots and lots of little bits that have. It's open so you can see each other, but pretty much the whole way up, you have got, you've got cover, right? And there's a few scattered buildings. There's also like ruined flak 88s, which you can't really see here, but there's like ruined flak 88s. And there's some, I mean, on the K47 one, there's some ruined like Naxares as well, with all like the juices like flowing out of them and everything. So that was really cool. Yeah. So there's loads of really. So all the boards were excellent, I have to say. And like I said, and what's interesting is, Chris was actually kind of apologetic for that for the first one that I showed you guys, which was the green battle mat. He's like, we are going to get another like better board. We're going to get more terrain for it. Maybe it'll be a battle mat. Maybe we'll go from the tactile board or anything. But the fact that the worst board was still pretty good, I think, is great showing. Looking around at the players at the event, there was, a mixture of veterancies. We had some people who were very experienced, who were playing Conflict down there all the time. Like, the thing is, like, for some people, that store is now their go-to. It's their regular store. There's games nights, constantly. I think they're actually open for late night games nights. 2 days. They're open for games during the day, 5 days a week. The days that the store's open. But then I think Thursday and Friday, they're open for late night gaming. So, they've got people, for a lot of people, like, they already knew each other because it's just the local Conflict crowd, right? So there's about half the players there apparently come down to the shop, every week or every other week and just play games of Conflict 47 against each other. So, yeah, it was, which is really cool, right? Obviously. So, yeah, it was great to see that there's actually like a pretty solid Conflict 47 community down that shop as well, which is excellent. And then speaking of the players that were there, the army list variety was excellent. So there was, I'm going off the top of my head, obviously it's myself with Axis. There was another chap there who had Axis, and I actually played against him on game 3. And he was a very, very nice chap. And he had a big, to give you an idea of how much of a Giga Chad this guy was, he didn't take Schreckwolfen. In fact, there were no Shrek Wolfen there. He had a big 6-man squad of Nachtjäger. You know, the bat dudes? 6 of those. One squad. Love it. It was really, really, really cool. It was awesome. Yeah. So, and you don't, bats do not call. Maybe they do in the K-47 universe. You don't know, Massive Pep. It ain't our world. Who knows what fucking calls around here? Morgan, you can't just say maybe it doesn't K-47 to win every argument. Can and will, chat. Can and will. So yeah, so we had another Axis player there. And then there was a Japanese player there. So you know he's an absolute fucking hero. So 2 Axis, Japanese. Americans. 1 Americans. 2 Soviets and a Brit. So this 8-man tournament, every faction was represented, which was really cool. Really, 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 really fucking cool. So looking around at each list, the other Axis list that was there was a nice mixture. There was a Walker Panzer IV, handful of Style Troopen, Nachtolben, Nachtjäger, 2 Vogel Spinners, Schwertruppen Commander, and just an anti-tank gun. Just an anti-tank gun and a Style Trooper Commander, right? So that was a nice mix, right? It wasn't just all Style Troopers. It was a nice mixture of stuff. Nachtolben are so good. People really, really underestimate them, but Nachtolben with the Pen P40s, I need more of them, man. I need more of them. By the way, Squigger to Sean, I don't know if he's in chat, but the Warlord Wigan store, I think it is either him or Russell W. I can't remember. But one of those two were looking for Nachtolben with MP40s. The Warlord Wigan store has some. So maybe if you're willing to pay for some international shipping, Chris might hook you up. All right, he might hook you the fuck up. If you're willing to pay for it over the pond, you know. So Nachtolben are really, really good. I think people really underestimate them. But I like them a lot. The British list was a 0 robot Brit list, which is always fun to see. The guy that was running it is actually he's coming to the end, but he's currently in the army. But he's going to be retiring soon. And so he basically, I was like, when he told me this, I was like, that makes a lot of sense. He was like, why? I was like, because you've built a Brit army with 0 robots in it. You've clearly, it's clearly some subconscious at play. And he was like, yeah. Wasn't so subconscious, it was a choice. No, he's not about to die. No. Yeah, so he hashtag no toasters. Exactly, right? So his army was a Hornet, a Tesla Cromwell, Galahad Commander, Dog Squads. Oh, he had one Hunter platform. Not Hunter, the one with the anti-tank gun, right? He had one of those. Light mortar team, and then he had a big squad of Grenadiers. Grenadiers are kind of cool. I actually, the models look great, but yeah, Grenadiers are kind of cool. I quite like them. And then we had the Japanese player who I played against. I'm going through the players that I played first, right? And then we had the Japanese player who had a really cool army. He had the Sasori, he had the Chiha with the big crush cannon, and then he had 2 squads of ghosts, a squad of Shibito, and then he had a massive unit of 10 assault frame in a truck. I have never seen anything cut through Style Trooping so quickly. I had a 5-man squad of Style Trooping. And he charged me with like 8 assault frames because I managed to kill one or two of them before they came in. And he just picked my whole Style Trooping unit up. Turns out 24 attacks at pen +1 is actually really good. Just got to roll a little, just had to roll 1 above average. Pick the whole squad up. Fuck it out. Yeah, so I'll definitely be trying. I mean, I've got a lot of assault frame. So you can bet your ass I'm going to be trying them out. You can bet your ass I'm bringing assault frame. Yeah, assault frame in a truck. So good. Yeah, absolutely so good. So, yeah, that was kind of cool. So I played Japanese. He had a big unit of assault frame, which I found very interesting. And then those are the armies that I played. As for the American list seemed fairly standard. Linebacker, Kodiak, Paragons, and Fireflies. Basically, like the kind of list that I run. I think it's very standard American list, that one. The other British list was all robots. So we had one guy who had no robots and one guy who had all robots. And I think that's everybody but the Soviets. So both Soviet players were absolute gigachads in my mind. All right? Because both had turned up with Molots. And Molots are cool. But the one of the Soviet players had a Molot. I'm vastly simplifying, but he had a Molot, a giant PP squad, and 22 basic infantry. But they were veterans. So that was cool. Because it's nice, always nice to see normal lads running around. The other guy, the other Soviet player, a true hero of the Soviet bloc. The motherland would be proud. This motherfucker turned up with 48 inexperienced conscripts in conflict. He was picking them up by the handfuls, and he was having the best time. I think he had the best time at that tournament. He was just like, like charging forward, and he got gunned down every time. I have no idea. I have no idea if he won any games or if he lost any games. I have no idea. All I could see was these conscripts just getting pulled off the board just constantly. And it made me realize I need to run that list. I need to run a lot of conscripts, Yeah, so expect something pretty legit in the future, boys. Let's just put it that way, okay? All right. So that was that, but it just looks good seeing a big brick on the board. Because you look at like this game, for example. Like, don't get me wrong, I really like the way my army looks, if I may say so myself. Like, we've got the armor here. I'd say I think the Rail Panther. I don't know what it is. I just in every game that I saw, in every pitch that I saw, I just thought the Rail Panther really stood out and looked very, very nice. Maybe the Panther is just a naturally sexually attractive vehicle. Who knows? But if you look at my army, like it is, it looks like a cohesive force, but it is obviously a very elite force as well. Although look how big and chunky those fucking Style Troopers are. You forget how big they are in comparison to like everybody else's stuff. So yeah, it looks good. It just looks like quite an elite force, right? But you guys know me. I like a big force. I like them big. I like them haughty. Yeah, so I definitely got a bit of but that's why I like going to events. That's why I like going to events, because then I can see what other people are running and it can inspire me. So, for example, for my British, it's made me really want to get some of the Grenadiers. Because I thought the Grenadier models, because you sort of think they're just going to be like the old British models, but then you see them and they actually hold up really, really well, the old Grenadiers. They really do. So it's made me want to get a more organic British army, because we've got the robot side of it. Let's get some organic side of stuff. And, seeing the Nactal Ben and the Nac Jaeger, it's made me want to get more of them as well. A proper more mutant-y sort of force. And then, seeing the Soviet horde from across the table, it made me... Well, playing the Japanese guy with the assault frame made me want to bust my assault frame out. And see the Soviet guy across the table with his big horde of guys. See both of them with their respective hordes of guys, I thought was excellent too. So yeah, I like going to events because you do see things and that kind of inspires you. Now, going through... I do Grenadiers build. Yeah, like I actually ended up coming away from the event and I bought 2 because it was 10% off. Right? Like don't judge me. All right. It was 10% off. So on the tournament days, they do 10% off. Now, obviously, you can get Conflict 47 from third-party retailers, such as Wayland Games, for like 20% off. But they don't stock everything. In fact, most third-party retailers can stock similar stuff, right? But when you go to a Warlord store, whether it's the HQ one or whether it's the Wigan one of the best bits about those stores is they have stuff that other third-party stockers don't really tend to go for. So I actually got 2 squads of Legio Aquila, and I got 2 of the eyeball artillery pieces for the Germans, the Schwerfeld artillery. And I am going to be, that is the beginnings of my Italian army. I'm going it, boys. We're going Italy. We're going Italy, boys. So what I'm doing is I'm going to build up the Africa Style Legion, which obviously was like it's the Conflict 47 version of, in my mind, of the Africa Corps, right? And the idea is the obviously they're going to be a mixture of Rommel's Germans. I have the Rommel figure. So they're going to be a mixture of Rommel's Germans and the Italians. So I'm going to build both of those forces up and then break the probably Italians off into their own thing. But yeah, I've got 2 squads of Legio Aquila. I'm going to get a couple of squads of the Centurion guys as well, which should be great. But the idea is I want to... The idea that I'm thinking is they're going to be more dug in. They're going to be very like defensive army. Because... in the lore for K47, the fighting in Italy is still taking place, but the Italians have basically massively fortified, and a lot of the resources for the Italy campaign have now gone to Festung Europa, right? But I figured, but the Italians are still getting some equipment from the Germans, and I figured, what would the Germans send them? They probably, if they're fighting a defensive war, they'd probably send them some of the early prototype, well, not even prototype, just some early versions of the Schwerfeld projectors, the eyeball ones, but they'd probably send them, rather than send them like an expensive tank to go with, they'd probably just send them in like the artillery capacity as a more defensive nature. The people operating those are going to be Germans, but the idea is that they're like the German advisors or the German specialists helping out the Italians. So yeah, so that's really cool. So after one event, I'm already getting a new army. 2 new armies, technically. But one of them is finishing my Star Legion. The other one's getting the Italians sorted out. So that should be really cool. Yeah. So that's everything that happened around the games. You guys are going to want to know what happened, like, in the games. So I won't, like I said, I won't give you the blow by blow because I know some of you will want to. Oh, well, actually, do you guys want spoilers of the games? Or do you just want me to wait for the video? Because that's like a high level overview of the event was excellent. I had 3 amazing games. This is the armies that I saw. This is the inspiration I got from it. Here are the boards and everything. Do you guys want the spoilers or do you want the video just... I mean, it's coming out this weekend. So it's kind of up to you if you want a quick sort of summary of what happened in each game. Suppose we'll still watch the vid. Yeah. Nothing happened in the car park, unfortunately. Nothing happened in the car park, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, actually. Yeah, well, unfortunately from a content point of view. There's no... We'll do meta tomorrow, Drex. We'll do metadata tomorrow. Yeah, spoil me. Okay, so very high level overview. In my first game, I was playing against... I can't remember. I'll get the names off Chris. But my first game I was playing against nearly fully organic British army. And there were basically 3 objectives in the middle of the board, but you had to spend rift dice to charge them up so they were worth points. So I really liked that. It wasn't just capture the objectives. It was, you had to like, essentially these were like little rift nodes on the board and you had to like charge up. I really liked the missions that Chris did. So, I felt like somewhat confident because, I had my Star Legion and I had my Star Trooper and they're really tough. I will say I was sort of quickly disabused of this notion. Tesla Cromwells, whilst expensive, are very good. Computational systems, it's a veteran Cromwell. Computational systems on a Tesla vehicle that's also fast because it's a Cromwell was very spicy. And the Hornet continues to be just the bane of my existence. So I was advancing up that. So I'll sort of take you through it. Right. So I was advancing up this flank because my opponent had a lot of his army hidden behind the church. I was advancing up the flank and I was like, you know what? 2 5-man squads of Star Trooper and my commander and the Rail Panther covering them. That's gotta be enough, right? And then down the mid, I thought, you know what? I'll take these 2 to Star Trooper and the Spider Walker, and I'll just give the right-hand objective away. I'll just focus my forces on 2 objectives, right? The first inclination that things were not going to go to plan was when my opponent moved out his Tesla Cromwell and his Hornet, and my Rail Panther rolled a 1 to hit. But that's okay, because I've got another turn to try and kill it. Try and kill them. Turn 2, and my Rail Panther gets an opportunity to fire again. This time it hits, which is good. The Rail Panther then rolled a 1 to damage. This would be a continuing theme of the Rail Panther in this event. At which point, my opponent's veteran Tesla Cromwell, who by all rights should be very fucking dead at this point, ends up getting a surging rift dice and absolutely fucking frying the shit out of my Rail Panther. So the ultimate anti-tank weapon in the game lost a fight to a Tesla Cromwell. I also that wasn't ideal. I also had a situation where my Grav Panzer stoically refused to hit anything, even when it stayed still. At one point, I got like 12 shots against a Grenadier squad, hitting on 4s, and I killed 2 of them. So, the armor, it was floundering a little bit. But fortunately, the Style Trooper didn't let me down. I was able to take out the Hornet with my light anti-tank guns, which is just like, fucking hell. Like, when you've got a Grav Panzer and a Rail Panther, and your primary source of anti-tank is these 2 light anti-tank guns, you realize that the armor is letting you down. But fortunately, I managed to get into point-blank range of the Hornet. Well, it got into point-blank range of me, frankly. But this squad died, but this squad managed to take the Hornet out. It was very lucky. Got the hit, got the pen, popped that bitch. So that was good. And also, the Tesla Cromwell ended up getting taken out by this unit of 5 Style Trooper, because the Panzerfaust were actually pretty effective against it. And once those 2 bits of armor were down, this all sort of happened around turn 3, turn 4. Once the 2 bits of armor were down, I was back in the fight. But it was still like, you know, one of my pieces of his armor was down, one of my armor wasn't doing anything. I ended up losing. Oh no, it was this lone guy that took out the Hornet. I actually lost this squad to a squad of dogs. Dogs actually eat Style Trooper pretty effectively. And the end result was a draw with my opponent holding this objective and charging up with his Grenadiers. Charge. And me holding this objective and charging up with the remnants of... My Hanomag died as well. The remnants of these 2 units. And basically, all I had left on the board was 6 Style Trooper holding this objective, charging it up just enough so that it was a draw. So that was game number 1. Game number 2, I played against the Japanese. So it was sectors. To give you a summary of this game, my Japanese opponent pressured me so much, so consistently with his entire army that I didn't get out of my deployment zone until I didn't start getting out of it until turn 4. So turns 1, 2, and 3, I was just holding the line. And I didn't want to. I was trying to push. But like every time I'd try and push, some fucking Ghost Warriors would run out, shoot me, and then teleport away, and then run out, shoot me, and teleport away again. Like, it was really hard. I did manage to win the game eventually, but it was mostly because the Japanese ran out of steam. But by the end of the game, I had lost both of my tanks. I had 2 Style Trooper over here, and then basically 3 Style Trooper and a Commander and a Hanomag basically here. And that was it. It was a very, very, very brutal game. Very back and forth. Wave after wave of Japanese soldiers coming at me. Look at where Shibitu are, guys. Look at this. And now, I actually managed to handle the Shibitu fairly easily. This 5-man squad of Style Trooper, led by von Stahlheim, were able to beat the Shibitu because I took my commander, who's got 3 drift dice, combined 2 of them together, put it on Surging, and put it on the Style Trooper straight away. And then the Style Trooper just charged into the Shibitu. And it turns out Shibitu aren't that good when you can kill them on 4s. Literally just got in this start, and I love the imagery of it. Like the Shibito like coming out like and the Star Trooper just being like, those foolish Japanese aim to ape our superior green vault technology. Let us show them that they are the cheap knockoffs and we are the original. And basically they just went in to like hack them to pieces. Because, the Shibito can't really damage me. And my Star Trooper are killing them on 4s. So over 2 rounds of combat, just fucking killed them all. So yeah, I'd say it was 3 rounds of combat in total. Like 2 rounds, do a dice, come back to it. So yeah, it turns out Star Trooper can the Star Trooper Assault Squad can actually do something. It's still not as efficient as taking a Shrek Wolfen squad, but it's a lot cooler. And then game number 3 was basically, there's one objective in the middle. Whoever has the most units around that objective gets the objective points, which is worth 3. But for every unit that you have within 3 inches of it, regardless of player, you get 1 point. And then you also get 1 point for kill points. And basically, my opponent actually did lock that objective down. But I was able to get enough units nearby it on the sort of final turn. And I was able to kill a couple more dice from my opponent. So that ended up being a minor victory for me. I think I won by 1 point. The chicken coop is basically the objective. This was a really, really fun game. I only just managed to win it by passing a 1-pin order test on my Command Panther. But other than that, yeah, my opponent would have won if I hadn't passed that 1-pin order test. So the Rail Panther actually did something in this game. You might be wondering, what did the Rail Panther do in this game? The Rail Panther in this game lost an anti-tank duel to a Sasori. I don't want to talk about it. In fact, I lost an armor duel to the Japanese full stop. Because, and I hope you're all sitting down, my opponent brought his Chi-Ha with heavy Shiburu cannon here. Brought it on. And like I said, hope you're all sitting down. He got the mythical double hit. He activated the Rift Dice. He came on the board, activated the Rift Dice, and he managed to roll 2 5-ups. It's never been done. It's never been done. And he raw dogged it. No luck. He just fucking raw dogged it. Chi-Ha turned up. Turned a Panzer X into a small cube. Didn't elaborate. I've never seen it. It's never been done. And then the Rail Panther rolled a 1 to hit it. And then the Sasori came on and basically got into point blank range of the Rail Panther and just kept hitting it. Just kept hitting it. Now, my Rail Panther amazingly survived. Because basically, once again, I got bailed out by the Style Troop and the Light Anti-Tank Gun, which were able to take the Sasori out on the relatively later on, but kept putting pins on it and stuff like that. Yeah. Now, Cosmic, hang on, Cosmic. Cosmic Dream, thank you for super chat. I'm revoking your railgun license, towel lover. Right, Cosmic, it's all right. The Rail Panther redeemed itself. So in the last game. My Rail Panther managed to... my opponent brought on his Panzer X Walker here. And he managed to... My Rail Panther shot it, missed. Shot it, hit, failed to wound. I was like, right, fuck this. I managed to then get his Panzer with my Panzer, because we both had the Walker Panzer, right? And then this little Vogel spinner came scuttling down, tried to get a shot on my Panther, And my panther turned around and obliterated it. Double pen, double destroyed. So my rail panther in game 3, on its 7th or 8th shot of the entire tournament, finally didn't get a 1 on either the hit or the wound. Finally redeemed himself. And then not only that, he then passed a 1-pin order test, which we all know are almost impossible to pass. You always fail the 1-pin order tests. And he managed to go on a run order, get onto the objective, which helped me get an extra point for the game. So there you go. So he did redeem himself in the last game, getting me a point, which got me a win instead of a draw. And he actually killed an enemy vehicle. There you are. It doesn't like spiders, finally. Finicky cat, that is. Yeah, he's just been playing with the spider. Yeah, exactly. All right, and that was the event. And overall, I came second. So I got a cool certificate that said second place. That's awesome. And also, I got a little prize, which was I got the downed linebacker pilot, which is like a limited edition figure. I think it's you can only get them if you go to an official Warlord Conflict 47 tournament, and you have to like win. Yeah, it's one of the potential prizes you can get. So I got one of those. Yeah. Can I have the linebacker pilot? No, I really want it, Cosmic. You'll just have to come to a Warlord tournament and win one. Because it's like, done. Selling all my 40k, buying a plane ticket. Right, Cosmic. Right. Please understand. I know that you have sent me many things for this channel. And I know you really like linebackers. But it's really cool, this model. I tell you what, okay? If I get another one, I'll send it to you. Okay? Scout's honor. Because how it works, mate, is there's like, you go down the rankings of the, basically there's like 8 prizes that are laid out. And from first place working down to 8th place, you get to just pick your prize. And apparently it's the Conflict 47 tournament model. So I think there's like, this isn't the only time you can get one, I think. So if there should probably be another opportunity for me to get one. So if I can get another one, if I like see it there at the next month event, and I get to pick relatively early and no one else wants it, like I'll get it and I'll send it to you. All right. There you go. There you are. Because I appreciate that this is very much like, it's your model, right? It's very much I appreciate that. In the meantime, okay, if that never happens, Cosmic, if that never happens, I will paint my downed linebacker pilot up, and I will name him Cosmic. That could be his call sign, okay? His call sign can be Cosmic, and I will use him as a platoon commander, or he can be an objective marker for one. You've got like one of the mission, both, right? He can be used as both, but sometimes I use him as a platoon commander. Sometimes I use him as the objective marker for like top secret, where you've got to rescue the downed pilot. Yeah. So there you go. I'll sort it. One way or another. One way or another, right? All right. There you are. Yeah, there's a tree cleaner named Tiki. Fuck's sake. All right. But that basically covers it. So, really good event. ton of fun, very chill. Can't wait for the next one. Either I want to run Totem Core, or I want to run Soviets, or Japanese. We'll see. But the big thing is, I'm going to try and get Mordy Bro to come to the next one. Because Mordy Bro thought about coming to this one, but he couldn't quite swing it. But it'd be really cool if I could get Mordy Bro to come to the next one. I think he'd really enjoy it. He can bring his BritBots or something. Yeah. That would be cool. All right. Okay, that covers the event. Like I said, the main detail blow by blow will be out either this week or end of next week. We've got one more super chat, and then we're done. Aldeus, thank you for super chat, man. TTC hobby update discussion got a fair bit done today. Let's have a look. Volks Radio Squad done, and Shock Trooper Squad's painted while listening to stream this evening from a base coat. Oakleaf A camera is actually pretty stupid easy to paint when you get it going, and pretty good looking. Let's have a look. Hey, that looks alright, that, doesn't it? Woohoo, baby. Those models look really cool. Those models look really, really cool. Nice. Very nice. I love the Turkish army that you're going for, man. Very cool. Very, very cool. It's really coming along, man. It's really coming along. And what a unique army. What a unique force. Yeah. Nice. Excellent. Excellent indeed. And on that note, I think we're going to wrap this bad boy up. We'll do the metadata tomorrow. There you are. But yeah, guys, what a weekend. What a weekend. Heady Heights, K47 tournament. Turbo Lows, fight in the car park. But it was really, really cool to... I really enjoyed today's stream because... Not only did we get to like share like what we've been doing over the weekends, but we also just got to like chill and hang out. And that was awesome. Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. But I am going to have to bring this bad boy to a close. We haven't streamed for 6.5 hours. And I've been up for a long... I've been up since... I've been up 20 hours. I've been up since 8 this morning, man. Woo! I wondered why. I was like, why do I feel so knackered at the end of the stream? Normally, I don't feel so bad. Oh, my God. That's right. Might as well do 4 more, 24-hour stream, baby. Let's go. I had a little nap. I had an hour nap, so it's not so bad. 4 more hours. One way out. One way out. Yeah. No, I'm going to go to sleep. But, yeah. What a stream. What a stream. What a day. Absolutely loved it. But I am going to rush off. I'm completely crashing. I'm completely crashing. So, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to play March of the Star Troopers to play us out because I think it's the right song. There we go. All right. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. It was great to see you all today and to catch up after the weekend. Tomorrow's stream, normal time, just chatting, super chill. Maybe we'll look at some orc leaks because they do look pretty spicy. Maybe we'll definitely talk metadata and we'll do some orc leaks and then we'll just shoot the shit. There we are. We need to arrange a fight at the Wigan Pier for the next K47 tournament. I actually choked. Oh my God. That'd be brilliant. Yeah, that'd be absolutely brilliant, man. I love it. All right. All right. On that note, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. You're all beautiful, amazing people. Thank you to everyone who joined. Thank Thank you to everyone that chatted away. Thank you to everyone that liked. Thank you to everyone that subscribed. And of course, a massive, massive thank you to every single one of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that good stuff. But without further ado, thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Where the echoes of the past arise, marching forth with resolute pride. In the Führer we trust, there's nowhere to hide. The roar of vengeance, the thunderous blast. We forge the future, reigniting the past. Of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. Vormarsch to the bitter end, for the right shall know no end. Of history whisper command. In the wasteland of dreams we make our stand. Infernal wrath in the muzzle flash as fate rewrites itself in the ironclad. Through trenches of sorrow we march, with embers of glory under Brandenburg's arch. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. Vormarsch to the bitter end, for the right shall know no end. G4